Warning. We interrupt this presentation with the following urgent message regarding the
22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast.
If you see it in stores, call the police. If you have it in your home, don't touch it. Get out.
Because the 22 Shots
is a product of nature, a deadly living organism. It is addictive and destructive. It can overcome your mind and take over your body. And nothing can stop it.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever saw?
I have seen weird things come, and I have seen weird things go.
Where does it say we gotta keep those dumb fucks next door to where we sleep?
Gonna get it, bitch!
Oh, lighten up, demon. You'll feel a lot better after you shit.
Oh, you're so cool, Brewster! Herbert, you're insane! Now what happened? I had to kill him!
This, I may very well be dead. It's all because of my screenplay.
Funny, Roger. Years ago, you had a chance to kill me. Now I'm gonna kill you, little boy. You should kill yourself.
No!
Psychotics are more active when the moon is full.
Smooth as hell, right?
I don't know why you're wasting the time with this guy's masturbation.
Shut up, Brady!
Today we now call Halloween, Halloween. There was a pagan festival fire to honor the powers of darkness. No, that daytime was 6 months. Yeah, I don't think that's
Do you remember the first person you ever killed?
I don't know. Never asked her name. Nothing.
He was deceived, but he was my son. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 180 is coming at you live. I am your host, the undisputed underground king of Skype, still the toxic offender, Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my Mexican life mate by my side tonight, Double Chicken Noodle Soup J, aka JP. And of course, we have the Jew showing up out of the blue, Jeremy, aka Ellen Degenerate, in the house. Yeah. And the 22 Shots crew would like to welcome back to the show the Bomb Diggity Boston Brando, aka Derek, representing Cinema Attack Podcast, and a whole whack load of other shows. Next up, we have JP's better full self, Carly, representing Netflix and Chill, His and Her Podcast, and again, a whole slew of other shows I can't remember the names of. And finally, we have the dude with the grayest and stinkiest balls known to exist, Old Man Dave, a.k.a. Mr. Parka. What's going on, motherfuckers? Yeah.
Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
Does he have gray pubes? Is the real question.
I don't have any gray body hair or pubes.
I'm pretty sure
there's got to be like at least one. Like,
there ain't none.
All right, okay.
Yeah, when you're getting gray pubes, man, you are getting old as fuck.
He plucks
man.
them.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure nobody actually got the 180 reference. Does anybody watch darts? Probably not.
Nope.
But when you get 180, they're like 100 darts. You don't know what fucking darts are?
Yes, I know what darts
You mean like the game darts?
I tried to watch ESP
For some
like 12.
weird reason, they always have it on TV, and if you get like, 3 triple 20s, they're like 108. I don't know. It's fucking...
Who the fuck watches darts on TV?
Do you know when you have to
Exactly.
explain
Nobody
the
watches
joke,
darts on
usually
TV. That's the
isn't
craziest
Wait,
thing.
you watch darts? It's like a sport on TV, darts?
Yeah.
It's on ESPN 12.
It's the only
craziest
sport
shit.
that
Oh my
doesn't
God.
get banned from
It's on
coronavirus.
ESPN A.
It's the craziest shit, man, that darts is actually televised and that they get the crowds that they get. Anyways, but
I had no
180
idea.
thing is just kind of a comical thing because the announcers like totally overblows it every time they get 180. But
It's on White Trash Sports.
it is, man. Yeah, dudes, we are finally here. year, man. It's been like a year since we did our last top 10 show, the random shows, and fucking finally, man. I don't want to say that I'm glad that it's over because I had a lot of fun prepping for this, but this is definitely the longest stretch that we went through between these shows. And welcome everybody, man. 1985, yeah.
Yeah, excited to be here.
1985, which by the way, if you're keeping track, this is the first time an odd year ever showed up.
We have the most weird randomizer known to any
Dude,
podcast.
it's creepy.
When is the 90s gonna show up though?
It is weird, man. Like how we
the
get
90s
this...
have showed up before.
I know, but like a good 90s year.
It's Q-on, guys. Doing it.
Remember 1996, we had 86, we had 76, we had 1972, 1982, 2002. Like, what the fuck, man? It's like the randomizer's fucking with us, and then we have randomly 1985. So that means
1990 next time. Watch.
If we're starting a new pattern, we're going to get either 1975 or 1995.
So I remember 97 was the second in line last time, I remember.
Was it really?
Oh boy.
It was 85 and then 97.
I think out of any year that we still have available to show up in the randomizer later in the show, 1997 is probably the one year I'm actually going to be really pissed off about. Because that's a bad year.
The funny thing is, dude, is, you know, we've been doing these for a long time. We haven't been out of the 70s and 80s in 4 years.
Right?
It's been 4 years straight of 70s and 80s.
I think it would be good for like 2000s or early 90s year.
Yeah, that'd be
hell. I would even take
1990.
36 at this point.
2003.
I'm praying for the 90s again. I would love to go back to the 90s, preferably the early 90s, but I'm not going to be pissed if like 2007 comes up. Like I've tried to explain this before, you know, with a year like, you know, pretty much anything in like the mid to later 2000s, there's so many films to watch.
Yeah.
And as us, we like to watch a lot of films and over prep for these shows. You know, when you have 5,000 films to choose from, I feel like I'm just going to burn myself out watching shit after shit after shit and being like, I need to find that one extra gem, you know, and just going fucking apeshit about it and stuff. So that's kind of like the fear I have with getting those type of years, even though they're going to be fun to prep for to a point. So
yeah, you know, they are really depthful, especially, I mean, we often forget that we still have a sliver of the 2010s to handle, 2010, 11, and 12, which we've never talked about.
Yeah. So
if any of those years pop up, there's a lot that you almost need to prep as much as we do for like the 2000, you know, 17, 18, 19, 20 shows that we've done.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited to finally get this under wraps because we wanted to do a quick turnaround on this one, and we ended up doing a less than normal turnaround, you know, a longer than normal turnaround. So that's
yeah, I think originally because when did we do the last 85 show or
it was,
top 10 show?
I want to say it was in like April or something, right?
Okay,
it was like
June.
So I think originally we had this show planned for September.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Yeah.
So it was a few months after we did it, and then it got pushed until I think early January, and then that got pushed until...
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, and then that got pushed
I thought you
again
meant last show.
So February, and then it was March, and now it's April. So I think the show got pushed 4 or 5 times. But
that's how long it was, Carly. It's
been pretty much a year.
Since we've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And Dave hopped on very late into production.
I ended up we talking about how many watches we got?
Not yet, but you jumped in
late. And
when did we invite you on? It was after
the year-end show.
Year-end show, so end of December, yep.
So you had 4 months to prep.
And raped us all in the butthole with it.
Yeah. But I counted like 5 or 6 titles that I had watched in your guys' period too.
Yeah, but he's the most mature, so he knows what he's doing, you know, Carly.
Oh, I am mature.
It's those great balls hairs.
David,
yeah.
Mr. David.
It's great.
Mature is what you say when somebody ages gracefully. You know what I mean?
Dave's the same age as me.
Yeah, you look a little chaotic, Dave. I don't know.
I'm crazy. I'm cool until I snap, and then there's no coming back.
Dave snaps at like 2:45 in the morning.
He's like, fuck that movie.
He's like, what the fuck? He's like, I don't know why.
I fucking hate the tower. It's terrible.
Or after he watches the tower, exactly. That's the breaking point for him.
We bring up an actor, and he's like, I don't know why this guy thinks he's so special. I don't even want to watch his movie.
Fuck Mark Patton. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Or he just wakes up and sees our chats and he's like, what the fuck did I just miss?
After going to bed at 6 p.m.
You listen here. Hey, you better hurry up. I already missed the 6 o'clock news of this shit. I gotta keep up.
You're gonna miss the 11 o'clock news
You're
too.
ruining my life over here.
So
I got up later today. I used a sick vacation day, so I got up a little later. So I should be good till midnight. Then I'll get all fresh.
He got up at 4 a.m. instead of 2.
Same. I took off of work today. I'm like, fuck that shit.
So if you took a sick day and you go back on Monday, is everyone going to think that maybe you have corona or what?
Give a fuck.
Like I'm just
I
fucking
know. I'm like
sick for
afraid
one
to
day.
call off at my work because I don't.
No,
want
they
them
know I'm
thinking
good.
I'm dying.
So I'll be like, if I get sick, and even if it's not corona, if I have a temperature and shit, and I go and get a virtual doctor thing or something that says you're sick, I think I get 2 weeks pay.
Oh, nice.
I've been licking toilet seats all week.
2 weeks to watch 100
I think they tell me to just go fuck myself, and that's it.
Yeah, but we get no hazard pay, and we're not essential, but they say we are. So hey, we all getting fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Where you at, Uncle Sam? You owe me some hazard pay.
I'm risking my life to pack out paintbrushes.
I need them paintbrushes. How am I gonna paint all
I'm
these
risking
fucking
my life
wrinkles?
to watch movies. This is bullshit.
You can watch movies at work, JP?
Yeah, you're an asshole.
Sometimes.
JP,
You're
you
like,
done
wait a
your
minute,
list
I
yet?
can't help you. I'm watching this movie.
What's that?
JP, you done your list yet?
Yeah, my list is done. These guys give me crap because I wait till the end to do my list. Meanwhile, Brandon does his list while they're doing the list.
Yeah, but Brandon ain't on the
right?
show. We ain't talking about Brandon.
We had an entire year to do this, and we get on Skype here to record, and JP's still doing his fucking list.
After talking shit like, hey, we all already know what our lists are because it's such a top-heavy year, and then you don't even got it done.
Yeah, okay. Speaking of this, I want to point this out because people give me shit. They're saying, well, I already know JP's list is going to be generic. And I'm like thinking like, so what do you want me to do? Pick a bunch of movies that aren't my favorite or the ones that I think are the best
But you
and
already
put
did
them
that.
on my list?
Yeah,
to just so
fuck
they're
Andy.
surprising?
Yeah.
I don't understand the concept of generic list versus non. It's
They
not
want you to
my
be
fault
fake.
that I like the stuff that I like.
Everybody's got
Just
the
because
basic-
you know what
basic
I
bitch
like
list.
doesn't mean it's generic. It just means you know what I like.
We all got almost basic bitch list. Almost all.
Well,
There might
I mean-
be one or two weird ones, but we all got basic.
Well,
bitch.
Moods threw me off a bunch because I'm seeing the stuff that he's given nines and stuff, and I'm like, he might actually come with the most unique list out of all of us.
Wow.
Because
But okay, so that leads into 85, right?
85. 1985, the middle of the 80s.
So, what is everyone's general thoughts on the year? Because yes, 85, upon just kind of glancing over it, does actually have a lot of really kind of top-heavy films, and a lot of favorite films to a lot of genre fans. I mean, I've stressed many, many times, if you watch a top 50 show, a lot of these films from 1985 actually was the most represented year in my top 50 list. So, and I always claim that, 1981 is my favorite year. I always find that's one of the funnest years to kind of watch through because there's just so many slashers. I love slashers and stuff. But anyways, 85 happens to have some of my favorite films of all time. And it is a little bit top heavy, but it's still one of those years that's really, really fun to go through. And it's kind of like a weird kind of transitional period in the 80s because up until 1984 was kind of the end of the golden era of slasher films and stuff. They were still producing a lot of those. And by 85, it's like, producers and directors were just like, hey, we need to do something different. And let's get away from the slasher film. I mean, I watched 85 movies for the prep here, and there's not really a lot of slasher films from the year. There's a few here and there, but there's a lot of different types of films, which is really cool. But I think 85 is also the introduction to, the horror comedy also. There wasn't really... There was horror comedies done in the early 80s, but this year kind of brought it to the forefront and made some really kind of notable ones and stuff. Not like horror comedy parodies and shit. I'm talking movies that have comedy in them or kind of classified as horror comedies and things.
Like Victims? I'm just joking.
Yeah, like Victims. But you know what I'm saying. And those films became very famous for that and stuff. And 85 it's an interesting year, a very, very interesting year in the 80s. So I'm very glad this year came up. But what you guys
we have a
overall
lot
thoughts
of
on it?
top directors in here still working too, and some of them are on the tail end of their career. And we have a lot of low budget guys coming out. We have Tim Ritter who's still making movies. We have the shot on video kind of boom starting with Blood Cult and The Ripper, and we have, like I said, Don Dohler's kind of ending his like kind of run on a lot of those movies. So we got a lot of people kind of coming to their like end of their career, and some people starting up. Like Stuart Gordon's first movie is 1985. George Romero's still working. Wes Craven's still working. Like the only big dogs that didn't make a movie this year are Lucio Fulci, who made one next year with Devil's Honey, and John Carpenter, who made Big Trouble in Little China next year. And there's one more guy I know that's a heavy guy that didn't make one. Fulci, Carpenter, and Cronenberg. He had a movie the next year too. So it's just like everybody was working at this time. All the big dogs are still working. Toby Hooper made one. Everybody made one. It was definitely the golden era.
It was.
Yeah,
and it was really the end of like the Italian era. Like it seemed like 85 kind of produced a few films, from some heavy kind of hitter, directors and stuff, and not so much heavy hitter directors, but that was kind of it. It was like 85. There was a bunch of Italian films, and then that was it.
Dead in this.
And then it was just
done. The Jungle Adventure is still going on, and it's getting like tired as fuck. The Jungle Adventure, there's 3 of them this year, and They cut out a lot of the cannibalism, but kept the Jungle Adventure themes going.
Yeah.
I think this year is, very top heavy, but like any year in the 80s, there's good stuff for, 10, 10, 10. You got 10, every 10 that you watch, you're still getting good stuff for a while.
How many, JP?
Every 10.
Yeah.
But, so I think like the overall themes that I noticed, one, I actually was surprised at the lack of slashers. I just expected more for mid 80s.
It's like
but I just think of early 80s though for slashers.
You're right. Early 80s, 81, 82.
I think they burnt them out by now.
I think honestly, I always had this theory that in 1984, when Silent Night, Deadly Night came out and caused such a fucking hooray, like it just upset so many fucking people. I think a lot of people just wanted to get away from that. Hence 85 coming and not producing a lot of slasher films. I think they're like, hey, we need to do something different because it's causing a controversy. And I mean, the best thing ever for Silent Night, Deadly Night was the controversy. It got way more exposure than it probably ever would have. But I think that was a contributor to the next year not producing what they've been doing for the previous 6 years. Between 78 and 84 was that era. It was slasher film before anything else kind of thing, right?
Well, Nightmare on Elm Street changed it too.
The reason I say that is because we've done 86, and I remember there being a lot more slashers in 86 than say 85.
But they were supernatural, right? That's because Nightmare on Elm Street, it takes a year to catch on. Then we had a bunch of supernatural slashers after that. That Nightmare on Elm Street revived the slasher genre with stuff like Pledge Night and all that kind of shit came a couple years later.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I agree.
You're right.
Yeah, I agree.
I think so. And the
even
other
Friday
thing,
changed.
Yes, Friday goes supernatural in 86 as well.
Yeah.
With Jason Lives.
Don't know, never seen it.
So bad. So bad.
The thing I noticed,
it's my favorite Friday film.
I noticed out of the gate, like even for like children's stuff, there's like 2 films that we watched that one's fucking weird and one's from Disney and it's kind of dark,
Yeah, there's a lot of weird kids movies this year.
But that was the interesting.
Dave knows how much I love weird kids movies. Dave knows all about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that TV movies, there was a lot of good TV movies this year. Even the thriller aspect, which I watched some stuff that you guys didn't, I noticed. At least I think you guys didn't, like straight up like thrillers from the 80s, from 85. Like almost like Lifetime thrillers that I ended up seeing. And I thought they were all pretty decent, but, I think that there was also good regular horror films too, like The Midnight Hour, and you got stuff
Blackout.
like the Blackout, The Bad
really
Seed, Fortress.
Fortress a TV movie?
It was made for HBO, right?
Oh, it was an Aussie one. It probably had a theatrical release in Australia, though, right?
I'm not sure. I know Fortress was made for TV. I don't know if it had a theatrical release, but yeah.
Yeah, it's weird with the Australian movies because even like The Plumber from like the 70s was a TV movie, but it was released to theaters in some aspects in some areas for Australian audiences. So it's weird with them sometimes.
And Honeymoon's another good TV movie. Is Honeymoon a TV movie? It sure felt like it.
I
hope so.
Don't think it is.
Terror at London Bridge is.
Yeah. I don't think Honeymoon is actually.
2 Jack the Ripper movies, right?
Yeah, that's weird too. Supernatural Jack the Ripper movies.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Even a TV remake of The Bad Seed.
Yeah, and it actually follows the original play or book ending more so.
Yeah.
It was Fortress was released initially directly to cable television by.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. What was the other HBO one? Was it Blackout?
Blackout was an HBO film. What other TV ones did I watch? The Tower, Dave's favorite from the year.
That's a Canadian turd fest.
A Canadian shot on beta film.
Shot on butt.
Man, why do you hate the Tower, man?
Well, beta had better quality than VHS, though it actually doesn't look bad. It just has that fucking soap opera feel to it, you know.
It's an hour and 41 minutes. That on anything that's not shot on.
It could have been 25 minutes shorter.
Yes, it is too long. Yes.
Yeah, it could have been 25 minutes actually.
Yeah.
What a fucking guy.
Wes Craven directed perhaps 2 of his worst films ever this year. If you count Hills Have Eyes 2. I know
that's 84, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's so weird that Elm Street, Chiller. Like what?
Chiller's a TV movie too. I don't know.
Dude, Chiller is a hunk of shit, man. Like I rewatched it. That thing is a straight snooze fest. It's such
better than the Tower.
Good TV movie.
And you know what the worst thing about it is you double feature with Eternal Evil, then you fucking just want to hang yourself.
Dude, Eternal Evil has an art film plot, but it's so boring.
Dude, very first movie of the prep I watched, and I was like, oh god. So bad.
The very first movie I watched for prep was not an 85 movie, but it came up on Wikipedia.
What was that?
The Mutilator?
It was Boggy Creek 2, because we did the last show we did. I was like, what was the last show we did was 72, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Boggy Creek was made my top 10, so I was like, oh shit, they made a sequel and it came out in 85?
Man.
I'm going to watch it.
I noticed
I watched freaking Goalies for this. That's an 84 movie. I was so mad.
Yeah, I watched Death Warmed Up early, and like, fuck, 84.
Oh, fucking hate Death Warmed Up.
I kept seeing Eaten Alive pop up for 85. I'm like, I know damn well that movie isn't 85.
The one movie...
We got to mention some movies here
as well
that weren't 85, so people are like, why ain't that on your list? Why didn't you mention that? Ghoulies is not 85, Mutilator's not 85.
Dude,
the Mutilator would have made my list probably.
So many lists I've seen from 85 had the Mutilator on. Even some of the submitted lists into our group page, people had the Mutilator on there, and I'm like, dude, it's 84. I don't know.
And Hills Have Eyes 2 isn't either. It's 84.
The Mutilator seems to be that film that's universally mixed up what year it came out in, but it is.
Well, it's Letterboxd fault in Wikipedia, because Wikipedia, Letterboxd, and IMDb all categorize differently on certain films.
Yep. We go Internet Movie Database.
I looked into the Mutilator. It's actually an 84 release.
That's why I just let you guys do all the work.
Yeah. Well, the easiest way to do the work is just go by IMDb.
Yep.
It's the biggest internet.
It's honestly the most correct. It honestly is the most correct. I've noticed.
But the weirdest taboo one was the one Godzilla film of because
there's 2 versions.
Oh, yeah, Godzilla 84, which I
watched both.
Yeah, it's kind of weird in that sense where I kind of don't want to add, I didn't add it because of the weird date thing of it. It's just weird. I'm kind of weird and nitpicky with that.
It says Godzilla 1985, so I count.
Well, there's two. There's Return of Godzilla is technically 84, and then the
but it actually says in the title 85, so I'm like, this counts.
It depends which version you watch. They're different, according to Derek. Knows all about that.
Yeah,
because Corman actually added the Raymond Burr stuff to the Japanese version. It's re-edited with the American scenes in it to make it more Americanized, like the original Godzilla was. It is the same thing. They added Raymond Burr to the original too.
We need Perry Mason.
Yeah,
right. You need Perry Mason in that.
You gotta have it. If you can put him in it, put him in it.
You need some Dr. Pepper.
I love the fact that Perry Mason's in that. It's hilarious.
He's fucking huge in it too. He's fucking wide as fuck. I was like, how'd they get him through that door? Yeah. I saw Perry Mason. I was like, he's looking big in this.
It's true.
Damn. Looking like fucking John Candy ate John Goodman walking through the door.
And all that Dr. Pepper product placement. And
there's a lot. And they cut out that big Japanese moment where they have the Japanese patriotism moment in the original. They cut it out in the American version. They're like, we don't need none of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just have Dr. Pepper, and you see the fucking one goofy guy opening the can up during a serious scene.
I'll never forget walking John Goodman to set one time, and he fucking stepped on a rock and he twisted his ankle, and he fucking lost his mind. It's hilarious.
He's like,
he's like, motherfucker.
Did he say, God damn
I feel like he
Donnie.
could kill me.
I literally just did that like 20 minutes ago. Fucking got out of my chair and rolled my fucking ankle.
Because it was like 2 a.m. and we're like under this underpass. And there's like all these rocks and it's supposed to look. It wasn't this scene's not even in the movie. They fucking cut it out of the movie. But there was all these.
What movie?
It's called Captive State. It came out a couple years ago. It's not that good. But yeah, I stepped on a rock and fucking fucked his ankle up.
And he's a big boy, man. When you start rolling your ankle at that weight, man, that's dangerous, man.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Because
John Goodman.
If you ever roll your ankle and you're walking, like you lose like feeling a little bit to where you can roll your ankle again easily.
Yeah, that's not good. No.
God bless John Goodman.
Yes.
Yeah, I love John Goodman.
One of my
sand ruined everything.
One of my favorite actors of all time, and actually, I went on this this huge Coen Brothers kick a few weeks back, and I rewatched like 12 of the movies or something.
Barton Fink.
And of course, Barton Fink's actually one of my favorites. I love John Goodman in that movie. He's just fucking
scary as
He's just
fuck.
amazing, man. His
like
performance is
Myers.
awesome. Yeah.
You want to wrestle? Isn't he fucking obsessed with wrestling?
Yeah, dude. I love where that movie goes, though.
I ain't wrestling you, John Goodman. No, I'm good.
No, especially in those days, he was fucking huge, man. Big.
He did all his driving stunts himself, so.
Like when the first time I ever saw Arachnophobia, I'm like, okay, this is okay because Jeff Daniels is like that. Then John Goodman comes and his character is like the fucking exterminator. I'm like, oh god, this movie just got 10 times better.
This is John Goodman cast. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be talking John Goodman all day.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice any themes of this year particularly? I couldn't really see
I feel like
any
there was a few
overarching
space movies,
Yeah,
which I don't like.
Definitely some rapey space movies.
There really, for me, there really wasn't a tone to the year.
We had a lot of independents and a lot of more low budget horror films. We had Canon still going. Dino De Laurentiis was still producing. We had and New World Pictures was still going on. And a lot of the 85 output I watched was from those guys. And there was a lot of independent guys going around still. None of the big major studios really had that many titles, especially the top end. Shit really wasn't that many big studio titles.
It was what? Silver Bullet and Fright Night and Nightmare 2, Friday 5.
Well, yeah, we had the most expensive movies that came out this year was actually that I was looking through for horror films was Return to Oz, and I think it cost $28 million.
Expensive, right?
No, $9 million for Fright Night, which is kind of expensive in comparison to a lot of the other movies. But Return to Oz was $28 million, and Life Force was $25 million.
I forgot.
Life Force I knew had a big budget.
That fucker was released on 70 millimeter.
But I'm saying, Dave, what was under that? Like, what was those are two standouts, but like, what was under, like, what was around Fright Night?
There's no other movies. Silver Bullet was like $7 million and stuff like that. So
because they had to pay Gary Busey like $5 million.
What was
they had
Cat's
to
Eye?
Yeah,
Cat's Eye, I believe, was around $7 million as well.
Yeah, that makes sense though. Anthology, bigger, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's both Dino De Laurentiis. He was not cheap when it came to that kind of stuff. And that's why him and people like Canon with Life Force eventually closed down in the 80s with Master of the Universe.
Did Canon do Life Force?
They did Life Force.
Yes.
And so
no
did
wonder
Master
they
of the Universe.
fucking imploded
and Over the
eventually.
Top. That's why those three movies fucked them. Over the Top, Master
Was
of the Universe,
Life
Life Force.
Yeah, Life Force was the last Hooper Canon film, was it not?
No,
because
Invaders from Mars came out after.
Oh, Invaders from Next
Invaders
year,
from Mars too.
That's right.
He had a
And Texas Chainsaw too.
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
So Life Force was his first.
Was that his 3 right there? Life Force. Yeah, he had a
Invaders from Mars,
3-picture deal with
TCM too.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, the first of the last. Yeah, exactly. For sure.
Yeah, because and George originally had a 3-picture deal with was it MGM for the Day of the Dead was one of them. I know that.
No. Day of the Dead was with Rubenstein, I think, and he had a 3-deal picture with Rubenstein. But he started, I think, with MGM with Monkey Shines, Dark Half, and then another one possibly that they didn't do. Maybe does that sound right?
Maybe that's what it was.
Monkey Shines and Dark Half are both MGM.
Yeah, I know that. I know Monkey Shines is MGM.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dark Half too. Yeah, Dark Half.
Yeah, they're both MGM, and studios used to give guys chances like that. I think John Carpenter had a deal too at one point.
With Universal, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, because he did Starman's Universal.
Yep. The thing as well as Universal.
Yeah. And the thing is Universal too.
Yeah,
but that's gotta be.
John Carpenter is probably the worst, box office wise, just failure after failure for like great movies. It really
That's
is
why
sad.
He's kind of cocky in his older years because of the experience of that 80s that had one of them, especially with the studio system. You know,
it is kind of interesting how most of his films now are not just considered cult classics, but they're actually like legitly good. You know, it's amazing that those movies did so poorly, but yeah, I mean, he definitely got one of the worst raps in Hollywood and shit, man, because, I mean, for the output that he did, he shouldn't have got done like that.
You know how bad it was? He was like, one day he's like, fuck it, I'm going to do an Invisible Man movie with Chevy Chase. That's when he snapped.
I actually watched that not too long ago again. Oh my
it's
God.
Funny.
It's a random movie, dude. It's very, very random to do that.
You can see like the directors' movies that didn't do well, and you go back and watch them now, and they're like classics. And that's like all the big guys that people loved for years, like Carpenter and Romero. And
nobody has a longer list than films than John Carpenter, though. It seems like every one of his films just didn't do as good as it probably should have.
Right.
You know, and he had this long streak of like 15 plus years where all his films just totally underperformed, and then, you know,
and they're all good or decent.
Yeah, and then 20 years later, it's like, well, these movies are like the best shit from that era. It's like, what
well,
the fuck?
I think one of the big differences with John Carpenter too is like you look like a guy like Hooper, and a lot of his films weren't necessarily pushed as hard as John Carpenter's. Like John Carpenter's films were released wide, like big studio releases too, for a lot longer than
the Thing wasn't, and Big Trouble they fucked up that release too.
Yeah,
so, I mean maybe The Thing was, but they fucked up with E.T. So they were he got fucked victim of circumstances.
That's more circumstantial though. That's not like they didn't push the movie.
Well, they put them in theaters, but they didn't advertise Big Trouble, I don't think. They didn't do an advertisement push.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The thing with Hooper, too, is Golden Globus was like, they gave him money and they gave him a fucking bag of Coke and like, just go to town, man. Just do your thing.
That sounds about right, really, right?
I think they believed in the Thing, though.
Well,
they released the Thing in 70mm, and that shit's expensive, so they must have... You know,
I think the thing about the Thing is like, and you watch like Siskel and Ebert talk about it and stuff like that, and I watch those guys all the time because they're so wrong at the time.
Always wrong.
They're just like, this movie is going to be left to obscurity, and it's like Full Metal Jacket or something. You
they
know
knew nothing
I mean?
about horror movies,
dude. They're the worst. Like honestly,
they
like
didn't try
I lose
to
respect
either.
for how just much other people respect them because of how biased and like one-sided they are when it comes to horror movies. It's like insane.
It's almost like they always went with like what the general audience wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's a slasher movie. It sucks.
I know we're shitting on Jeremy's Hero right now.
He gave The Descent 4 stars.
He's right a lot of times. He's just
and he gave
really
The Devil's
wrong.
Rejects 3.5 stars.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Jeremy, that's also later on. I think it was years and years of abuse.
Yeah, he calmed down later on once society accepted horror more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think back in the early days, they were just, they were catering to what people wanted to hear.
It was these movies weren't classy like Beyond the Valley of Dolls.
Right?
I love
Right?
It's a great movie, but it's not
he
classy.
did give a good review to Dawn of the Dead in 78.
Yeah, but then he destroyed Day of the Dead. That's why I brought this. That's why I remembered this because I looked up their Day of the Dead review because I was curious, and they destroyed it. They said it was crap, like utter crap.
That's because they had just done Silent Night, Deadly Night a year before in '84, and they were still pissed about that.
Famous.
Right?
Silent Night, Deadly Night reviews.
So everything that came after Silent Night, Deadly Night for a while was a pretty fucking shit on review. So
yeah, like the one instance, like this is for usually my kaiju podcast. Usually, fucking Ebert's.
Even Derek can't remember the name of it.
Fucking shitting on fucking like kaiju movies and shit.
Oh yeah,
and even the Siskel too. And then when Gamera, like the first '90s Gamera movie came out, fucking Roger Ebert was like, "Yeah, I fucking liked it." And Siskel looks at him like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man?"
At the end of the day, they're both better than Richard Roeper. Okay, let's move on.
Nobody even knows who Roper is.
Oh, fucking Roper.
He's the one that replaced Siskel, right?
I know, he's fucking awful, bro. Oh, he's still awful. He sucks.
Man, I just love watching those reviews to see how wrong they are because you can't predict what's going to be an all-time classic too. Because like some of the movies that they just are like, oh, it's just mediocre, but like that it's something like Full Metal Jacket or something where you're like, oh shit, like they didn't know.
My favorite
doesn't work, does it?
My favorite moment was, I think it was like one of your bonus episodes you did, like the shot of the 20. What was the bonus episodes called again? It's been a while.
Any shots?
Yeah, many
the
shots.
critique the critic segment. Yeah, I love doing that.
Yeah, when he did Scream 1 and he did Scream 2 after, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we did Psycho 2 once because their review of Psycho 2 was bullshit. It was straight bullshit. Okay, so how many did you guys watch?
Who do you want to start with? Well, I can start. I got to 52. I wanted to at least get to like 54, but I'm like, I just started running out of time. You know what I mean?
I watched 55.
Oh, you watched more than Derek.
Yeah, I was trying to beat you, but you kept lying to me and saying you were done watching.
I was done a couple times. Yeah,
yeah, that's not fair. Whatever.
I actually overperformed completely. So I look back at all my other watches, and I'm always between like 51 and like 57 is the highest I've ever been.
Fucking slacker.
And I ended up with 64 this time.
Oh my god!
So way higher than normal.
Rolling in 6'5".
Pretty happy with that number. I feel like there was a few things that I missed. One that I can't believe I missed. I just completely forgot about it, which I'll get to eventually, I guess. And yeah, 64. I thought that was a pretty good number, man.
Almost getting to be big boy status now, JP. Good for you.
I don't want to be big boy status because I would be miserable.
You still want to wear those Pampers?
But cool, to be fair, me and Carly do have multiple podcasts too, so we have to watch movies for that too.
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm a very
you guys
busy
are
person.
essential workers.
But you guys are expected to
so am I, and I have multiple podcasts. So I think I
run a weekly show that I never miss.
I'm a podcaster.
Y'all be watching 50 plus for a show that you're not even a host on is insane. That's more than enough.
Listen, respectable. Anybody who's a guest, they don't even have to do anything besides just come with a list. But we always appreciate if they go the extra mile.
I want an extra 10 miles.
JP says he'll beat me if I don't do it. So
I believe that.
True. You should.
I mean, he might just slap her. I mean, does that count as a beating? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, good. A firm smacking. I get those daily.
Oh, you better not be slapping my co-hosts. I need it for when we do those monthly shows.
I already said I watched 85. My goal was to watch 85 for 85. I'm very uniform like that. I think I watched 72 for 72.
Are you going to watch 2000 for 2000?
No, see, that's where it starts getting ridiculous. I think once after 99, it just kind of resets itself into what I can do. So.
No,
dude, if you can find 99 movies for 99, I'll give you mad.
Oh, absolutely, man. I don't think it's even possible. I don't even think there was 99 films.
I did 109.
Dude, shut up, you bragger.
Yeah, get over yourself.
But I watched. There was 5 shorts in there because the Guinea Pig movies, Hot Love. There were some shorts in there, and there was 2 that were technically from '84: Return of Godzilla and Hills Have Eyes Part 2. So I did.
Okay, that's still like 90.
No, it's still like 101.
I'm sorry. Yeah, right.
102. Yeah. But I did 109 movies, so.
Dude, in 4 months.
Miserable.
This guy watched.
And the Goonies doesn't count as a fucking watch, Dave. Come on.
I didn't watch the Goonies. I did 3 or 4 movies that were you guys like retroactively. You started in like June. I had those watched already, so I counted like 3 or 4 of those. So it's more like 100, but still like 109 is all that qualifies in the time frame that you guys were watching movies at. I watched 1985 movies.
My big thing was I actually rewatched like 10 movies, which I never do. So that's big for me. I feel very prepped this time, more prepped than normal. So I feel like I did good rewatches. I rewatched some stuff that wasn't even on my top 10 list to see if it had a shot of cracking it. You know what I mean? So
I rewatched all of like the classic stuff since we kept pushing the show back. I just went back and rewatched
5
a lot
rewatches.
of that.
I did 5
I
rewatches.
rewatched a few classics too myself.
I usually don't do rewatches either, but I decided to rewatch 5 because I'd actually watched them technically last year, so like last decade.
Oh yeah, that happened with me too.
Yeah, because
I started the list with we planned on only doing it like 3 months later from when we drew the number. So I was like, I normally wait to watch
watched
all the
over 50
ones, but I'll just
movies.
watch all those right away.
I watched over 50 movies by something like August, and then we got back into 22 shots, recording 22 shots, so I was doing those shows and stuff, and I was like, well, fuck. And then we started pushing the shit, and so I took like 3 months off. I didn't even restart watching films until like January again. So
well, I kind of took a break because I know we're going to talk about the worst movie we saw of the year, and I watched that and I like, fuck, I need to watch something good for once. So then I popped in like Day of the Dead and another classic. I'm like, I need something to get me back into it. I'm like, fuck, I was like fucking destroyed after that. You know?
Yeah, for sure, man. I know I went through streaks like that too. You know, I was watching just kind of bottom the barrel stuff and then kind of repicked it up and stuff. But you know, I mean, it was still a really fun year to prep for, man. I had a lot of fucking fun discovering some interesting films I'd never seen before and shit. And
yeah, and I think I saw Don and Ellie's fucking father in Attack of the Creature Beast.
I honestly don't think that any year in the 80s would be not fun to prep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
For
agree.
real.
I agree, man. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I usually have fun no matter what year we get, but sometimes I get burnt out by
Carly,
the end.
what was your favorite thing about 85? I bet you I can answer that for you. The fact that Hammer didn't exist at that time?
And Giallos.
Yeah.
No Giallos and no Hammer?
Yes, the death of Giallo. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the year does have a big drop off, I will say that, so it's probably not the funnest 80s year.
Yeah, but it's better than the 70s drop off. Like the 70s drops off, just like
I don't even want to
crazy.
think about the 70s.
At least
right?
with a year like this, I mean, a lot of the movies actually have legit decent releases, so you can find good transfers and stuff. So
that's a good thing too. Yeah,
That's true. And there was a ton streaming this year.
Yeah.
Like I probably watched half of my movies streaming.
I found a lot towards the end. It seemed like they all just started appearing, and I was like, where were these earlier? But
I own so many of them.
for real. Yeah, that's what.
even a couple of the movies that I know that don't have legit media releases actually had pretty damn good transfers on.
Like
on
Confessions of a Serial Killer.
Yeah, not too bad. Like even like, you know, the TV movie The Bad Seed remake and like Fright Show and stuff. Like these are just VHS releases that actually look pretty damn good on YouTube.
Well, The
like,
Bad
holy
Seed
fuck.
has a Warner archive.
Yeah, Warner.
DVD. I had a
Oh,
bunch
that's
of
probably why-
VHS.
that's
I watched
right.
tons of VHS for this.
Some Conventions of a Serial Killer have a release somewhere.
Yeah, it's a UK DVD. It's cut to shit, and I
Yeah.
think the YouTube stream is also cut to shit. So
Yeah, exactly. I watched Honeymoon.
and it's terrible. The cut version's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't think the version we watched was cut.
Yeah,
I
you would
watched
know
my-
because there's a brutal rape scene in it.
I watched my tape for
Yeah, I don't
Honeymoon,
think that's good.
and that shit looked really damn good. Even on my fucking big screen TV, I was like, wow, that's
What,
a good looking
Confessions?
fucking tape. Honeymoon.
Oh yeah, I watched
the
that.
tape looked
Confessions. The tape was pretty
I
good.
wish I
on
had some-
It was like a
Confessions, too.
flawless VH. It never even fucked up. Like it never tracked once. It was just perfect through the whole thing. I was like, damn, it's like one of my favorite tapes I have in here. Not like
I
movie
watched
wise.
both those on tape.
It's called a VCR,
Yeah. So
not
on
a,
tape.
not a VHS.
But yeah, man, I own a ton of media releases for the films this year that I watched, so that was kind of a fucking bonus.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Oh,
100.
100. All right, well, is that it?
Testicles.
Do we have anything else to talk about?
Do we normally talk about anything else? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
What we watch. Let's do it, guys.
Don't forget about the audience, JP.
I didn't do their top 10.
Oh my god.
I actually did a
we-
top 10 of the audience.
We don't usually do that for the retro years. I don't think.
Nah, we mainly do that for the other.
We talked themes. We talked how many we have watched. Just things that we noticed. Yeah, man.
Guys, you gotta let me make fun of JP when I can.
Oh, Jeremy, you never gave how much you watched.
23, but I have a mental illness bus pass, so I could.
23.
Amen,
Honestly,
Jeremy.
23 is more than I expected. I expected like 10. So
You know why
me
Jeremy?
too.
You know why Jeremy stopped at 23? Because he tried to Michael Jordan that shit. Because he's from 45 minutes out of Chicago.
No, because he tried to do 22, but fucked up because he fucks up.
I can't wait to watch that full documentary.
It's irony.
That'd
It's,
just
I-
be
A nice
awesome.
little
it's ironic he
weird
did
thing
23. This is funny.
is that opening I made for Dive in the 1985. After I made the final version, it actually had 22 movies in it, which is really weird.
Yeah, 22 shots.
Wait.
Yep.
But no, seriously, I mean, you could realistically watch 22 films and see everything on everyone's list. Like, have a good shot at.
I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see, right?
Not our top 25.
Hey,
bonus.
did you watch Ninja Warriors? Did you watch Ninja Warriors?
No, but I watched such classics as Victims, The Tower.
You know,
I
for the
didn't watch
23
either of
films
them.
that you
I
watched,
watched
you watched
American
some pretty
Ninja.
obscure.
Did anybody watch that?
No.
With
Why'd you
Michael
watch
Dudikoff?
American Ninja?
What?
It's fucking American Ninja.
Wait, we're counting that? I've seen
What do you
that.
mean?
If we're
Everything
counting that, that's
counts.
my number
Dude,
one.
Breakfast Club counts.
I've
everything.
seen 24.
Definitely.
I mean, honestly, man,
Come and
85, 1985.
Oh yeah,
as
I
a
watched
year-
Come and See.
Yeah. 85 as a year is actually a really dope year, just besides,
Oh,
horror films and stuff.
in regular film? Fuck
Dude,
yeah,
it-
dude,
it-
that's the Goonies.
Back to the
Because,
Future.
like I've said,
Back to the
like I said
Future.
before,
Oh
like
yeah, that's the other bullshit one JP watched. Back to the
85
Future.
has, some of my all-time favorite horror movies, but it also has some of my all-time favorite non-horror films from Back to the Future, The Goonies, The
yes,
Breakfast Club, like Weird Science. Like, I'm a huge John Hughes fan, but those films right there are some of my favorites of all time in the same year. It's like 85 is a fucking great year, man, for
I
cinema.
was half tempted to make
Commando?
a top 10 non-horror list.
Pee-wee's Big
And put it
Adventure.
on the
Pee-wee's
Patreon.
That's another one of my favorites. I love Rocky 4. There's so many films, like After Hours, the Scorsese film is one of my favorite Scorsese films. Like, it never ends. There's so many damn good films in 85. Great fucking year, man.
Fuck
Great
yeah, After Hours, man.
Yeah.
One of the underrated Scorsese.
Oh, it's one of the. It's such an underrated movie. It's crazy. It's
This year's so good that me, you, and Dave are actually doing a extended list.
Yep, and it's
After
going to
the
be
show.
video quality. We're going to
Yeah.
put the video up.
So we're
And
going to
gonna
get
be-
really drunk during this recording and then record a 25 to 11 on camera with
Yep.
our shirts off.
Hey,
Okay.
happy worse
No,
than the
maybe
Joe
not the
Pop
shirt.
That's why I'm not
Part
joining.
3.
Really, Carl, that's the only reason why people would actually want to watch. Nobody wants to see us with our shirts off.
I'll
Maybe
just be there with
Dave,
the shirt
Dave
off.
is in really good shape, though. He's fucking pretty built.
He is pretty ripped.
Yeah.
Again, it's not going to be
I am
right
not
now.
ripped.
Right now,
I'd say
I'm
for an
by,
old man, he's
coronavirus.
doing pretty
For an
well.
old man, he's got a nice body, man. And I felt
My
his
pecs
body
look
before.
great.
Physically, I
You
felt
were-
his body. He's a
That's
hard
because-
motherfucker.
That's because he works out like fucking Max Cady in Cape Fear.
Yeah. Gotta
I
respect
took a
that shit,
picture
man.
today mimicking Robert De Niro, and it was very sad how much I look like Robert De Niro when I did that face. Like Robert De Niro from that movie, like at age like 40. I was like,
And that's when you bit, and that's after you bit
Robert
the,
De Niro in that
and
movie.
that's after you bit the chick's cheek off.
She had it coming.
But yeah, you guys could check that out on either Dave's Patreon or our Patreon. So check out Dave's Patreon if you haven't yet. He has a
It'll-
great show.
It'll
Extended
eventually
list.
hit on my channel at later, but it's going to
Yeah, we're going to keep it on the Patreon for a little while, though. You know what I mean?
Something
so it,
new.
it will be available for other people later. But for a while, the extended list, check it out on the Patreon.
That's right, man. Something new.
Yeah, something new. I wanted. I think it's a good time too because we watch all these damn movies. Why not talk more about them?
Yeah.
You know, I
what
actually
mean?
thought of this before of doing extended lists, not doing the whole video Patreon thing, but just doing extended for whatever.
Let's do
Yeah,
it.
Never
yeah,
did it.
It's
Just never
100
did
from
it.
It's actually
85.
dumb that we waited like 10 of them to do this.
Hell, and the next one we do, and
Hey, man,
I'll,
it's
I'll
just
fucking join in too.
It's
Fuck it.
progressive. It's progressive, JP. Just look at it that way.
True,
Even
true.
though we're a little bit behind the ball on it, but either way.
Give us your money.
Give us your money
Just-
to watch the
that's
25
last
to
podcast
11
what they
list.
always do that. It's being just like, give me your money.
Who knows? For some people, that those lists might even be more. Maybe the shock value might be a little bit higher for it.
We got
Yeah,
basic
those lists could
I
definitely
guarantee
be more interesting because of the variance that you could see.
Oh,
with
for sure.
3 lists from 25 to 11.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
for sure.
That's where we're going to see the Breakfast Club on JP's or some shit. The Goonies.
Back to the Future, Breakfast
Dude,
Club.
listen, I have a strong case for the Goonies being horror. I'm just saying.
Fucking Runaway Train, man.
Oh, that movie
Another one
was
from
great.
85. To Live and Die
I
in
didn't
LA.
watch
85.
It's awesome.
Running Trains is making
Like-
amazing. I just ordered the Arrow.
Dude,
fucking
John
canon,
P.
bro.
Ryan in Runaway Train is the best thing ever.
It's the best canon movie ever made.
Probably is.
One of my
It
favorite
is.
Jackie Chan movies, Police Story, came out in 85. Like, it just never ends, man. Das Boot. Das Boot.
I mean,
Oh my
it's-
god, that
It
movie.
may not be the best, but it's the most well made canon movie ever.
It might be the best. I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean,
Eric Roberts and John
objectively,
Boyd are
maybe
amazing
not
in it.
subjectively.
oh, shit,
Yeah, Eric
man.
Robertson is fucking fantastic.
We even
in
got
it.
Tough Turf. We got Remo Williams. We got fucking Private Resort. The Legend of Billie Jean. Man, this is a great year. It's just like movies after
Year
movies
of
I love.
canon, man. It's
Yeah,
the year of
totally.
canon.
Yeah,
Well, I
Canon
said
was
Canon,
killing
New
it.
World Pictures, and Dino De Laurentiis were pumping shit out that was good.
Even one of my favorite Woody Allen movies was made that year, the Purple Rose of Cairo, man. I love that.
I love that movie too.
Brewster's Millions. Like, fuck, how can you go wrong with that Walter Hill film, man? It's crazy.
Yeah, you got
John
everybody's
Candy,
favorite
Richard
movies.
Pryor, fucking amazing shit. It never ends. 85 is a great year. But, with that said, we should probably get into these top 10 lists before this goes on for 19 hours.
Yeah,
Real.
All right,
let's do
let's
it.
do this.
22 shots.
Today, we're counting down our picks for the top 10 movies of 1985.
All right, so let's get into this top 10. First thing we got to do here is figure out the actual order that we're going to be breaking these lists down in. I've got the random.org randomizer ready to go here.
So you're saying we're adding new elements to the show. Again, we're cutting edge here.
We're
adding randomized.
Relax, Charles Band. Your name's Charles Band.
I feel like they deserved. I feel like we deserve like an extra $1 per show. We just came up with this randomizer idea.
Charlie Band.
I like this idea.
All right, so I've got the randomizer in front of me. This is the exact one I used for my series back in the day, the 81, 88 series. So what we're going to do is just hit
the cursed one because that's the one I use for the years too. So we're using the cursed randomizer. Yeah, okay. Random. Random.org.
Am I just going to hit this once or should I hit it 85 times? No, I'm just joking.
No, this once.
All right, so I'm going to hit the randomizer right now. And okay, so we have JP up first.
Ooh, really?
Finally,
you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. I had a feeling that it was going to be me, which is weird because normally I'm like, I play the odds and I'm like, well, chances are it's not going to be me.
This is actually kind of a funny list. So JP,
I'm going to be last. I know
JP's first. Dave is going second.
I knew it.
Carly is third.
Ew.
Derek is fourth. I'm fifth.
Oh, finally.
And Jeremy is last. Go figure, the guy that gets first every single time. Jeremy's anchoring this shit.
Do the victory hand gesture, Jeremy, like, you know, your hands up in the air, like, yeah.
And my most vulnerable time, I finally get to be last. Yes.
There you go, man. There you go. So that worked out.
The end of the world.
Everybody remember their spots? Okay, so with that said,
number 4, yep. Okay.
JP is up. What is your number 10?
I'm up. My number 10, it is Cat's Eye. Stephen King's Cat's Eye. This film is this is a film that I've always loved ever since I first seen it. I remember the first time I seen it, I had like Nesquik. I remember a big cup of Nesquik, and I used to do this thing when I was a kid where I would take the spoon that I stirred it up with, and I would drink it by taking spoonfuls of it, and that's how I would drink it.
I love Dane's Cook's stand-up joke about Nesquik, where you would drink it, and then when you get to the end of the glass, you'd fucking get like a huge like chunk of powder into your eye, and it would fucking burn your eye because it doesn't disintegrate at the bottom of the glass no matter how much you stir it.
You thought Nesquik was fun, but it was just basically making you make your own fucking food. Like, this is fun. I'm preparing my lazy ass fucking drink.
There's
hated that powder shit,
and the
man.
syrup. The powder was my jam. I didn't like the syrup.
No, see, I was the opposite, man. The syrup mixed better. The powder always had little lumpies in it.
I know, but the powder tasted like this weird powder taste to it.
It all tastes like shit.
JP likes
essentially
chalk,
did taste like shit, man. I honestly
Yoo-hoo
don't
only. Yoo-hoo or bust.
Yoo-hoo is good. That's a Midwest.
Like water and chocolate.
That's a Midwest.
I don't drink anything like that.
Yoo-hoo's not Midwest. It's everywhere.
Yes, it is.
It's fucking everywhere. I've drank Yoo-hoo my whole life.
Volvatine in my day.
Capri Sun is Midwest.
Yes, the gray balls are speaking right now. Nice.
Remember Tang? I remember Tang.
I love Tang, man.
Tang's still around.
I want to snort some Tang right now.
How about that grape drink? Amazing stuff.
Yeah, I love the grape drink. I want some of that.
No, it was literally called Drank.
Drank.
DRANK. It wasn't even.
You want a budget on that, JP?
What's that?
You want a budget and a gross on Cat's Eye?
Yeah.
The budget was $7 million. This is domestic, and I got these from like Box Office Mojo, any of the bigger titles that I thought people might have on their list. I kind of copied down, and the gross was $13 million. And this is only domestic, and I don't know how 100% accurate these sites are, but that's what it looks like. Cat's Eye was a fairly successful movie. Yeah.
It was still. I mean, there was a run of Stephen King movies from Carrie on where it was just like hit. I think probably Children of the Corn was before this one. But Cat's Eye, man. It's an anthology film. It follows a cat that weaves through the three stories and kind of becomes the hero of the third. The first story is Quitters Inc., where this guy goes to this company to try to quit smoking. Who's the actor that plays
James Woods?
James Woods. I love James Woods.
He's fantastic.
He's awesome. And dude, I've always loved this segment just because of how bonkers it is. It's like, dude, what? It's silly. It's not realistic, but it's crazy and it's messed up. So these smoker people, this company like does whatever they can to stop him from smoking. He's like crouched on the ground, like behind his desk, like about to light up, and still gets caught and stuff. It's hilarious. The second segment is the ledge, which the very first time I seen it, so intense. It's super intense, but if you see it a few times, it loses like its intensity.
It gets cheesier with the acting.
I think it's the best one. I love Kenneth Millen in that one. I'm just keeping you on your toes. He's the best part of that movie.
Dude, even rewatching that shit, man, I still have a hard time with that one, man, because I'm terrified of heights. It's like the one phobia I have, and watching that shit just kills me, man. It's the most effective for myself because of my obvious phobia.
It's scary. It's having to walk around the whole building.
Dude, it's terrifying. Could you imagine having to do that? Fuck no.
It's essentially almost the same story as the episode of Creep Show, Something That Tied You Over, which is also a Stephen King thing. So it's very similar to that one. It's very similar.
Yeah,
that's very right.
The thing I like about this fucking sorry to cut you off there, is like it's very Twilight Zone-y, these segments.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I think and the third segment is anything with like in anthology films. You think of like the big ones, right? Like I think of Trilogy of Terror, obviously, and this is like the Zuni fetish doll version of Trilogy of Terror. You know what I mean? And I like when anthologies throw a little creature segment in there. Like you got Tales from the Hood with the voodoo dolls. I've always appreciated that, and I like this little troll imp thing that steals your breath.
Slimy Little Bastards is another one. Halloween Spooky.
Some modern day classic anthology, man. Yeah, that was a great plug, by the way. That was a great plug. Way to stick that in there.
Halloween Spooky's got it too.
Got to come out on Blu-ray.
But yeah, so it's a very solid anthology. I like the wraparound. You got some nods to Stephen King in there with Cujo and Christine and stuff like that, which I like. The Saint Bernard and the whatever kind of car Christine was.
Plymouth,
and
yeah, there's a lot of those.
Yeah, and it's one that I debated, like, should I put this on my list? But at the end of the day, this list is very heavily leaning on like my favorites, and it's a very nostalgic list.
Yeah.
For me. Which is, it's funny because Moods always talks about 85 being like one of the prominent years for his life, but it is for me too, even though I wasn't alive. You know what I mean? Like these films all I watched as a kid. And yeah, Cat's Eye.
I think it was only me and Old Man Stinky Balls that were alive at this time.
I wasn't alive. I was born in '86, bro. Me and Derek.
Yeah, we were -1.
For some reason I was thinking you guys were born in '84. Fuck. Yeah, that's right.
Man.
Dave just seems so old, man.
Like
I'm older and sexier, like a gray fox.
Yeah, I definitely thought you were older.
I got the salt and pepper here too, Dave. So I'm
looking like Tom Skerritt over here, guys. I'm Dallas, baby, from Aliens.
I'm like fucking Vincent D'Onofrio. We could have been in a fucking all-star cast right now.
Yeah, but Cat's Eye, I love how they use the miniatures in the third story, because it's not like the typical, little claymation like Basket Case or anything, but the way they build like the set to be giant and he's running around there, it's very effective. Right? It's very effective.
And fun fact, the voice of the troll is Frank Welker, who was the voice of Fred from Scooby-Doo and Megatron, Transformers.
It's got a very good cast in that one. Mike Starr pops up in there, and I can't think of the actor who's alongside James Woods, but he's a pretty veteran character actor too. The guy who's like constantly in his like weird satirical nightmare shit, where it's like he's like making jokes on him and stuff.
Drew Barrymore is pulling a Toby Hooper in this one on the coke and shit.
What? She's like 5.
She was doing coke at that time, man.
No way. I was like 5 years old.
Dude, this is only a couple years removed from E.T., man. I think she was only like 8 in this movie.
Yeah.
That's when she was partying, man.
Derek's slandering. He's going to go to jail for libel.
If you read the story, she was doing drugs at that age, man. Tell you.
Snorting coke at 8.
It must have been James Naughton giving her fucking drugs or some shit.
Is that damn troll?
Yep.
All right. Well, I really like this film. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
That actually kind of shocked me. I wasn't expecting Cat's Eye. So
glad it popped up.
Interesting.
Yeah, great score by Alan Silvestro too. Who also did Back to the Future score at this era and went on to score like Avengers movies.
He was busy in '85, man. Busy in '85.
And Louis Teague's second Stephen King movie after Cujo.
Yeah,
and he also did the phenomenal Alligator from 1980.
Great movie.
Alligator's
I love
amazing.
Alligator. I saw Alligator at the drive-in
Yeah, that was one of my favorite memories.
Better than Jaws.
Robert Forster,
Who said that?
R.I.P.
I don't know about that, but
I'm fucking around. I like it better.
I agree.
I like it better. It's not better, but I like it better.
I watch it more.
Jaws grew on me so much over the years.
Me too.
I mean, Jaws is like arguably one of the greatest horror films ever made. Alligator's just one of my favorites.
Jaws is a national treasure here. That was filmed here.
Not as good as Jaws 3.
Jaws 3, man, 3D. That's the best sequel.
Not as good as The Last Shark.
Jaws 2 is the
Honestly,
only one
dude, The
worth
Last
a
Shark,
damn.
I legitimately love that movie.
I love that movie, dude.
Yeah.
Vic Morrow. Precautions were made. They were made.
Dude,
Vic Morrow's fucking should have won an Oscar for that.
He's amazing in that movie, for sure.
R.I.P. Vic Morrow.
One thing we actually did forget to talk about in the intro, now that I think about it, because JP just brought up the fact that he's like, his list is basically his favorites. That just
Oh
talking about
yeah,
how
how'd you make your list?
how we
Favorites
make your list.
or
Did you do it like, objectively, or did you just do it purely favorites subjectively?
A mixture.
It's a mixture of both. There's one in particular. When I get to it, I'll explain why it's in that place.
Okay, so Dave and Derek are kind of a mixture. What about you, Carly?
For once, I did mine by favorites. I decided to do, but they're pretty much like in order by ranking as well for the most part. There's probably like 2 out of line, but I looked at the list and I thought I'm going to be true to myself and do it by like favorites.
Yeah, also I wanted to mention, like, by favorites, I did rate some films also 9, but they're not on the list. And, like, you know what I mean? Like, in that sense.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
everything's going to be a 10 is what you're saying?
No. Hey, man. Hey, man.
Out of 10, Derek.
I did not
If this
give
is the year to do it, do it.
I didn't do any Bruno Matthias a 10. You remember that, man.
Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Mixture.
Okay. Everybody knows I do mine by solely favorites. That's how I do my list. So.
Okay, so to clarify, I did when I say I went more by favorites. It just so happens that I also have like my favorites the highest rated too. But this was the one, for example, like I have other films, Cat's Eye. I have other films that I would consider better than Cat's Eye that didn't make my list, but I just like Cat's Eye a lot more. So that was kind of the one. And then there's like my number 6, I think is a better movie than maybe my couple above it, but I have it kind of rated around the same. So I put the other ones, but all my ratings will match up in descending.
Mine don't, and it hurts me, but like,
oh,
I had to do
what?
it this time. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, I have, like, I'm pulling, like, who was that? Brandon that did that? Like, at 6.5 as his number 1. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so I pulled that this time, and it physically hurts me, but I just felt like it was more
Oddly enough,
realistic.
because generally my list, I'll have, like, a 10, and then I'll have, like, an 8.5 even higher than or whatever.
Yeah, I can't. I hate it, but
this list is actually completely in order, just because it is my favorites and the way it kind of, I just worked out like that, so.
Same moods. It's in order still, but it's just I left some films off of it just because.
Oh yeah, I had to leave off a couple too. I actually went back and forth on but we'll get there. So
yeah.
JP, that's it.
Yep, that's Cat's Eye, 8.5 out of 10.
All right, who's up next?
I am. Okay. Coming in at number 10. Remind you, with my top 10, I went more horror movies because 85 has so many good titles, and I didn't want to kind of skew over to exploitation because there's a lot of excellent exploitation movies.
Yeah.
So coming in at number 10, with a $2.2 million budget, grossing $21 million, is the fifth in the Friday the 13th series, Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, directed by Danny Steinman.
I don't know why I never expected to hear this on your list. It's crazy.
This is actually my favorite Friday the 13th. I don't think it's the best. I do.
Wow.
But I adore this movie. I think it's perfectly sleazy. I don't give a fuck. It's not Jason. I just want to see a bunch of hot people fucking getting killed when I watch a Friday the 13th movie, and I get it. It has a lot of cool cast members. We have
it has arguably
from Return of the Living Dead. We have Miguel Nunez and we have Suicide and Spider from Return of the Living Dead in here. So we got so much crazy stuff going on. I love the kills, even though they're kind of cut, but the characters are fun. It's just I really dig this one, and I really like it, and it's so goofy and weird. Like I think it's the funniest fucking thing ever, even though it's such in poor taste when he kills the poor mentally handicapped kid. You're way out of line. He axes him in the back.
You know what? He didn't like that chocolate bar though, man. I didn't like that guy either.
He's fucking walking around wiping chocolate on fucking everything.
Yeah, that's typical Danny Simon's fashion though. Because in Savage Street, in Savage Streets, he had the fucking mute deaf girl get raped. You know what I mean?
Linnea Quigley in that movie. I mean, he's super trashy, and I love it. It's more sleazy than any of the.
I've always said this is the sleaziest Friday film,
hands down. And I actually,
dude snorting coke and shit out in a car, like little sleazeball.
The mental, like the guy who dropped
retarded.
Yeah. No, the guy who dropped the fucking.
Yeah, stroke.
Who, me?
He's like, yeah, he's like the neighbor in Beavis and Butthead.
You got fucking Nunez taking a shit in this movie. It's awesome.
Jerking off in the tool shed.
Yeah, fucking.
What were we gonna say, Derek?
No, I was gonna say that he was the guy that dropped a fucking dude off at the place.
Yeah. And he goes to meet the girl who's like, it's showtime, which is really
showtime.
And amazing.
Yeah, that's the best form of nudity ever because it is so pointless. Nobody does that.
That's the kind of shameless shit I love.
You're not allowed
unlike,
to anymore.
Some of the shitty like other movies that we were talking about at point. Like that's the perfect amount of shameless and sleaze that I just brings a smile to my face. Like it's tasteless, but it's funny because it's so tasteless and it's also vastly entertaining. That's why it's my favorite. Number 10 on here. I mean, actually,
there's a lot of kills in this one too. There's like 20 some kills.
A lot.
A lot of them are off screen, but it's still fun. And plus, you got cool ass characters like Reggie the Reckless.
Yep.
He's like, you scared of spiders? He's scared of spiders on a string. Like that makes him.
And it's a sincere performance by Sam. What's the guy's name who plays? Is it Sam? I don't.
Sam Shepard.
Is it actually Sam Shepard? Because there's a classic actor named that too, and that's what's coming to mind. But I don't think it's
Shepard.
It's John Shepard. Yeah, I think
John
you're right.
Shepard,
Yeah, he gives a real sincere performance. Like he's actually kind of scary, and I like how this one ends. I wish they would have followed with that, and I think we would have had some. And that's why 6 I used to really like, but it kind of disappoints me after this. But
he's my least favorite Tommy Jarvis, but I have grown to really. I think that his performance makes more sense than Tom Matthews.
Yeah, I mean,
even though I like Tom Matthews better.
Even though I wonder where he learned kung fu from.
It's fucking the 80s, dude. What do you mean? Everybody learns kung fu from the same place. Either karate,
the mental institution.
Did you say you're disappointed by part 6 now, Dave?
Yeah.
Man, it's my favorite one. I love it.
I mean, it's a different kind of thing, and a lot of fans like it and stuff. But it's just, I guess I like the sleazy aspects of Friday the 13th as I got older and kind of switched.
6 is
no. I get that. The thing I like about
tame.
6, man, it's got my favorite Jason, and
he looks great in it.
It just feels like a big Friday film. It just feels like they're always kind of moving around. It just feels a lot bigger, but.
You got the trailer that tips over. Jason fucking.
It's almost like a Terminator movie. Really, Terminator
like
chasing him.
Alice Cooper and shit.
Yeah,
it's not bad. It's just
great soundtrack, and it's got the greatest camel toe shot of all time. Right, like it's just the best shot ever. So
I love in Friday 5 Violet when she's up there listening to that song, doing the robot and shit.
That's great.
Yeah, it's just I love the characters.
No light in his eyes.
That song, I love that song.
Well,
yeah,
the thing is,
so much fun characters.
It's so trashy, like the idea of like, let's set this at like a halfway house with mentally disturbed people and just fucking kill them all off by fucking Jason. And then like it's a mean-spirited movie, and Steinman's movies are mean-spirited as hell. Like Savage Streets is too. I love it.
I love Savage Streets.
On the tomato meter from the critics, it got a 16%. From the audience score, it's a 26%. I have a good quote here for a good review from it, and a quote from a bad review. So the good, Fred Topple, he puts the worst Jason story, but the best nudity of the entire series. He's not wrong. And then
W.C. Voorhees, man.
Jeffrey Anderson said all he put was, "This one just annoyed me."
That's great.
That's an amazing
that's
review.
Not a wrong statement.
Neither statement.
Yeah.
The movie's not annoying. I think the ending is just one of those points where people can't seem to forget, and that's the annoyance.
Dude, what do you mean? Jason in a human mask.
You saw Jason like 3 years ago. Who gives a fuck?
I'm generalizing because that seems to be the main problem with this film, is that people accept the whole movie until the end. They're like, fuck part 5. It wasn't even fucking Jason, man. You know,
dude,
and
listen,
that's all they remember from it, man.
Over the years.
And at that point, they forget about Voorhees' tits and all the sleaziness that happened before, and the awesome characters from Nunez and
I don't
and
know
all that
how
goodness.
People knew that it wasn't Jason. As a kid, I still thought it was Jason for years. But I was just like, Jason's wearing
people seem to forget that they're axing up retards that are, trying to hand out chocolate bars and stuff. You know, they forget about that. They're just like, oh, fuck, it's not Jason.
But they forget the main source of this is that Once Bitten is actually a prequel to Friday 5.
Because he's in it. He's in it.
Yeah, Joey's looking for creamsicles and shit.
Yeah.
Also, Deborah Sue Voorhees is in another movie from '85 called Appointment with Fear.
Weird.
And she doesn't show her boobs in it, even though they have her have a nude pool scene, but she's not nude. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's weird.
I sadly watched that whole movie, even though you told me not to. And
did I steer you wrong? I was right.
You were correct.
Which movie?
Appointment of Fear. Like nothing. I've never seen a movie where just nothing is going on the whole movie somehow.
I would suggest
Dick Shark.
Changed it to Appointment with Fear and drink yourself into a slumber.
No, and it's almost 4 hours.
Oh God, I don't like movies over like.
That sounds like a great epic commentary. Dick
Beelzebub doesn't know about editing. You don't know what it is.
And honestly, like Austin told me that this film wasn't directed well. But honestly, dude, there's some great shots in this film in Friday 5. Like the dream sequences and stuff are all done really well. The light, the lightning in the dark, and it looks really good. It's a really good, well done.
Serious. When do you ever be like, my biggest critique on the Friday the 13th movies is they're not directed well. It's fucking Friday the 13th, bro.
But they are directed better than
for exploitation
most
movies.
80s slashers.
Well. Yeah, they
honestly,
are done well.
They're actually not that directed. They're not directed that bad, for sure.
No.
Yeah.
I don't really pay attention to that stuff anyway, unless it's horribly bad.
8.5.
8.5. Dave, did you watch Avenging Angel? Because she was in that film too.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
And she doesn't show her tits in that one. She's actually kind of more of like an extra. She plays a hooker on the street in Avenging Angel. And
I wonder if she didn't want to do it after this one because like Steinman probably was like,
I'm the porn director too.
No, the thing is, this movie got released like beginning of January of '85. So I'm assuming that she was in Friday 5 way after, right? Who knows? On depending when they filmed and stuff. But yeah, she's a hooker that doesn't show her tits, but she's recognizable in it.
So you said 8.5 on that, Dave.
Yep.
Nice. So she was in 3 films in '85. That's crazy, and she only has like 5 or 7 acting credits, and 3 of them are '85.
Yeah.
Or 4 of them actually. Dallas also, but who's next?
So that would be me. All right, so my number 10 is Confessions of a Serial Killer. I thought this movie was really good. First time watch. Picked this up actually at that convention.
It's on your list. I would assume it's good.
You know what? I'm leaving. I'm done.
For stating the obvious, man. Fuck. Come on.
I'm just gonna get roasted the whole time.
Welcome to my world.
Okay, I picked this up when we went on that convention in Gettysburg, and it's crappy VHS quality.
It's a boot.
It is a boot. Am I allowed to say that, or will I go to prison for having a bootleg?
You're allowed to have some bootlegs to films that aren't released.
Dude, if it's only on VHS, man, bootlegs are cool.
Okay, cool. I have a bootleg.
Fuck it, Carly. It's the end of the world.
I'm calling the cops right now. I got them on the phone right now.
We also got the Ripper on boot from there.
We sure did.
The boot.
We sure did.
Das Boot.
Yes. 100. But yeah, this movie I thought was really eerie. I like the score that plays throughout it. I think it's really creepy. I think the dude that plays main guy, which what's his name, like Daniel, whatever, I don't know
Hawkins.
the actor's
Daniel
name.
Hawkins.
Okay, yeah, I was calling him like David Smith on like the His and Hers podcast. I feel like a dumbass.
Davey
but,
Boy Smith.
Sure. But I think he's really good, portraying Henry, and I think his just dialogue throughout the movie and his matter-of-fact personality is fantastic, and I thought it was really good. I watched it twice, and it grew on me a lot more the second time around, so gave it an 8 out of 10. I wish I would rather watch it on like better quality, but for what I saw, I liked it. It was good. 8.
Nice. Yeah, I really like that movie too. It's Robert Burns, I believe is his name. He actually was the set designer on Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and he also worked on Future Kill from this year. So yeah, he does a tremendous job in that role, and it's honestly closer to the actual case files of Henry Lee Lucas than Henry. Even though we all know that story's bullshit now, but but still, it's a tremendous, and it's creepy as fuck. There's some really nasty stuff in that movie. Make sure you see the uncut version though.
I'm pretty sure it was, but I can't be certain.
I think it was because I'm pretty sure there was like an extended rape.
Yeah, that rape scene is like one of the most nauseating rape scenes I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like pretty upsetting.
I actually haven't seen it because I couldn't find a copy of it to watch.
Should have let me know.
Irreversibles.
It's different. I mean, there's nothing grosser than the Irreversible. I can't find a budget on that movie, and I can't find a gross on it.
Because
that movie was
Irreversible? How ironic.
85, but it wasn't released till 92, I don't think, on tape. And was that a new Concord tape? Was it a new Horizons tape?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. So that's Corman, too. The movie was unfairly treated, I think, too.
Yeah, it's a good film.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, Carly.
Would you rate it,
That's
Carly?
all right. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Good shit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm next. My number 10. This film kind of is relevant today, especially in some shit we were talking about earlier, and that is Larry
Warning
Cohen's
sign.
The Stuff.
I thought it was going to be warning sign because of the corona.
No, but
No, that's a good, yeah.
Yeah, because like we were talking about the shortage of food and stuff, and the stuff is kind of about consumerism of food and shit, like we were saying earlier, and like our pre-game with like.
At this point, I wish we actually had some of the stuff, man. Jesus, I'm craving that shit, man.
Would you eat the stuff if it was?
Fuck yeah, dude! It's fluffy and shit. Oh, that sounded like I was.
I always like movies like this too, where it's like an Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of storyline with like a mixture. It's a little bit different though, especially like the stuff is kind of like a alien substance that is consuming people as they consume it. I kind of like that aspect of it. I like the cast in this. I like Michael Moriarty as the main dude. I always like him and Larry Cohen stuff. Like he was in like Q the Winged Serpent and It's Alive 3 and Pick Me Up. He was actually the truck driver.
Pick Me Up.
Pale Rider too. The
yeah, OG Law and Order. Dave, I know Michael Moriarty.
Yeah, good actor.
Yeah,
he's in Troll, your favorite movie.
Here is Harry Potter Senior.
Freaking Harry Potter.
Oh, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, it's your thunder. Sorry,
it's my thunder. Yo, Dave. This is
Dave
not
just
the
wants the whole storm to.
Dave, this ain't the Wild Bunch episode, dude.
I'm sorry, I knew more than you. What can I say?
Oh.
You knew way more than me. I'll tell
The
you.
stuff
that.
has such a great cast, man. Danny Aiello, it's awesome, man. Rest in peace.
The stuff is a movie that I didn't like when I watched it. And then I
always used to give me
rewatched.
shit because I always used to rate it so high, and you're like, "What the fuck's with the stuff?" And I'm like, "Dude, it's the
I
stuff."
liked it on rewatch. I watched it on the Joe Bob thing on Last Drive-In, and I never finished it all the way. I forgot about it, and then like a week ago or whatever, I have the Blu-ray. Which, by the way, why the fuck is that Region B? I thought that movie got released in both.
It did, but it was initially released in UK, so that one from the UK is Region B.
Yeah.
So if I order from Arrow, they send me the fucking Region B one? That's stupid.
Depends if you order from UK.
Sometimes, man.
Order from UK.
Just get a goddamn all region player. For
I
fuck's
do have
sakes.
one. I watched it on my all region fucking player.
Well,
but
then what you
it's a pain in
bitching
the
about,
ass.
motherfucker?
It's a pain in the ass. Regions are fucking dumb, and Arrow's fucking dumb for selling shit to the US that is fucking region coded.
No, you're stupid for
When
ordering
they
by
have
not looking at
they
the
have
region
full
coding.
version. They have the full version available.
Yeah, but why they don't carry the American releases in the UK? They send them to the United States.
Well,
and
why
there's
can't
probably
they make,
have an
why
Arrow.
can't they make an American site?
They do. It's just way more expensive
Yeah,
because they have to
it's
charge
owned by
to ship up to
MVD.
the States.
MVD.
Listen,
Yeah,
fuck
it's cool.
Arrow. Just saying.
We're giving you reasonable.
There's a Canadian
explanation.
Arrow too, and there's no actual website for that either. It's really annoying.
I know. It's just I have nothing but problems when I order from the Arrow UK. It just annoys me. Cases come
really?
broken all the time.
Man, never had one issue.
Well, they sell replaceable cases now.
They send
way.
everything
Yeah, I
express
don't
now
wanna buy
too.
a case
So
to
I'll order
a
shit
case
and
that I
I'll
already
have
bought.
I'll have it 3 days later. It's amazing. I love it.
I just did an Arrow order today.
nothing
Fastest
but
shipping in the
issues.
world.
No, dude,
Love
I got
Arrow.
a pair of Nikes from the Netherlands a couple days ago. It took fucking 2 days to get here. It was crazy.
Did you really?
Yeah.
We're in
That's
a
fucking
fucking
awesome, Jeremy.
pandemic, and this guy's ordering fucking shoes from Dutchland. That's
That's fucking amazing. I love it.
that's awesome.
They fucking discontinued my Nike boots, so I have to buy them before they fucking dry up.
That's
I'm
crazy. You
picturing
found a pair in
Jeremy-
fucking the Netherlands, though. That's awesome.
I'm picturing
This
Jeremy
guy's
like
stocking
wearing
up on
Nike.
shoes instead of toilet paper. That's
I'm
crazy.
picturing fucking
Fuck, I haven't bought
Jeremy in
anything in
Nike
like a
boots
month.
just curb stomping people and shit. Like they're in the apocalypse.
$1.7 million budget on the stuff, and I couldn't find a gross on that.
That's got to be one of the highest budget Larry Cohen films of all time. Jesus.
And it's one of the cheapest of the year too.
You know what? I said that in my review. I thought that it looked more expensive than any of the Coen things that I'd seen.
I think they did a good job on the effects, man.
It's honest. It's good effects, but it just feels big and looks not cheap.
Yeah. And Paul Sorvino's second 85
I think it's
movie
also a
after
combination
Schiller.
of having that social commentary in there too. You know, it's the lower budget film, but it has that commentary. And it just feels bigger with that, man, because they explore it. You know.
Yeah. Like I said, it's kind of scary because even with like the virus and shit that we're having now, it's kind of scary. Like we could get into like where we might have to go to a militant radical to solve the situation in that sense too, which is kind of scary.
Happen.
You never know, Jeremy. It's getting scary out there with fucking gray hair now president out there now.
Don't
Trump.
I believe in anything
Don't
now.
insult President Doofus in front of JP. We know he
President
doesn't
Trump.
Doofus.
I'm just saying.
President game show host.
Yep.
Richard Dawson?
Dude,
Imagine that'd be amazing.
Richard Dawson was
the Running Man?
From The Running Man. Yeah, that'd be great.
Richard Dawson, he went around and fucking kissed all those ladies on Family Feud. He didn't care if they were black, white, Asian.
He got herpes for
coronavirus infected.
Little kids,
whatever.
8-year-olds, you know.
He got the HIV and corona and all that in his dick.
That dude was a G.
Those videos of him kissing people are so gross.
Fuck.
So, what did you rate that, Derek?
I gave it an 8.5 also.
I'm surprised we're not starting at 10s. Okay.
This fucking guy.
Oh, you should have faith on me, Jimmy.
I don't think Derek has ever rated anything a 10 on you guys' show. Okay, sorry.
Imagine a top 10 of 10s. That would
His
be amazing.
10s are justified.
If there's
85.
a year with 10 10s, I want to do that year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, man.
I mean, I don't think I've ever had more than 2 10s in a year. Ever.
Wow. All right, so
I don't think I've ever had 2 10s in a year.
I did.
Okay, I guess I am up next here. All right.
What about me?
You're last.
You're last.
Laugh, bro.
I thought you already went moods. I'm sorry.
that was Derek. I'm
actually very curious to see Moods as number 10.
All right, so coming in at number 10 from the year 19... No, I'm stealing Brandon's joke. I got to do it every time.
I thought about doing it at the very beginning.
It
and
always
I was like,
makes
I've
me
done
laugh.
it like 70 times now. So
That's fucking Brandon's so funny for that shit. But yeah, coming in at number 10 is a Spanish film, actually from Mexico. And this was a first-time watch for me a few days back. I actually rewatched it again last night to make sure. This movie is fun as fuck, man. Cemetery of Terror. Man.
Yeah, that's the one that I forgot to watch.
Has
That's the one that
legitimately...
I told you that I forgot to watch.
This movie
I didn't watch it either.
Is legitimately...
I'm the one that asked for it, and I forgot to watch it.
I have known about this movie for years and years, and I was so pissed off because I could have bought this double feature DVD long time ago. I passed on it, shit went out of print, and now it's just like insanely expensive and hard to find. So I never seen it. Lo and behold, the god Dave actually has a copy of this. He uploaded it, so I got a chance to see it in a good transfer and stuff. Fell in love
Dave
with
was
this, man.
around. He's so old. He was around when the original release came out. He had a
Exactly,
chance
man.
to buy it at
Thanks,
Walmart.
JP. Fucking thanks, JP. I'm the same age, so now you're making me feel old.
This movie right here, man, it just slowly became one of my... It's definitely going to be like a staple for Halloween for me, man. It's based around Halloween. It's about these cats that, you know, decide that they're going to pull a Halloween prank and steal a body from, you know, the morgue and stuff. But what they don't know is that they steal this body that this person that just got killed, and he was like a fucking, you know, notorious serial killer and shit. They end up bringing him back, you know, reading this shit through this book of magic and stuff, and turns into this like kind of supernatural slasher, but then it has like zombies and shit, and it's crazy, man. It's very atmospheric. It's just a fucking ball of fun, man. I absolutely love this thing. It does have like kind of like a ridiculous subplot with these kids and stuff, but it kind of plays into it and shit like that. But great atmosphere, man. Awesome atmosphere. Not the most original film in the world, but man, I had a shit ton of fun with this, man. So much fun that I rewatched this thing, you know, after 3 days. I was like, I need to watch this again. So, yeah, I was a little bit concerned though, because it's directed by this guy, Ruben Galindo Jr., and he actually directed a film called Don't Panic. I think it came out in 1988, I want to say. Do you know that one, Dave?
What was that?
Do you know the film that he directed in 1988 called Don't Panic?
I have that. It's on the same release, but I haven't watched it. I did watch on that disc. There was like a whole bunch of movies. I watched Vacation of Terror 1 and 2, which are ridiculous movies as well.
Oh, nice.
There's no way I can find a budget on Cemetery of Terror.
Oh no.
Oh, I bet you. But you know, honestly, even at the I assume the budget's super low. But man, I gotta say though, like it's a decently big movie with a lot of cast and like a lot of decent effects in it and stuff too.
It's
Like
got a great atmosphere.
Great atmosphere. Like it kind of goes into a direction where you don't really see it going because you see this kind of supernatural slasher film going on. You're like, okay, and the killer kind of looks like Dave a little bit, like a George Eastman kind of Dave hybrid kind of killer and stuff. It's kind of cool. And
kind of sexy, actually. I think he's like
it's got Hugo Stiglitz.
Yeah, and it's got Hugo Stiglitz in it, and he's like his acting is completely over the fucking top, and this is totally awesome. He's like this inspector that's trying to find like he needs to find this person because he knows that he's going to come back to the
it's a Halloween story.
It's
a Halloween. Like he's after his patient because he's crazy and he killed him once before, but now he's back on the run. It's a rip off of Halloween, which is really weird because it takes place during Halloween.
Yeah,
which is also strange because it's Mexico.
Is fucking Loomis?
Yeah, I was literally just going to say
that.
It's basically a rip off of Halloween that's set in Mexico, which is kind of weird. Right?
Is it weird that they don't really celebrate Halloween in Mexico?
That's what I'm saying. That's the weird part about it is that they set it on Halloween, and it's like, but it's an Americanized film. Right, it's a Spanish film, but it is very, very strange. But yeah, it's essentially a Halloween ripoff, but it has this supernatural slasher mixed with these zombies. Very atmospheric, great cemetery scenes, fucking awesome, awesome, very Fulci-esque, and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is really kind of selling me here. So I rewatched it and I was like, damn, it did the same thing for me the second time around. I was like, I had a lot of fucking fun with this one, man. Again, JP, that sucks. You didn't watch this.
Yeah. You know what's funny is. I found a list. My secret weapon was a list that I found called the top 10 gems from 1985. Somebody put this list together on the internet, and that was their number one gem.
Okay.
Also on the list was stuff like Blackout, Murder Lust, The Midnight Hour, stuff that we knew about. That's one I hadn't heard of.
Yeah.
So I asked Dave, I was like, I spent 3 hours looking for this movie online. Could not find it. Found one copy in Spanish. So I hit up. I saw that it had a DVD release. I'm like, I bet Dave probably has this. It's old as fuck. He probably has it.
Well, the funny thing is,
like $6 for that.
I was like, does anybody have this?
I'm
Dave
so
does.
pissed.
He sends me the file in a shitty format, and I couldn't get it to play on my Xbox.
But now
I forgot about
it. Good though.
Yeah, then he uploaded it good, but I didn't feel like going back and finding it because you guys explode the 85 download chat.
Should have asked about it again.
See, I was worried. I'm not gonna lie. I when I looked it up, I was like, Cemetery Care, okay, and it's by the same director that did Don't Panic, and I own Don't Panic. I have like the shitty UK Vipco DVD release of it and stuff. It's probably cut to shit. Who knows? It looks like trash. It's terrible. And so I'm like, oh fuck, I don't know, man. All right. Going into this shit, I'm like, it's even older. It's probably even worse. No, it's completely opposite. It's so much better. Don't Panic.
Everything about it seemed cool, like based on the description of that article I read. Like it sold me instantly. I was like, because going into this, I kind of had like my 9 and 10 spot a little bit open. I was like, this could be my number 10 right here, and I never fucking got to it. And here it's Moods is number 10.
What is the terrible fucking plot point of kidnapping bodies? And you're already at a fucking cemetery. Why are you going to the hospital to take a body when you're at a cemetery, motherfucker?
Because those ones are bones.
I mean, yes, but it's stupid. It's such a dumb point. Like they do it in Night of the Creeps and Chud 2. It's just not. And children shouldn't play with dead things. People do not dig up bodies. That is not a fraternity prank. That is a fucking felony.
No, it's Doctor and the Devils, man.
Yeah, that's different though. They're getting money for it. I'll dig up bodies all day for cash, but I ain't doing it for a fucking prank.
Yeah.
But who cares?
I get it, but
all the movies are great that do it, so maybe I'm wrong.
It's true, man. Night of the Creeps, man. It's my favorite movie of '86.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I fucking love that movie.
Chud 2.
That's 22 Shots Hall of Famer.
Yeah, man.
Night of the Creeps should be. That's a classic.
Decker.
Speaking of which, we already have
dope,
2 films in the Hall of Fame from this year.
Yeah.
Oh, Day of the Dead's probably definitely one of them.
Yes.
And Demons.
The other, isn't it?
Yeah. Fucking Demons.
That's my favorite thing Derek ever did. He's like, he invented a whole segment to get Demons into the fucking Hall of Fame. He's just like, now I'm doing my Italian
I got a fucking
segment.
nickname because of it. I don't give a fuck.
You're right, Derek. So it doesn't matter. Fuck them.
The more nicknames, the better.
You're right.
Yeah, so that's my number 10, Cemetery of Terror. It is subtitled, so you're going to have to read it if you want to check it out, but I'd highly recommend it. Like I said, it's going to become one of those kind of staple Halloween films for myself.
Needs a release, man.
I would love to see a high def, widescreen.
Let's hit up Vinegar Syndrome
because the atmosphere is so amazing in this. It's so fucking good, man. I love the look of the effects are good. Like for a low budget film, it has that visual quality to it. So, but yeah, that's it. Jeremy, you're up next.
What'd you rate that?
9 out of 10. Sorry.
Oh, so nice. See, I'm not the high fucking rater here.
Oh, dude, I'm definitely.
Oh, I knew Moods was starting 9s.
Oh, this is
coming in hot
man.
too.
I love 85, man. You guys will.
You already came in and you came in regularly normal.
Pretty much.
I guess
it's
gonna get crazy.
Yeah, like you said, I feel like if I'm starting off a top 10 list with like a 7.5 or 8, it's like it's not exciting for myself, man.
These movies have all proved the test of time already.
Yep.
So
that's right.
It's not like a new movie where you're like, I don't know. We've seen these movies probably multiple times, and like if you watch an old movie, you know what I mean. You know how it stands today.
Mm-hmm.
Hail to the
Hail to the king, baby.
Hail to the king,
Jeremy.
All right. At number 10 with a 7.5 out of 10.
Oh, what the fuck?
I just talked about 7.5.
It's like, I would hate something I listed at 7.5. Coming in at a 7.5 out of 10.
I'm being Christian now. Christian started with a 7.
Yeah, in the 70s.
Yeah.
This is the damn 80s. If you tell me you couldn't find an 8 to start,
I have after this. It's all 8s.
So much for not roasting Jeremy.
That's right.
Yeah, JP's like, hey, try to be respectful this episode, and then he's
Jeremy's having a hard time. Let's just be nice to him.
That's okay. Larry Cohen's The Stuff.
Nice.
Oh wow,
good call.
Good call. So as we expect, I love movies that have substance, and this movie has
white stuff.
What?
You love movies that have white shit.
Stuff.
Stuff and substance that has something to say, and this movie clearly has something to say. And as we talked about earlier, I think the fact that Larry Cohen didn't have as much of a restriction to, because we all know Larry Cohen's an amazing writer. If you haven't seen King Cohen, check it out. It's an amazing documentary.
It really is.
But Larry Cohen was just an amazing, amazing writer. So the fact that I think that these movies, a lot of his movies were lower budget, that gave him more opportunities to experiment and do some interesting stuff. And I think that Larry Cohen was just fed up with all the consumerism that was happening in the mid 80s, and this movie clearly tries to talk about it. And I love this stuff. It's fun, even though I gave it a 7.5. But it's not the best made movie, or it's not the best movie in general, but I think that it has enough heart and interesting things to say that it's worth a watch always. So I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
I always, every time I watch it, man, I'm always astounded at like how well the effects are in it. I don't know why. I guess it's because I don't know how they did them, to be honest, but they always seem to hold up to me, man. But
they always call me Mo, because when they give me money, I always ask for Mo.
I appreciate this movie because it's very different from the previous Cohen work, because Cohen was always known for like guerrilla shooting and stuff, and this one just kind of feels like he actually had, paid for,
well,
the
I think
locations.
He says that in King Cohen, doesn't he? Like, this is like the one time he made a real movie.
Oh, but he probably does. I'm probably reciting that from memory, but I don't remember him saying that. But at the same time, it's like you notice it though. Like in his early films, like his blaxploitation films from those are total guerrilla filmmaking and shit. Like even Q, the stories behind Q are crazy.
Yeah, he had to take a full fucking ad out in the New York Times.
I think the craziest thing ever, one of my favorite fucking stories about like filmmaking actually comes from Q, the Winged Serpent, is the fact that the scene where they're shooting up on the high risers and they the machine guns and stuff, but the empty shell casings were falling like 50 stories to the ground, and people were like, they thought there was a fucking war happening up there. They had to shut down the blocks and stuff to figure out what the fuck was going on. I was like, that's great. Could you imagine nowadays doing that? It would never. He would have gone to jail forever for that. That's craziness, man. Like,
Q's a very interesting movie to talk about the fucking aspect of why that movie came about, because of fucking like Larry Cohen was actually supposed to work on a Mike Hammer movie, and then he got fired.
Yeah.
And they still paid him for it, and he used the money that he got paid for it to make fucking Q.
See, Cohen is one of those guys that will die to make a movie. That's why you love Cohen. But the funniest thing is about that, think about that. Cohen's movie, his fucking most expensive movie, this is how cheap his career was, what it cost, was a movie by New World Pictures. His most expensive movie was put up by New World Pictures. That's how fucking cheap Cohen made movies. So, I mean, dude was very innovative.
Mm-hmm. And he wrote fucking Phone Booth.
He was a great writer. Better writer than director, probably. Actually.
He was, man. I mean, I think some of his greatest achievements
The
were
Colin
actually some
Farrell
writings
movie?
and stuff, man.
Yeah, he wrote.
I love that
He
movie.
wrote Phone Booth.
It's a good movie.
You know,
Yeah,
I
cellular
thought
too.
about it long and hard too when I met Larry Cohen, and man, he was grumpy as fuck. Actually, Jeremy was there, but he was grumpy as fuck that day. But I thought about it too, and I'm like, what do I want to get signed by him? And of course, I went with Q because it's just the stories from that and just the way that film was made and shit. I was like, I need to get his signature on this film because it's very
Probably
historic
my
to
least
myself.
favorite movie.
It really, man, it's so good, man. There's so many.
I love Q.
If you read the stories about how that movie was made, JP, I think you would appreciate it a lot more.
I know
can
we even talked to him like, what
appreciate
about the social
it.
commentary? You're like, what's
I don't
social
like
commentary in this fucking movie? But there actually is. But it's just kind of interesting, man. I think it's interesting.
Because that movie's just made on a fly, and it's crazy how good that movie actually is.
And Michael
Just on a
Moriarty,
fly.
he sells the movie for me big time, man. See, this is another one of those cases, dude, that you weren't a fan of the stuff before, then you rewatch and now you are. I think if you rewatch Q,
I watched Q 3 times
with your open chicken noodle fucking Mexican mind,
with Joe Bob the third time, and he couldn't even save it for me. It's all right. It's an all right movie. I don't know. It's boring.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe when you get older. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe when you mature and shit.
Maybe I get into Dave's
When you
age.
upgrade from
another
chicken noodles to
He's like 40, guys. Like, I don't
When you're
know
like
why.
50 years old, man, you can appreciate
Charlie, you know
stuff
I'm
like
the same
Q.
age as Dave, so
Sorry, Derek.
making me feel old.
Well, let's
No,
put it
but-
this way, man. Q's a lot better film than Full Moon High that he did the year before. That movie's terrible.
Oh my god, that might be the worst Coen film.
It is
Yeah,
the worst
I-
Coen film ever. It's so fucking not funny. He did this weird kind of offbeat comedy, and it's just like, oh, it's not.
The
funny.
only
It
thing that
doesn't work.
saves that movie is Alan Arkin's performance as the detective. He's like the weird wild card. of that
Dave,
movie.
have you seen that one?
No, I actually have not, but I Alan Arkin.
It's kind of like it's kind of like a love letter to like the
I was a teenage werewolf or some shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That's exactly what he's doing with it. Yeah, yeah. But it's not funny though.
The opening of the stuff is so funny that there's like, eat this snow. I'm not eating snow. Which is like as funny as old guys arguing. It's always such a weird way to open a movie. And
the weirdest part
unless
about
the
that
writer
scene-
could never make
What
that.
What I
Never
would
make
have
that.
liked about this stuff a little bit more, I want to see how they got it to be the biggest product in the world. Like
It's addictive.
that- No. I'm just saying that I want to see that part of it because it goes from this cool that we found this shit to like mass produced.
Well, didn't you see the commercials, man? Who wouldn't eat this stuff?
No,
Those
no,
commercials are so
I
funny.
Oh my god, this is going to be Scream 2 all over again. This is
I
Scream
want
2 all over
anything
again.
called stuff.
You motherfuckers! I'm saying that part would have been interesting to say.
Yeah.
You know what I've always found interesting about the stuff is the opening scene, you know, with that old guy. Like, who the fuck reaches down and...
That's what I just said.
That's why it's funny. It's funny.
But, like, who the fuck
eats snow?
shit off
Nobody
the ground?
would
Like,
do it.
nobody...
That's why it's funny.
It's
That's why Larry Cohen is the only one who could write that and make it actually passable.
Yeah.
Fucking Danny Aiello just fucking sued.
It's just
I'll get more. I'll get more.
Weird shit, man. Weird shit, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we're back to the top.
9s.
Yep. 7.5 for the fucking people who actually write these numbers down, and Jeremy consistently pisses them off by putting it at the beginning.
Yep.
He didn't this time, though.
JP.
Wait till he says 9.0 out of 10.
What?
Leave Jeremy
Wait till he
alone.
starts saying 9.0 out of 10.
Yeah. All right, back to me, I guess. Coming in at my number 9, the only film that was not on my list initially that eventually got a spot. After the third watch, took 3. And that is 1985's Stuart Gordon directorial debut, Reanimator. This is a film that I've always liked. First of all, it took me years to see it. I only seen it for the first time when I think Arrow put out the Blu-ray.
See, I'm confused by this. Like, what the fuck were you, like, honestly, what were you waiting for?
Leprechaun.
And be
He was
honest,
watching
so, like,
Leprechaun.
it's fucking Reanimator, dude.
I just didn't. I always just thought that it was like good.
It's Friday the 13th.
Jeffrey Combs. My favorite actor
First of all,
time.
I don't love Jeffrey Combs like other people do. Like that guy is so loved.
I like him quite a bit.
Joe Bob gave him.
I'm gonna pull a GP,
praise.
but is he though?
Is he though?
How many people have Jeffrey Combs as their favorite actor?
A lot.
No, nobody does.
I only hear
seriously. I hear a lot. I hear a lot of people like Joe Bob said he's like the best actor.
I like David Gale better in that movie, and Robert Sampson, but that's me.
What's that?
Dave,
I prefer David
Against
Gale.
This Grain shit is getting old, man. Come on.
David Gale is pretty fucking amazing.
David Gale's fantastic in it. I'm not going against.
He's the only reason
I'm fucking with you, man.
Here.
I just think the character of Herbert West is like it's not one of
it's more iconic. For sure.
You know, it's funny because when I talked to Jeffrey Combs when I met him, I even said I'm like, man, I was there for the Reanimator reunion and stuff, and you know, I said to him like, you know, straight up, I'm like, Herbert West isn't my favorite character that you play, man. It's the fucking Black Cat.
I love him.
That was really good.
When he played Edgar Allan Poe, and he's like, "Thank you." He's like, "I never hear that from people. People always talk about the Reanimator character and stuff." And he was like, "And you know what? You want to hear an interesting fact about the Black Cat?" He's like, "That was the last time he'd actually worked on film in his career."
Wow.
Thought that was pretty cool, and I was like, "Damn, dude, thanks for that," because I had no idea. And he's like, he even said to me, he's like, "That's one of my favorite roles I ever did too." And I'm not just saying that because you said it was your favorite. And I'm like, "Thank you for being honest," you know, kind of thing.
There's no one quite like him. That's why he's so interesting.
But he kept wanting to talk to me because I think I intrigued him with the Black Cat thing. He's like, man.
Yeah, that's the key right there to meeting any celebrity is to bring up some shit that they don't talk about all the time.
The thing with Jake Combs that I love is like how he goes into depth with his characters, like the Frighteners, like all that backstory for just that one fucking character in the Frighteners is fucking insane.
He's so good. And you know, guys, you guys know my thoughts on the Frighteners.
Hell yeah!
But Reanimator has really come a long way with me. I've always thought it was good, but like I think it's really great now. You know what I mean? It really is a fun movie. The H.P. Lovecraft adaptation, and I love the green Reanimator juice. It's very iconic and looks cool. The score, that score, man.
The Psycho score?
Yeah,
Richard Band
score. Yeah,
the Psycho score.
The cat scene has grown on me incredibly. I thought it was stupid the first time I seen it, but now I love it. And then also just the performances are good. You got great cast. You know,
the cheapest movie of '85, actually, out of the heavy.
You gotta love the severed head scene too, man. The severed head scene. It's so iconic, man. I love it.
I watched this on the last drive-in during our 24-hour marathon, and it was closer. It was it was like 9th out of.
I don't remember anything from that.
My memory.
I remember a lot.
Is burned.
Yeah.
From honestly like Blood Feast on. Like it's just halfway.
I don't even remember that they showed the Prowler. Like I don't even remember that.
That was 4th, dude.
I know, but then he showed that fucking boring ass vampire movie after that.
That one killed us.
I'm the one who I was there with you for that one.
What was the vampire movie?
Daughters That's a good movie. That's a good movie.
Daughters of Darkness.
It's not a good.
It's a
good movie. Like
but not at like 2 a.m.
Definitely not
2 a.m. after watching 5 other movies.
Especially
it was like 6. It was like 6 that morning because I was there with you.
Yeah,
and I just got out of work.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was like 6 a.m. and then my memory just fucking dies. I barely remember Reanimator. I remember Demons a little bit, and it was insane. Like that was
the stupidest thing we ever done.
Lacey Lou during Demons, and Jeremy just wanted to fucking die.
I was dying.
We literally died. I don't think you guys understand. We died that night.
I had to get up and go outside when Lacey Lou and fucking Jerry was on, so I was just like.
The funny thing is, man, I was up all night drinking out camping when you guys are doing that shit, having a blast. It was awesome.
Yeah, but
I kept cutting
during that.
It started at like 9 p.m. So you had to stay up like the whole day.
Yeah.
Prior to when it started, so you were up for like 40 hours. By the time
I was in the
JP sleeps till like 7 p.m. that day.
I did.
Not me.
I believe it.
I was a real man.
My favorite moment is like when fucking Bobby Creek was about to come on. Like, oh my god, Jeremy, we're about to fucking die.
It's a blur to me, dude. But anyway, I finally got to revisit that segment because they took it off of Shudder, I think. But this dude sent me his discs in through the mail with all the old episodes. And I watched it last night, and yeah, last night was the deciding factor because I watched it when Stuart Gordon died too, on a Facebook group watch. But last night I was like, you know what? I respect this film a lot more. It's growing on me. It's becoming one of my favorites of '85. I'm gonna put it on my list. So 8.5 out of 10 for Reanimator. I didn't. Awesome. This was not on my list until today.
It's also the cheapest movie of '85. Out of any of the heavy hitters at under $1 million, $900,000, and it grossed $2 million. So.
You fucking serious, man? Because there's a lot of effects, man, in that film, and like, wow.
Well, yeah, out of the heavy hitters, out of the numbers you can actually find, it's dirt cheap in comparison.
I just think that like when it has contained sets,
no exteriors at all. It's all interior shots. Yeah. There's nobody outside in it. It's dirt cheap
for sure.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true.
It feels like
basically one location, or kind of
All three of them
are as a play.
Yeah, exactly. He came from the theater, so he directed it as a play.
Yeah, Joe Bob talked about that a lot, where they rehearsed this film for like a week before they shot it in theater style, just like acted out in a
because
group.
He met Barbara Crampton and Jeffrey Combs in Chicago at a theater, and that's how they all got hooked up to make this movie.
Yep, and the next film, 86, From Beyond, that film is great too.
Fantastic.
I like From Beyond a little bit better, but Reanimator has closed the ground a little bit. So that is my number 9, Reanimator.
Am I up next?
Yes, you are, Dave.
That was an 8.5?
8.5.
Okay, this one probably is going to get a lot of people being like, really? You put this on your list? Coming in at a $7 million budget, grossing $12 million, is a Dino De Laurentiis produced movie, Stephen King, Silver Bullet.
As I call
That's
it,
a good one.
The Beowulf.
I don't know why.
I was going to say the only werebear movie on the from '85.
I thought you were going to say something crazy like Bloodstream.
Your list is blowing my mind right now. I never expected to hear Friday 5 or Silver Bullet on there.
No,
weird.
I got the most basic bitch list there is.
Is that why you kept saying the basic bitch list?
Yeah, I got basic bitch list. I seriously do. Silver Bullet to me was one that I hadn't watched since I was a kid. It was one that I watched a lot as a kid. The Stephen King, the Corey Haim, the narration. It has a small town Stephen King feel. It just made me feel good as a kid. Like it just feels good. And rewatching it, I was like, oh man, there's so many character actors popping up in here. Like is it Peter Jason pops up in the very beginning, or James
Lawrence
Gant?
fucking
James
Tierney.
Gant.
Yeah,
Lawrence Tierney, Terrence, not Terrence Stamp, dude, what the fuck is his name from The Stepfather? It's I'm
Terry O'Quinn.
Terry O'Quinn.
Yeah.
I almost called him Terrence Stamp, but also Wooly from Dawn of the Dead's in here as a drunk.
There he is.
It's
the
violent.
Feeling drunk.
Yeah, the small town feel. I love it. The music, the narration, like I said, fucking Gary.
I love the cycle of the werewolf, how it's actually months and months long.
It goes over the summer.
Cool.
And Everett McGill is fantastic, man. I just love it. And the big speech that the guy gives who loses his son, and he says, what's he say? The justice, right? The big justice thing. He's like, so we get justice, and he just loses his mind. I love the movie, and I like that the town characters get picked off and everything.
Did you mention Terry O'Quinn as the
Yeah. He's fantastic in that too. And I like how he handles the situation too. He's not one of my guys who denies everything.
One of my favorites scenes is when the girl is trying to help her brother, and she's collecting all the bottles, and she keeps looking for people with missing eyes and shit.
That's a great scene.
And like she gives up, and she's like going back to the preacher's thing, and the way the camera just pans over, and the reveal that oh shit, it's him. That's actually scary, man. I love that scene.
And McGill's terrifying. He's in People Under the Stairs and Under Siege 2. He's just an intense dude. You can tell.
Mm-hmm.
But
the only thing I gotta say about on the rewatch of Silver Bullet, do you think they showed the dream sequence a little too soon? think that revealed things?
It's a really weird scene in general. Like, it's really crazy. And the dream sequence fits with the rest of the movie because there's like a soft focus on everything, kind of like you're remembering it yourself, like your own summer. And that's what Stephen King kind of reminds me of, like kind of like
she's telling the story,
your childhood. Yeah. It feels like a dream, like soft focus, a lot of like fog.
That's right, because she's telling the story.
It's very nostalgic for me, and it just fits perfectly well with how I would. Like,
one of the things that bothers me the most about it, it's just a plot hole. It's literally like a stupid plot hole. But Corey Haim could have never grabbed onto the tree above his wheelchair. It was impossible. You know when he drops down into his chair?
Yeah.
How would he got hold of that branch?
Magic.
Magic. It bothered me so much.
Yeah,
it's stupid. You're right.
The only thing also, like, because it is like the narrator telling the story, how does she know like the fucking werewolf had the dream? You know what I mean?
She probably just said he was haunted, and then it goes back in details. Which is
I know.
You're right. It's silly, but
some plot holes, like the moon is on this day and they skip dates and shit. But
it's also a kid retelling a story.
What are you talking about? They skip dates?
Well, no, you know what I mean. Like
there's not a full moon all the time.
Yeah,
but the movie's not set days like today, tomorrow, the next day.
Well, they don't usually have a full moon during the 4th of July either, JP.
So how do you know?
I know.
How do you know?
I think you're thinking of American Werewolf in London.
Usually every 21st of the month.
The full moon's the 21st of the month in 1985?
It usually is. It's just, when
I feel like that doesn't make sense. I feel like it could...
No, they explain it a little bit better on like the Liking It podcast when they reviewed it.
Oh, really? I trust Jamie, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's a silly movie, but like I said, I do really enjoy it, and I love when the townsfolk all go out in a rush, and they're just being like that mob justice, and they backfires, and it's just a lot of fun.
I love the small town Stephen King feel every time.
It's the best Stephen King.
The tomato meter gave it 45% by critics, and audience score was 56. The good review. There are all sorts of sly satirical touches in the film. Roger Ebert gave it a positive. And the bad. The bad is a horror flick for young fans who aren't quite prepared for the really scary stuff. And it's Scott Weinberg, who did the 80s All Over podcast, who hates anything with any on PC subject matter. So I thought that, he's just one of those critics to me that says he loves movies, but he never actually loves movies.
Yeah.
And I give it, he's a good critic, obviously, but still. And he also works on films. But I just always thought he was way too hard on movies, and he judged movies for brownie points to, over actual substance, or maybe the substance he was upset with, so he judged on that. But I give Silver Bullet a 9 out of 10.
Dave coming with the good shit. I like it.
I won't lie, man. Silver Bullet is probably the one and only film where I ever wanted to be a paraplegic, because his wheelchair is the fucking...
The wheelchair's amazing.
The wheelchair's amazing. I would love to roll around in that shit, man.
I want my uncle to be Gary Busey.
Right? Like, who doesn't want Gary Busey as an uncle, man?
I became such a big Gary Busey fan over the past couple years.
He's fucking crazy, dude. You should go back and watch him on Howard Stern. He was fucking insane, dude.
Love him.
Oh, he's crazy.
Silver Bullet was always a big deal for me growing up, because Corey Haim was Canadian, and we just when people from Canada make it big like that, we're like, well, fuck, you got to represent, right? So
wait, he's Canadian?
Corey Haim was Canadian.
Can I replace Silver Bullet with something else?
You can.
He's having flashbacks to the tower.
I truly believe Dave has a fucking deep hatred for Canada and Canadians, because every time Canada gets mentioned, he's just like,
I would like
fuck Canada. He's like, fuck Canada. Dude, if I could take all you guys out of the situation that I think you guys might be in, even worse from here going out, and just pull you into my backyard, it would be fucking amazing.
Even me?
Because honestly, I think that Trudeau's kind of a dumb shit sometimes, but he's done a pretty damn good job with this quarantine, or with the corona shit, man. So I would like to save you guys. If I could save you guys.
Even me?
Even you, from President Doofus.
Well, I don't know if you can get across the border because you're Mexican. Like, we have policies with that too.
I've done it once.
Shut up, Carl.
Just joking. No, we're actually pretty good with that. We're actually pretty good with the border. But
don't tell me you're a Trump supporter. Carly.
Me? I don't freaking follow politics. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
You're losing.
Dumb.
You're
But
losing.
the fact of the matter
subscribers
is,
now. They hate
GP.
politics.
I
We're
would
not allowed
make
to
room
talk
for you
about
guys.
politics.
I would
You're
make
losing
room
it.
for you guys here, and so you guys would survive. So
I promise.
It's a very dangerous situation with the politics talk.
Who's
Let's
brought
just
it up?
vote.
that's about as
Lord
deep as I get.
Garrity.
I hate politic talk, but I'm just saying. I would save you guys.
Politics, more like politics.
Exactly. Paula fucking Sharts. Right.
Not with the shorts. Stop it. All right. Who's after Dave?
Me.
Carly.
And my number 9, believe it or not, Jeremy, this is one that I think is pretty good too. It is, and this is one of the ones that is a little weird on my list as far as rankings, but it is Day of the Dicks, aka Day of the Dead.
Okay, so I was. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Are you out on
Are
one?
you
No.
I'm out on
No, I
Carly.
originally
I'm out too.
I originally had picked Day of the Dead for Carly as number 1, but then I was like, no way. There's no fucking way that she's gonna represent that as number 1. So I actually changed my pick. So I'm good.
I'm
What's
out.
crazy is, in the ranking, it would have been number 1. And I changed it because, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of, like, zombie movies. Like, I think this is a really good movie, but it's just not one that I, like, am, like, sitting down at night and think, oh, I want to watch Day of the Dead again. But with that being said, I think it's a fantastic film. I mean, I think the gore is the best of all the Dead movies. I think the look of the zombies is fantastic. I think all the actors and just the characters are really solid in this film, and I think it's a great film. I really don't see any flaws with it, so I can't deny that at all. And I give this one a 10 out of 10. But like for me personally,
you might be the first person ever on the show to give a film 10 out of 10 as their number 9 pick.
She's the new 10 out of 10
That's
Carly.
crazy, dude. I love it. I love your style right now. It's amazing.
3.5.
Her
I'm
next
proud
pick
of
is
her.
going to be a 7.5 out of 10, and I love that.
I'm proud of her.
I'm not.
No, see,
Why,
I respect
dude?
that shit, man, because that's the mood shit right there to do.
We're gonna have to have a talk.
Remember when I had like number 10 out of 10s and like number 3 and 4s and then 9s and.
Remember how we repicked your favorite film?
no, we didn't, dude. You just told you're so controlling. Leave me alone.
Everybody's favorite movie is
JP,
Bloodstream.
are you beating Carly right now as we speak?
Yes.
Seriously.
Black and blue. Yeah.
Cool. Day of the Dead. So early.
3.5 million, grossed 5 million.
JP's
Yeah,
Was
kindly
considered a
drop
I was
failure.
like fucking speechless. It's so early.
He's
All
like
right.
this.
Okay. Cool, man. I absolutely respect that, man. I respect that to death.
Good
Thank you,
shit.
Mood.
Derek.
Good shit, Carly. My number 9, actually, you guys reviewed this movie during your horror anime show,
Oh, nice.
and that is Vampire Hunter D.
You know, I actually
Oh, wow.
expected this to be on your list. I'm not gonna lie.
I
figured
did
it
it.
would be. Yeah.
Me neither at all.
I'm a huge fan of the manga that this was based off of.
Yeah.
I actually prefer the sequel to this movie for 2 reasons. I think the sequel has better fucking animation.
Vampire Hunter E.
No, it's called Vampire
That was
D.
a Derek joke.
Uh,
Or a Brandon joke.
Vampire D.
That was a good
Ecstasy.
joke.
Nice.
Yeah, it's my new nickname, Vampire Hunter D. I love the visuals of the sequel a little bit more, and plus it's from the director of Wicked City and Ninja Scroll, which makes it 10 times better in my opinion. Yeah, I love the story of what D is, and like when it's revealed what he is, because this is the film where it's revealed. I love that aspect of like what a vampire hunter would be. It's kind of interesting in that aspect, because if you know like vampire folklore, you wouldn't see that coming with like a descendant of that certain thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be a little discreet.
Yeah,
with
for
people
sure,
that haven't
for sure.
seen it.
Yeah.
And I just love the visual sense of this one still, and I love like the dark tones. You know, some of the characters are kind of goofy, especially that one reveal of like, you know, like this guy's been good for like half the movie, and then he turns into a villain out of nowhere. It's kind of like an Italian thing in that aspect.
A little bit.
Has bad voice acting too.
Well, it
You watch
depends
the
what,
Japanese version.
it depends on
when you're
what
supposed
dub you. There's 2 actual dubs of this, Jeremy. If you get the Blu-ray version, it's a different dub,
Yeah.
where it's a little bit more sense. But then, you know, it depends on which dub of. There's 2 English dubs of this movie too. And I don't actually mind watching dubs for animated movies.
No, dubs are the way to go with anime. I'm not even joking. It's 100%
Most
the way
of the time,
to
it actually kind of advances it for me a little bit, man. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's 100% true. Any anime I've ever watched, I've preferred the dub.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me like if it would like an English film because, the mouths usually match a little bit more because of the animation sense. In that sense too, and it's not like a Godzilla movie where you see mouths moving with no one fucking talking and shit like that, But I love it. I love the visuals. I love like the characters, and it's like a horror western in a sense.
Yep,
it is. I love that
spaghetti western for sure.
This is going to be on Dave's list. I'm already going to predict that.
I'm gonna say no. The year's just too strong for it to be on Dave's list.
I guess we'll find
I'm
out.
not sure because Dave loves his western shit, but who knows? But I give it a 9 out of 10.
What did you rate this one, JP, when we did it?
7.5.
I gave it an 8.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I was up at a 9 too because I thought it was fantastic.
I gave it 7.5 as well. I'm just not a big fan of like anime, but I thought it was good.
I'm not a huge fan either, but I do like some of them. Like Wicked City, which I just reviewed, was really good.
It's one of the best ones, actually.
Honestly, Wicked City's probably is my favorite one, up there with Perfect Blue. Perfect Blue is probably my favorite.
Anime fucking giallo. Yeah, good.
Yeah, like I'll give the spoiler. Like I give like Bloodlust, the sequel to this, like a perfect rating because it's just a very more visualized film. And like I said, it's from the director of Wicked City and Ninja Scroll, so you get that going for you too.
Ninja Scroll's up there for my favorite.
Find a budget on this one at all.
Yeah.
What's that, Dave?
Couldn't find shit on the budget on this one at all.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna probably.
I tried to.
Good. Hey, thanks for trying, man.
I figured some people would have this on their list. I knew Derek was gonna. I figured Derek and Moods, but I wasn't sure.
I didn't think anyone would.
The only person I thought that would have it was Derek. So.
I really didn't consider it, honestly. I just didn't.
I forgot. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Moods.
Okay. So, yeah, man. Next up here, number 9 on my list, directed by Jack Bender, who is responsible for doing probably my most favorite Child's Play film, man. At least the one I can watch the most. Child's Play 3.
Bride of Chucky.
That's my favorite.
Child's Play 3.
I love Child's Play 3.
I always
that is my
Child's Play 3 kicks ass.
That was my new favorite when we reviewed the franchise.
Yeah,
that's my new favorite.
I think we were all surprised at how much we loved it.
It's Chucky in his prime, man. He's the fucking best in that movie.
Dude, he's so funny. He's so evil. But the fucking the paintball scene is still one of the greatest things I've ever seen in film.
Chucky's gonna be a bro.
It's just so fucking brutal, man. Gonna be a bro, yeah.
Cheesy 90s is the best.
Jack Bender's The Midnight Hour. And I didn't realize this, but this is another Halloween-based film.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is a TV movie.
And it's a TV movie. This was, released by Anchor Bay, and this one's long out of print, man.
Way
it's really
expensive.
hard to find. It's expensive and shit, and I really fucking hope somebody Vinegar Syndrome, or somebody puts this shit out, man.
I'll fill a Scream Factory for this one.
Just somebody put this out, in a good edition, man, because this movie needs more love. It's fantastic. Like I said, it's a TV film, but it's just got that great Halloween atmosphere, man. It's just all around a blast. It's a comedy in a sense. It's definitely a comedy, but it kind of even has that kind of Michael Jackson thriller thing going on and stuff. But it's Halloween at its best.
Fantastic cast too. Kurtwood Smith, Kevin McCarthy, Dick Van Patten. Tons of people pop up in this. Fucking LeVar Burton, fucking Belafonte's daughter. Just a tremendous cast, and I think this movie is the number one movie that captures the Halloween spirit.
Really,
about
man.
Coming back to life and trying to do that one thing that you couldn't do. I love it.
Absolutely,
yeah, I would. This is one I watched super early, like the second film I watched, second or third. I don't remember it for shit, except for I remember I really liked it, and for a while it because I rank them as I kind of watch them, for a while I did have it there in my top 10, but it's just been so long that I couldn't justifiably put it anywhere close right now. But I will say that I do want to revisit it during the Halloween season, especially because the movie oozes Halloween.
Yeah.
It's very similar
Yeah,
to
it was-
Cemetery of Terror too, man. You know, they unwillingly bring back, you know, this curse into this town and stuff, but it has different elements, you know, like the witches are kind of like vampires and stuff, and it has like all these type of weird elements, and it has this kind of interesting kind of subplot with you know, this girl that had died in the 50s, and she was brought back essentially pretty much to her role was to help them get through this, you know, this period and stuff. And it's kind of cool, man, like how it develops and stuff, but really fun effects, great music in it, really interesting choreographed dance kind of thriller moments and stuff. And honestly, man, this one is just a fucking blast. I'm really surprised that more people don't talk about this one. Maybe it's because they haven't seen it, because it's kind of fallen into a little bit of obscurity.
It's definitely a little bit.
It is a shame because Halloween is one of those, you know, those holiday horror films that's most celebrated, you know, obviously, but the Midnight Hour never seems to get brought up, and you know, it needs its advancement, it needs its great release and stuff. But everything about this movie is fantastic, right from top to bottom, super entertaining, great characters. Actually, the main character in this film actually was the dude from he played in Dead of Night. He was the little boy Bobby that dies in yeah. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's got Wolfman Jack too.
Yeah.
You're in the Midnight Hour, baby.
Yeah. So the main character in this film was the little Bobby character that dies in that segment. I don't want to give that segment away and stuff, but
it's great.
That's a great segment. But he is a little bit older in this one, and you know, just Midnight Hour, man. You want to watch a Halloween horror film that's fun as fuck? This is your fucking ticket right here, man. Great film. Great film.
Ooh, do you find it interesting? I find this interesting that you know how like the 50s and the 80s are kind of combined together. Like when the 80s came around, they had a lot of callbacks to the 50s, like the science fiction like movies like Killer Clowns and The Blob and The Thing. And I feel like it's really cool in the Midnight Hour that they have somebody coming back from the 50s to come in to live in the 80s. I feel like there's a connective tissue from the 50s and 80s in the mentality of filmmaking.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's done on purpose. 100%
for sure. That's like that aspect of the movie Targets that JP really digs too.
I love Targets. Targets is great.
Yeah, the Karloff film? The Karloff film?
Yeah. They bring Karloff back and they add like you know, because it's Bonovich's first movie, it adds like that era of like cinema too, and that aspect of new cinema meaning old cinema in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's certain decades that I feel like are spiritual, like I guess like brothers, sisters decades, even if they're 30 years apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I always love these moments.
You also have a lot of movies made in the 80s that are set in the 50s.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, it's like strange behavior.
Actually, one of my, you know, I love these elements, you know, of like Halloween and, you know, having a Halloween party and stuff. And then these ghouls are showing up and everyone's like, oh, that's a great costume kind of thing. But there's a scene where they're having this house party and there's like this little midget ghoul. And dude goes up and grabs this, you know, punch, you know, grabs a cup of punch and stuff, and he's looking over at this ghoul, and the ghoul's kind of looking at the punch, and he just kind of digs in with his head, no hands, nothing, starts drinking the punch. Right? And it's like, fucking awesome. I fucking love that part.
Is huge.
And it's like this big, huge fucking midget. Oh, it's such a great scene, man.
Enormous.
It's so good, man. But you know, for a TV film, of course, it doesn't have the explicit nudity, it doesn't have the swearing, it doesn't have the hardcore gore. But when you watch this movie, the charm just overtakes the whole thing. You don't even care about that stuff, man. You're invested in the characters, you're invested in the story. You know, this kind of this love story that's kind of developing. It's not overly cheesy and stuff. It's done to a point where it doesn't go overboard with it, and it kind of, you know, it resides itself too. And I think it's just a great film. I think it's really, really just overlooked. And Midnight Hour, man, 9 out of 10. Love this movie.
I regret not rewatching it for this list because I watched that one early on too, and I barely remember it, but I remembered it was really good, and I wanted to get back to it, but I just didn't have the time.
It was one of my few rewatches, and you know, I mean, I'd seen a movie a bunch of times before. I actually rewatched it a couple years back. Actually, I've watched it on YouTube a few times over the last few years, and because I don't actually own a copy of it, I missed out on the Anchor Bay DVD and VHS and stuff. So it's the one thing from my Anchor Bay original collection that I'm fucking totally missing. I hate that shit, but hopefully we'll see a good release of it in the future for everybody.
I'd like
out there.
to.
Yeah,
for real.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, one of the best TV films in my opinion of all time.
Would you rate it?
Yeah,
9 out of 10. Yeah.
All right, coming in for me at number 9 with an 8 out of 10, we have Tenement: Game of Survival.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So I've talked about this movie before on the show, I think, a little while back, a couple of years ago. First time I watched this movie. This movie is just fucking. It's really, really well done. It's directed by Broad, so it has that woman.
Roberta Findlay.
Yeah.
Roberta Findlay.
So it has that a different kind of perspective on and this movie has way better character development than it has any right to have. Like, it has really well-written characters that you truly care for, and you really are sad when you see them die and have these absolutely horrible things done to them. And that's the thing, this movie's fucking brutal. There's just some absolutely horrible things that go on in this movie. But the characters are so, more fleshed out than you would typically expect in these kind of movies, that you really actually care for them. And some of these characters are just fucking dirty ass bastards, and you really do want to see them die. Have you seen this movie, JP? You'd probably like it. It's a one setting kind of
No,
movie.
I didn't even hear anybody talk about this one.
I didn't watch this at all either.
I dig it a lot too. Like,
Did anybody watch this?
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah,
I've seen this one a couple times.
I love the
actually.
Tenement. She actually directed the Oracle from '85 too. Do you guys watch the Oracle at all?
I watched that one.
Yeah, I like the Oracle too, man. Tenement's.
I didn't.
I
didn't
100%
see this
knew.
show. Is this
I
labeled as
recommended
horror
this
a
one
lot
to
of
you,
times, or is this kind of
JP.
one of those borderline ones?
It's horror.
It's like a home invasion, but it's more like apartment complex home.
Yeah,
invasion.
like it's
I'm
about
saying,
these-
is it listed on like Letterboxd?
Super
or something?
exploitative.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier in the year with you.
It makes sense because Roberta Findlay, she actually has a porno background. She directed a lot of porn.
She She can't stand them. And
Yeah,
the
like
commentaries of these movies, she badmouths horror movies the whole fucking time. She
It's
says
funny
she
'cause
don't
she-
even like Night of the Living Dead.
It's funny,
She
right?
also
Yeah.
made Snuff. She was one of the creators of Snuff, that movie.
Yeah,
I'm not a
yeah,
huge
for
fan
sure.
of Tenement, to be honest.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
like
you don't like
Tenement, man.
Tenement?
I
Not
like
particularly.
I like Tenement, the Oracle. She did Blood Sisters. She did Lurkers, Primeval.
Primeval.
Yeah,
she
did a
also
bunch
worked
of-
on. She also worked on Invasion of the Blood Farmers.
Yeah.
Oh, I can
don't
tell you why I
hate
didn't
it.
watch
I
it.
just don't like it.
The fucking cover looks like fucking ass.
It's got Cigar Face in it from
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I've
Cigar
actually
Face
liked-
is fucking awesome in it.
I've had the
And
DVD
Paul
for
Falderin.
years, man. Shriek Show put out the DVD years.
Yeah, and then
years ago.
a year or two later, or like a year or two ago, they put out a Blu-ray. And
I got the Blu-ray.
Which is so
Never really-
random. I never upgraded because I was like, well, how is a Shriek Show Blu-ray gonna look?
It actually looks pretty good.
Does it? That's crazy.
The fucking the music in that movie. Tenement, it's a place to live. Tenement, who the fuck wrote this shit?
Is that
And it
Grandmaster
has-
Flash?
And it has that, 1980s New York kind of
It's super
shooting
gritty.
style to it, very gritty, like Helen Lauder and William Lustig. It has that gritty kind of New York shooting style to it that adds so much charm to it. Like I said,
Okay.
it's... Go ahead, Dave.
No, sorry, you go ahead.
I feel like it's kind of like one of those new age judged or dread / kind of raid apartment siege type things that's going on in this in Tenement, man.
Shitty Death Wish 3.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, it looks like a Death Wish ripoff.
Well, Death Wish 3 is a little bit big. This one's kind of like set in the apartment.
Oh, this movie's dirt cheap. This movie's dirt cheap.
Yeah, it's just... bunch
Death
of-
Wish, nothing's as good as Death Wish 3. That's ridiculously awesome.
That's Wish 3 is awesome.
Yeah.
But if you haven't checked out Tenement, check it out. It's pretty good.
Rating.
8 out of 10.
Alrighty then.
Nice.
All right, back to me, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
All right, so my number 8 here is apparently I should be like judged about having this on my list according to Dave, but it's Silver Bullet.
I mean, I figured a lot of people would laugh at me.
I was like, wait.
I figured it was
surprised-
on your list.
I realized, like, in that moment, I was like, oh, wait, am I going to be laughed at for having this? But no, it's Silver Bullet. I love this fucking movie, dude. Silver Bullet is awesome. Again, everything that we kind of said about it, the small town vibe. It's one that, honestly, because I didn't grow up with this one, actually. I didn't see this until I remember I was like 22. It was out of print for a long time. Then Walmart, they re-released it, and I got it at Walmart for like $5 or something like that. Do you guys remember this being out of print? The original, like,
No, I
Paramount?
had the DVD.
yeah.
I had the original.
Yeah, and then they like
I had both
redid it with
DVDs.
the like Stephen King one where all the covers are this like that orangish.
Yeah.
Look. But yeah, so when I first watched it, I was like, I don't see what the big deal is about that, but it grew on me so much. I love honestly, like, I even like the way the werewolf looks. I know like some people don't, and they say that that's one of the.
I grew to like it. It's just awkward when you first see it as like a young, like, is that is that fucking Pooh Bear? Yeah.
There actually is no real werewolf movies this year. Howling 2 had fucking 8 bears. 8 bears.
Howling 2. Howling 2 has the greatest endings ever, dude.
I don't know.
That's true, too.
It has the best credits ever, bro.
It does have very good.
Oh, wow. Kitties. Wow. Oh, my God.
I saw that in the theaters with 600 people. It was fucking awesome.
Good thing you didn't see it with Pee Wee Herman.
Nah.
Jeremy would be like, I'll join you.
Yep.
Let's do this.
But, Gary Busey is probably my favorite part of it because, honestly, like, he reminds, and I don't know how this will be taken, but he reminds me of my family. You know what I mean?
But Gary Busey's not Mexican, though.
I'm just kidding.
What?
He's not Mexican.
Like the white side of my family.
Yeah.
But like my uncles and stuff like that. Like I have uncles that are way worse than Gary Busey. Like his mom's bitching about him coming around. I'm like,
yeah, Gary Busey, the character.
But he's like, piss on the Indians, piss on the Cowboys or something. And I'm just like, this dude rocks. Like I would totally love to be.
Everybody needs a family member like that to keep everything
He's
stable.
definitely the highlight of the movie.
But the thing that is so cool about him, he's a fuck up, but he loves his nephew more than anybody else does.
Yeah, look at the fucking wheelchair he built him, man. That's built from love.
Dude, he's the one that cares that he has 4th of July. You know what I mean? Like nobody else cares. It's like it's unfortunate, but he cares that he's like, you're gonna have your 4th of July, buddy.
His
like
parents are like those people that
touching.
They're even awkward around people that are like in wheelchairs and handicapped and stuff.
That he has with his fucking sister there, where Gary Busey with the sister. I treat Marty like a normal person, and even like after like the best friend dies in the movie.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. He starts to, because they had the argument about him drinking. He's about to take a sip of his flask, and he looks at Marty. He's like, "Yeah, I gotta stay strong for Marty during this scene." You know what I mean? I like that aspect about Gary Busey's character.
And I like how they, they do end up like normally the kids have to do it by themselves, but they do, in this movie they do rope in the uncle to help with this situation. And I like that aspect of it because normally like nobody believes the kids, which even Gary Busey doesn't at first, but eventually like he does. And it's not because like there's undeniable proof, but it's just that like, he eventually does. And I like that.
Yeah. It's funny because the moment when he actually does believe is when he gets fucking thrown through the air by a fucking werewolf.
That'll make anybody a believer, man.
Yeah. But it's a movie that honestly I just watched it the other night and like I fell in love with it even more. It's just I have the Umbrella, but I'll probably even get the Scream Factory. Honestly,
I have both.
I passed on the Scream Factory because I have the Umbrella too, actually, and I was like, man,
I was like,
don't need it.
I just bought the Umbrella, and then the Scream Factory was done. I was like, fucking motherfucker.
Yeah, just because I know that there's going to be good features on it, and
there was good features on the Scream Factory. I watched a bunch of them.
Is there really?
I didn't think that got released yet.
It's out.
Oh, it's been out for a long time, dude.
Oh yeah. Dude.
Jeez.
Damn it.
But when he goes to get the silver bullet made, that's like one of the coolest parts ever. Because the old dude knows. Me too. The old dude knows. Like it's been a history that there's been werewolves before. He's like, so you want a silver bullet, eh?
Yeah, like he just knew right away.
Did you say silver bullet, eh? That sounded very.
He's like,
huh? The Lost Boys, the vampire.
I did that A for you.
I don't say A. When do I ever say A after shit?
I'm kidding. I've never heard you say it. I never even knew. The only time I ever heard you sound Canadian is when you said out to lunch.
What is so Canadian about out to lunch?
Well, the last podcast Willie Picton, Robert Picton kept saying out to lunch. So and they kept doing his voice and out to lunch. So and he's Canadian. So like right when I heard you say it, I was like, that's weird.
Dude,
that must be a more
crazy,
popular
man.
Canadian face.
I lived within fucking 20 minutes of where Picton's farm was at one point. Isn't that crazy?
It's terrible.
Yeah. Fucked up.
But yeah, so shoot. Silver Bullet, man, hell of a good time. 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Beautiful. Dave, you're up next.
Continuing my basic bitch list of 1985,
this was the only movie that I watched for the first time that made my top 10.
Really?
I couldn't believe it.
Did you only watch it once?
Yep, but it had a strong impact on me, and I've been watching tons and tons of Hammer movies lately.
Carly's like, thank you, I love them.
That's the excuse one.
I am watching like that. I love Monster Mashes, and I'm not the biggest anime expert or anything like that, but this one, I have seen the sequel to this before. It is Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah!
You gotta be. Your list is blowing my shitter out.
Nobody
right
listens.
Now, man.
Nobody listens. Nobody listens.
Devil horns up, Dave.
Dude. This movie, hell yeah. But man, this movie blew me away. And it also showed a pattern for 1985 for me. All these movies are fucking short. None of them make 2 hours. They're all like an hour 20, an hour 30. And that's why these movies are so easy to watch. Yeah, I watched the actual short version for this, so it felt so good to breeze through all these movies. And Vampire Hunter D, when I was done, I was like, this fucking music is amazing. It's like a mixture of Western and like 80s synth shit. I was like, this is totally me. And they had the monster fucking team, and I'm obsessed with monster teams. Monster Squad, fucking Waxwork. If you put a bunch of monsters in a movie, I'm like, I love this. Neon Maniacs, even though it's terrible, I love it. But the fucking thing
Isn't Neon Maniacs one of those movies that's like insanely disappointing because it should be so much better than it is?
It's a remake. I would love to remake.
Oh man, it's so. Every time I watch it, I'm like, I'm gonna like it better this time, and I'm like,
I love it. It's terrible, but I love it.
Me too.
Fucking, how many times have you seen a golem in a movie? Never. You never fucking. Even that movie, The Golem, only did the golem like.
But didn't even have
the fucking.
There's actually a couple. There's actually a couple golem movies,
but there's not many. And especially in modern, when fucking that golem pops out, it's like golem. I was like, oh my god, yes! I thought that was a cool thing.
Pokemon say its own damn name.
Yeah, it's weird. And then they have the little fucking troll that pops out. The monsters are cool. I love that the vampires lead. Dude, the movie is so cool and so fast paced and just blew my fucking mind. I loved it.
Did you say it blew your shitter out?
It did. It's a mood staple. Blew my shitter out.
My devil horns are up, Dave, right
Dude,
now.
Me and Mood's list is the complete opposite of what I thought I would. I thought me and Moods would have the same list, but me and Moods list is nothing alike. The tomato meter 75% and the audience score 78. The good review, Dan Casey, Nerdist. This is a pretty funny line. This is the D that your body craves. This is the D that takes place in a post-nuclear hellscape where vampires, werewolves, and all manner of things that go bump in the night reign supreme.
This is the D that your body
That's amazing.
And the bad is by a guy named Ken Hankey, who disliked a lot of horror movies when I was looking through it, and it says more tedious and ugly anime. Original score 1 out of 5. So
what?
Ridiculous. He hated a lot of movies, but
how's the score 1 out of 5 when that's the best part?
I did 2 reviews. That was the you know what I mean? Like the good was Dan Casey, and this guy disliked it. It was Ken Hankey. But I give it 9 out of 10. I love it. First time watch.
I like the good and bad review thing you're doing.
Yeah. Well, I stole it from you, so.
Sure did.
I love it when I steal it, and I figured I'll take some weight off JP and just do this.
Oh, I would have never did it on here. So
you're still making your list, so you're still making your list by the time the show. I'm here like pulling reviews.
Wow.
Nice.
I took the day off work though, so. Derek,
me too.
You, Derek?
I did.
What did you rate that one, Dave?
I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Fuck yeah.
That's what I gave it on
right,
the show too.
Already, I'm going to be honest. There's more diversity in these lists than I expected. So, good job.
I had the most basic bitch list of all time. I think I got some weird ones, I guess.
No, I don't know. I didn't think Vampire
I think
Hunter
my list is the most basic bitch one of all time.
Mine is. It gets worse from here.
Ooh.
Speaking of that, Carly, you're up next.
Thank you, Moods. Good segue. So to Dick Ride off of JP, I actually have Silver Bullet at my number 8 as well.
Oh yeah?
I do. Yeah, this is one I also did not grow up with at all. Watched it for the first time probably like 2 years ago, and watched it a few times since, and it has grown on me. You know, I like the aspect of the kid in the wheelchair, and like you said, the just sort of crazy uncle who's like a bad influence, but at the same time he like loves his nephew. I think it's great. You know, the way he decks out his wheelchair is just awesome. You know, it's just very touching. I think there's like a part where the uncle kind of says like, you know, you just kind of think like, oh, your son is just a guy that you have to help put in the bathtub and on the toilet and stuff like that, but I see him as a real person. I think that stuff is really, really touching throughout the movie. And yeah, there's a few, good moments in it too. Like when the kid gets kind of stuck under the bridge and he's in a wheelchair and obviously he can't get up and run away. I think that is very tense and very good. Yeah. Yeah, I like this one. This is one I will continue to probably rewatch in the future too, and it might even grow on me even more. But for now, I give it an 8 out of 10.
Is it weird every time I think of Silver Bullet, I just think of empty beer cans and pop cans and bottles and shit?
Yes, very weird.
Yeah, it's the first thought that comes to mind.
Good
All right,
stuff,
cool,
Charlie.
dude.
Good stuff. All right, my number 8, of course, is probably, like, this might be the most controversial one on my list, because is it a horror film? We'll find out. And that is Return to Oz from Walt Disney.
Jeez.
Yeah, buddy.
Good shit, dude.
I gotta quote the Gump. Miak? I'm just a head. My name's the Gump. This the visual effects of, like, the Jim Henson effects in this movie are fucking amazing. I love all the aspects of, like, all the characters, like of the Jack and TikTok. I loved them as a kid when I grew up. I seen this early on as a kid. Used to watch this with my sister all the time as a kid. And I gotta say, Nicole Williamson as the Gnome King, fucking amazing. I always loved him. He's Merlin to me from Excalibur. But he's fucking amazing as the Gnome King. I love his performance. Dorothy Gale, Kansas. And, like the Wheelers. Those things fucking terrified me as a kid.
Is he the doctor too?
Yeah, he plays the doctor. That's the one of the aspects that they did take from, like, the original Wizard of Oz, where they had, like, certain characters playing dual roles.
Yeah.
And the other one was, like, the Mombi character, her railhead. She was also, like, the head of the hospital that, Dorothy was at. Electric shock treatment and shit. It was kind of an aspect of the movie. I was like, wait a minute. First, because I watched The Wizard of Oz, like, 4,000 times. And I was kind of confused on first time watch of this, like, years ago. Like, wait a minute, why are they giving Dorothy electric shock therapy? And why is she so much younger? And why is it, like, not, like, no Munchkin singing or no musical numbers? And the reason for that is, this is pretty much kind of the reason why this movie bombed when it first came out, is they kind of went more direct with, like, L. Frank Baum's actual source material with this one. This actually takes from 2 of the original Oz novels in that scale, in that aspect. And, this movie grows on me every time I watch it, and that I appreciate this movie a lot more as an adult. And after reading L. Frank, because I read a lot of this shit growing up, and I just appreciate it a lot. It's a very visually well-made film in the aspect, and it's kind of sad that it didn't do well, but everyone had that mentality, like, it's not like the original fucking movie.
It's their own fault. They called it Return to Oz.
Well, it's a sequel. It has to have that. It did bomb.
They shouldn't have marketed it as a sequel. That's the problem, because it's not.
But the narrative is straight sequel. But the narrative is a straight sequel. I mean, she gets pulled back into Oz and has to basically rescue Oz.
She looks so much younger. There's just inconsistencies there that as a regular audit, like, even me who knew a little bit about it was like, yeah, this doesn't seem like a sequel at all.
It's so many years later,
it's weird.
It's not going to feel the same. It's like fucking how many years later? But
46.
This movie,
Psycho 2.
46
it bombed.
years.
It was $28 million budget and it grossed to $11 million. And everything Derek said, I agree with. I think it's great. And it was the first time.
I think it's because word got out.
I'm just
this
arguing
time Disney was only making dark movies. They were only making dark movies. It just didn't appeal to a lot of people. This is actually the greatest Disney era, man. They produced so many great dark movies at the time. Fuck it, you can name them off all day, but this
Something
is one
like
of them.
This way comes. It's one of my favorites.
Definitely better. It's the only Disney era I
Wizard
like.
of Oz is pretty dark too, and that was
Oh, not this dark.
30s.
Though. Not this dark.
No, but it's in the 30s. So, but if you scale back the dark, what's considered dark, I'd say it's around equal. But I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying that it's not a cool movie and stuff. I'm just saying that I could see how it bombed based on the fact that it was
I agree.
as the same, you're getting the same type of thing, but it should have been like, this is kind of a different thing, you know?
It's completely bonkers too, and I love that Matt Clark and Sissy Spacek are her parents, which is a really odd couple. Fucking Matt Clark is in so many westerns.
It needs a better Blu-ray than what it has, that's for sure.
And TikTok's adorable. Love TikTok.
I love TikTok. Yeah, he's one of my favorite characters.
TikTok for president.
That's the one thing I hate about the Disney Movie Club Blu-rays is they have no fucking features and they're all bare bones. You put the movie in and it starts.
Yeah, they're the Twilight Tomes of the Disney.
Yeah, they need some.
And Dorothy makes one of the best points in the film too. She's like, you know, it would have been so much handier if they made you where you could wind yourself up. Right? Because they put the shit on the back. It's like, why the fuck would they not do that?
And the aspect of the
control your soldiers.
The aspect I love about the Gnome King, every time they go into that room and then, they become part of his ornaments, he becomes more fucking human as it goes on. And you learn. I didn't catch on to it at first when I was younger, but now I'm like, holy fuck, that's so cool. He's like absorbing the energy through.
I think the coolest part, man, and it's so simple too. It's like an adult and a kids level and shit. The fact that the ornaments that they need to find are the green ones, hence the Emerald City, right?
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
So that's actually really fucking smart. So
and plus I love like all the original creations that were taken from L. Frank Baum's original illustrations. They did a top notch job on like the way the designs look of the actual characters.
And fucking Fairuza
Yeah, it's
Balk,
definitely a rich
Fairuza Balk.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
That was the
It's
first
definitely
movie.
a rich world, you know.
For sure.
Wacky film.
I
What's
give
your
that
rating
a
on that?
9 out of 10.
9. All right. Moods, right?
Yep.
Oh, is it me? Shit. All right, so coming in number 8 is... Oh, shit, man. Let me fucking bring this up.
And I'm unprepared.
Oh, no, I accidentally clicked that. Oh, actually, I already had it up. But yeah, coming in number 8, man, is a film released by Troma.
Yeah, buddy.
And it is called Screenplay. Directed by Rufus Butler Cedar, who actually stars in this and literally does everything.
Never made another movie.
For this movie. He
fucking
acts in
shame.
this. He directs it. He fucking sound edit. He did every known thing to this movie, man. It's crazy. Shot in black and white. It's basically about his character. He plays a character called Edgar Allan. He's a writer. He's moved to Hollywood, and he wants to be he wants to fucking write for the pictures and stuff. And of course, he starts writing this movie and stuff, and he moves into this very eccentric type apartment building where all these weird characters are, and you meet these characters and shit, and they start dying off as he's writing this movie. Very, very clever film. It's amazing.
Dude, this movie.
It's wild.
It reminds me of an Ed Wood movie, but like a really, really good Ed Wood movie. Like if Ed Wood ever made a good movie, this is what it would look like. And it like blends.
I agree, man.
It blends it with like Tim Burton's style and his unique, really weird set design and weird characters, very similar to.
I feel like Burton ripped off
all
this
back
movie,
to
man.
German Expressionism, isn't it?
I
does film the war kind of together.
100% German Expression. I feel like Burton fucking ripped this shit off too, man. Like this is very, honestly, odd that this dude only did this movie because he actually struck gold with this one. You know, the way he shot this, man, it's shot very unique, man. It has some kind of screen work with it too and stuff, and I don't know, man, just to do it in black and white and stuff really adds to the kind of noir feel to it also. It has like this kind of Melrose Place feel where you move into this apartment building with all these eccentric characters and shit, and I love the development. It's got like strange kind of odd, quirky, funny characters and stuff. And what's the girl's name in the film? Holly, actually, which is another really clever point in the film. Her name being Holly kind of leads into the whole third act kind of thing and stuff, which is brilliant. She's super fucking hot, man. Every time I watch this movie, I just want to fucking just give it to her. She's super hot, man. But I love the way this movie develops. It's got a great pace to it, quirkiness, and it's straight Hollywood. This is exactly what you would think of some dude moving in from out of town to write these movies. He's very naive to the fact he's never wrote for the movies before. He finds this this agent kind of finds him and takes him up on his thing and stuff, and then it kind of develops from there. It's just It's an amazing film. I think this is one of the best released trauma films that they ever did, and it needs some love, man. Honestly, this one needs a Vincent Blu-ray to really accentuate with features. I would like to know a lot more about this film, because I honestly don't really know a lot about it, except for what I've seen.
We need to get on Vinegar Syndrome for that, because they usually release the trauma stuff, right?
Exactly, and I would assume maybe they could probably get access to it and do a beautiful transfer for it and stuff. But even to get some new features from the director and just talk about this and the process and why he didn't do anything else, like it's like a fucking mystery to me, man. It really is.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, it's basically about being fucked over by Hollywood, and that's pretty much what happened to him while making this movie, which is really kind of ironic.
It is ironic. It is ironic because as you're making something, you don't know you're going to get fucked over.
He's talking about getting fucked over while he's getting fucked over.
Or is it not ironic?
Fucked over? Huh?
Or is it not ironic?
Yeah, it's weird.
It really is. It really is, man.
It reminds me of Barton Fink. Think about it.
It is Barton Fink, and
it is, right?
It is Barton Fink, and I was thinking the exact same thing because I actually brought up Barton Fink earlier in the show too.
Yeah, it just triggered it when you said that. And I was like, oh shit, the same fucking plot almost.
Exactly, and it's just this one just man. I love the way it's edited. The music's great. Like, it just has so many awesome components to it that just. You don't even realize, man. It runs a standard, like, 90 minutes kind of thing, but it just flies by. It flies by. You just want to watch it again after you watch it. It's one of those type of movies.
For years and years. It's
totally.
Really good movie.
100%, man.
Very intriguing film.
I've talked about this one for years, and no one's honestly never really got back to me on it, man. I've mentioned this one a bunch of times. And
yeah, I dig the hell out of it. Like, I love the black and white aesthetic of it.
I think this movie works the best in the black and white aspect of it too, because the way he did kind of the screen work and stuff, and I think but it adds to that whole kind of old school noir kind of aspect to it and shit, and it works the best in black and white, man. It really does.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Moods is a top 10 hidden gems list.
Apparently, man. Yeah.
You got a hidden gems list.
When I started seeing some of the ratings he was given to these movies, I was like, yep, he's going to have the most unique out of all of us.
No doubt. This is very unique.
So screenplay in at 9 out of 10, I think it's a film that everybody needs to check out, and I feel like no one has seen this movie. It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate.
It's on Prime.
Yeah.
Maybe
I just found it randomly
this guy
on Prime.
Maybe that's the reason why he only ever did one film. I don't know.
You never know.
Yeah, I never heard of this film before, and then I just found it randomly on Prime one night, and I was like, wow, this is something. I thought it was pretty cool. It's one of those ones I watched early on, though, too, and I wish I would have rewatched it, but it was really, really good.
I wish I would have rewatched it, too.
Same.
Yeah.
All right.
Number 8, we have, probably will surprise you, A Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
Wow.
Revenge.
Yeah.
The best.
Yeah. It is. It's. I'm not a franchise guy.
You think it's the best too?
No, I mean,
oh, fuck you.
Part 3 is probably the best, but I think this movie doesn't get enough love I think it's gotten more love as years gone on. Of course, when it came out, people fucking hated it. I feel like as the time goes on, more people start to really appreciate what it was trying to do, and it's pretty groundbreaking for the time what it was trying, especially in like a mainstream sense. The messages that it was giving off. It's just, I think, of course, that's why I enjoy it so much, because typically with these franchise, well, it's pretty early on in the franchise, but with these, studio slasher villain kind of movies, they really don't have as much substance as you expect. But of course, this one has a lot of, commentary about sexuality and stuff like that. That's super interesting. And I think JP said, like, Freddy's super dark in this movie, and he's scary. The fucking opening scene in the school bus, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Terrifying.
Absolutely
terrifying.
The best.
It's one of it might be the best sequence in the whole franchise.
Yeah.
Like I think about like Hellraiser 3.
My children now.
With Hellraiser 3,
pretty good.
Pinhead was like his best in that movie, and I feel like Freddy.
What? In 3?
In Hellraiser 3.
No.
I don't agree with that, but
that's outrageous.
That's Robert Englund. That's his interpretation of Robert Englund in that one.
No, I think that he's great in Freddy. I don't mean with the Freddy movie. I just think Hellraiser 3 is off base. Sorry.
Okay.
I love Hellraiser 3, but yeah, but
Nightmare on Elm Street.
No. I think Freddy's great in this movie. I just mean Hellraiser 3 Are you sure that's Hell on Earth? That's the one.
I remember.
He's like, are you sure?
I know.
Let's back it up. Though.
He's like, are you sure?
Hey, Jeremy, I'm with you.
You know they're
I love Hellraiser 3. It's just
You don't think
Hellraiser 3 is literally Doug Bradley portraying Freddy Krueger?
Yeah.
Yeah, but as he said, I thought he said that was the best Pinhead.
He is. That's what he's saying.
My mind's blown. My mind's blown right now.
I agree. It's my favorite sequel. It's my favorite Hellraiser movie, so I can't argue. But we'll just say that topic when we get to that year or something.
Okay.
I'll stop talking.
Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is a film that I've always struggled with for years because I personally think it's a great film. I think it's a terrible sequel to the original film. And the reason why, okay, just let me explain. Mm-hmm. I have no problem with the idea of this movie. I think it's bad placement in the franchise. I think it's jumping the shark, man. Because once you've established these rules in part 1, I think they should have rolled with it. Part 3 is a great sequel to the original. And then you can kind of roll with it. I think the storyline in part 2 would have worked a lot better later on. Once you've already exhausted this whole dream, bringing people into your dreams and killing them that way and stuff. Okay, once it's not working after multiple sequels, take it to the reality. Take it to the real world. Way later on. I think it's jumping the shark.
Okay.
This is a scary...
Let me explain. I'll answer that to you. So in the first film, it's about revenge. Freddy's getting revenge on the kids. They're all gone.
Yeah.
So in the second film, what do you do next? I want to come back to life. Boom. There it goes. Natural progression. It's only after you get 3, 4, or 5 where it's him picking off kids again does it seem like it doesn't work. But as an actual sequel, where do you take the story next? You don't take it in the same exact place that you went. You take it to the natural progression, which is I want to be alive again. I want to be out of...
I disagree though, man, because they're on the street. I mean, the narrative still revolves around the street.
And that's why he has a close connection. That's why he's able to reach Jesse, because he's in the house.
See, that's where it falters for me, man. It's like, you don't need to come out of here. You can still pull the dreamlike thing. I don't know. I think it's just... I've always thought it's jumping the shark, man, a little bit. But you don't think that
Freddy would, throw away 3, 4, 5, 6... and think like, okay, his going one was to get revenge on the kids of the parents who killed him. So what's next? Okay, what wouldn't it make sense to want to live and not be stuck in a dream world?
Yeah, of course it does, but not that early. I think if you keep exploring the dream narrative of it and then eventually be like, fuck this, man, we got to go outside this stuff. And then to me, it just feels like you're jumping
less sense
the shark.
To do it then, right?
No, retroactively,
I don't think so. See, in my opinion, I've always thought this too. I've never hated Nightmare on Elm Street 2 as a solo film. I love it. When I watch it all by itself, I'm like very entertained. Freddy's super scary. There's lots of great scenes. I like the gay shit in it. That sounded really fucking gay, but I like the gay shit in it.
I like the gay shit in it too.
The fucking thing is, man, I have no problem with that type of shit, man. And I think the movie's super entertaining. It's very well done. The pool scene's fantastic. There's lots of great shit in here. But as a direct sequel to the original film, I think it's jumping the goddamn shark. I think it happens too early in the franchise.
Okay, but let me just counter that real quick. So you're telling me if we put 2 where 6 is, you think wouldn't you question like, okay, why does he want to be out now?
Well, it doesn't have to be as far as 6. It doesn't have to be. I'm just saying part 3 would have been great. Maybe if you do 1, 3, and 4, and then you go, fuck this, okay, this shit ain't working. So we got to create the real
I could see that because he's finishing off the Elm Street 3.
I gotta say, the aspect of 3, because everyone says 3 is the best sequel, is they have him possess his own human corpse in 3, which, are you okay with that also?
But that's in a dream world, isn't it? Oh, later on, you're talking about the very ending.
It's in the real world.
Very ending. Yeah. The very ending with the skeleton and John Saxon, yeah.
Yeah, he kills John Saxon as a skeleton. He possesses his own bones. Are you okay with that in that aspect too?
The science of Freddy Krueger is bullshit. It's always been bullshit, and it always will be bullshit.
Of course, but that's a different element, though, too, man. It's not him coming straight into the... I mean, in part 2, the narrative is him trying to possess and come into the real world. I mean, it's a totally different aspect. It's not just being brought back into real life at that one point.
In part 3, too, so are you okay with that?
But it's also the end of the film. I'm talking about a whole narrative that is revolving around bringing himself into the real world.
He's not saying that he has a problem plot-wise of him being able to go into the real world. He's saying that he doesn't like that they center the whole movie around that.
Oh, I get you.
He's saying it came too early in the franchise. He would have liked it to come later.
Yeah,
and
my problem
retroactively, he's probably right, but back then they didn't think about that kind of shit.
Well,
They just rush.
Of course, Dave, I understand that but when you look at it from like this standpoint, I think it is jumping the shark a little bit. I think that, if they had just sat down and thought like maybe part 3 actually was part 2 and part 4, and then maybe take it into reality after the fact, I think it would have worked a lot better. I think part 2 would have been received a lot better, because I think it's jarring for a lot of fans, because when you watch part 1 and you establish these rules of this dream world and stuff, I think going into the real world right away is insane. I think you keep exploring that. You keep exploring the dream world, because it's a very creative idea that needs to be explored a little bit more. And I think that,
but they did explore it a little bit more.
Well, I mean,
in 3,
the music's
exactly. That's my point. That's
perfect,
my point. Part 1, part 3, part 4, maybe go into part 2 after. I think it's just, again, I hate using the term jumping the shark, but I think it is just a little bit
by
premature.
definition. It literally is jumping the shark. It's taking it's doing something outlandish and different.
It's like my sex life. It's very premature. So
yeah.
But
whose was this anyway? Jeremy's?
Yeah.
Holy shit! I forgot who was. I'm sorry, but I've rewatched Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and realized how much I absolutely love the film by itself. If I watch Nightmare on Elm Street 2 after part 1, I am super hella motherfucking disappointed in that movie.
I think it sucks. And it sucks
well
as
and you know why it sucks
thing.
to me? Because I 100% agree with you guys. I'm very passionate about this. Nightmare on Elm Street is my favorite franchise. I absolutely love this franchise to death. And I agree that the opening scene in the bus, that dream sequence, is fucking amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And then the film shits as a sequel right after that. As a film by itself, it's
really
amazing.
Like it.
See,
it's amazing.
As a sequel, I like it as a sequel. I don't like it. You have a problem going from 1 to 2. I have a problem going from 2 to 3. 1 to 2, I'm completely fine, because I think the story naturally progresses into 2. It only is a problem once you introduce 3.
Yeah, it ignores
1 and 2 actually feel good to me.
See, going into 3, I've always kind of, taken part 2 as this kind of bastard child film where, it's like part 1 and then, okay, let's go to 3. It's
I do that too. But
so I get it though, man. I mean, when I remember watching part 3 back, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like this, even as a young naive fucking kid, I was like, this should have been the movie right after part 1. It made a lot more sense.
I felt that way as a kid too.
I feel like everybody feels like that though.
Yeah, that is a very common feeling. I agree. That 1 and 3 feel so the same.
Again, going back to it, I don't dislike part 2 at all. I think the movie is really, really good.
I think 2 gets better as the older you get.
It's a bad sequel.
I think you're right with that, David.
And I think 3 gets worse the older you get.
Super old.
I think 3 gets worse. But that movie was a huge hit. Nightmare on Elm Street 2 was a huge hit. 3 million, and it grossed 30 million. That's a huge fucking hit.
So
critically wise,
it's funny, man, because part 3 like to me is just, I love it, but I also love part 4 though too. A lot of people show part 4, and I think part 4 is amazing.
4 is awesome,
right? So whatever.
I haven't seen it in so long.
It is what it is. It is what it is with the franchise, but
everyone
has their opinions on it, man. I think it's jumping the shark. I think it's a great
film. I think it's
but
one of the more controversial franchise movies.
They all have them.
I just feel like this one and like Halloween Resurrection is one that
Halloween 3 because it's actually good.
The thing about Nightmare on Elm Street 2,
Friday 5, those are the bastard
a
children
lot of the
of the
controversial films are usually kind of like they're either bad and they're good in that aspect or whatever. But Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is actually a good film. It's just I think it's just the wrong placement in the franchise for it.
Why don't you just watch it at the end then?
Well, you can. I mean, if honestly, you could do it like a Texas Chainsaw thing, or you could do it like a Halloween thing. Watch part 1, part 2, and then part fucking H2O. Kind of. You can do those storylines if you want. Honestly, if that's the way you want to watch and make it better for yourself, do it.
I was still on Nightmare 2. I went pee.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I couldn't tell you how many times I have popped in part 1, part 3, and part 4 in sequence and had that night and felt like it was the greatest night ever.
It's the Nancy trilogy.
Yeah.
Or you could do 1, 3, 7.
I just watched part 2 by itself because it's the best.
Or you can just watch it part 2 by itself, and if you think it's the best one, then it's the best for yourself. And I feel like
don't disagree
people
who
with
aren't a fan of Nightmare like Part 2 the best, and then like people who are a big fan of the franchise itself don't like Part 2.
But I'm the oddball.
You're definitely right about that. People who don't like the Elm Street franchise gravitate towards Part 2.
Ironically enough,
it is true. But I like Part 5 though too. So whatever.
Ironically enough,
I
hate 5. I hate 5.
Yeah, see, everyone hates 5, but I used to hate it as a kid, and I grew to love that movie. Like, it actually kind of makes sense where the narrative goes, like having, the whole whatever. But
I like them all. I even like 6. I just think that 5 is the weakest.
That's the
terrible,
one I
like it.
fucking hate with every ounce of passion I have in
I
this
feel that
little
way
body
about
of mine.
5. It took me like 20 times to finish 5. Like as a kid, I watched all the Nightmare on Elm Streets 100 times, and 5 I barely ever finished. I can't stand it.
Yeah,
It's not even that much different.
Freddy's Dead is the fucking resurrection for me, man. It's horrible.
I don't know what it is about 5, but 2 has the best score, one of the best scores, man. Not the best, but Christopher Young's score is really great.
No,
Jack Shoulder's
honestly,
direction's
Part 2 is a
fucking
great film.
Yeah.
It's a
And
great
Clue
film.
Gallagher, man. Clue fucking Gallagher. His
my
third
favorite-
85 movie.
Oh my god! I gotta say,
Back
his
to back
line-
with Return of the Living Dead in the same year? Come on.
I gotta say, Cool
And here at
Gallagher.
London Bridge.
Cool Gallagher's fucking line though, when Hope Lang's like, "What's wrong with our son? He needs fucking methadone." goddammit."
I know. I didn't even think that
That's what
clinic was
firefighters
around
did.
back then.
The
Clinic.
Yeah, it was fucking great.
And the house is all hot and shit, and it's because the
Oh,
fucking
like the record
Dude,
melting and shit. Like
It's a
this
cool
one has
ass movie.
great dream logic, dude.
It's a
it
cool
really
movie.
does.
Yeah,
Great
I
dream
love
sequences. I love the him like walking outside and seeing Freddy down in his basement and shit like that,
That's
dude.
creepy
That
as
is
fuck.
fucking
It peaks
scary.
my
bro.
mind.
This one is scary. This
I
is
love
one of
the
the
fact
more
that the
scary
final
ones.
girl's a dude.
Yeah.
Okay,
Marshall
dude.
Bell. Marshall Bell's in this movie.
Marshall Bell naked getting whipped
What a
with
joke
the
I've
fucking
seen.
towels is fucking amazing. As the S&M gym teacher.
So weird, dude.
Dude,
Such
that
a
shit
weird
always-
Jack Shoulders.
It still creeps
I
me
love
out,
Jack
man.
Shoulders movies, man. Like Alone in the Dark, of course. Jeremy was number one.
The Hidden, baby.
Yeah,
It's a good, it's a good
the
film.
Hidden's, aka the better version of Jason Lives.
Or
But,
Fallen. Or 100 other movies.
yeah, fucking. Yeah, I love the Hidden too. It's fucking. He has some interesting films, and as you know, he was also the editor on The Burn-In. He edited that.
That movie's not really edited too well, honestly.
That's the
Love it.
disagree.
Love it.
Fuck yeah, me and Dave fist pump.
I think it's one of Savini's worst works.
The effects are great. It's just there's not a lot of effects. It's more character driven. That's the problem.
I don't think that the effects are great. In the
I
Burning?
like them.
It's not that they're not great. It's just not a lot of effects because it's
No,
more
and I am saying that they're not great. What do you mean?
I
That's
like
what
them.
I'm saying.
I disagree.
I like it.
Nightmare
Probably,
2.
yeah, they're not
I
as
believe
fast,
you.
but they're not bad.
Sorry,
I
Jeremy.
think they're some of Tom Savini's worst work. I'm not even joking.
Okay, what are we talking about here?
The
Burning.
raft scene, the famous raft scene that everybody likes.
I like it.
I'm not
I
gonna
like
lie.
it too.
I'm not gonna lie.
I
I,
just-
used to be a massive Burning fan, but that movie is overrated as fuck.
Thank
I haven't
you.
watched
Yeah,
it in a long time.
That
I
movie
haven't watched
dropped
it in a
out
long
of my
time.
like top 5 favorite 80s slashers to probably not even in my top 30. I'm not. Even
I'll take
joking.
Sleep.
There's a lot of moments where there's just nothing going on in it, but like
It's got a
Not
good
bad.
cast.
It is, man. It just has that stigma, man, as being one of the best, and it's like, I don't know, man.
You know what though? I'll agree with that. I think Glazer does a great job in the fucking
Glazer's awesome.
in fucking Shakedown though. Shakedown's fucking.
Oh, he's great in that too.
yeah, Shakedown, Dave. Fist pump.
He's also
Oh,
in
no.
Spider-Man. He's an asshole in Spider-Man too.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Jeremy, what did you rate Elm Street 2?
Jeremy, do you want to
8
say
out of
anything
10.
else? Do you want to
No.
say anything else? We cut you off terribly. Everybody did.
I'm okay. 8 out of 10.
Well, he said some shit.
I said some
Huh?
shit.
You're the man, Jeremy.
I'm like
All right.
shocked that he even had a franchise film on his list, but that's cool, man. I respect
Yeah.
that. Good shit.
I knew he was gonna have that shit.
GP.
All right, is it back to me? Okay, so number 7. This film's come a decent way with me. I've always liked it. A proud member of the 22 Shots Hall, and it's Demons. Which,
Nice.
by the way, I was listening to another podcast. I do research when we do these lists, and I try to find other podcasts who have done the same thing. And they referred to this as Dario Argento's Demons.
Well, they obviously didn't do their research.
Exactly. And I was
produced
like,
it.
Dude, you know how
I
many
sent you
people
guys
I've seen?
screenshot, and I was like, if you guys want to hear a super like new version of what we're gonna do, listen to this. It was very funny.
Who was that podcast? So we can fart in their face.
I don't want to hate on them publicly.
I'm just
I
kidding.
think he did a screenshot in one of the chats.
The Horror Mafia?
So
they didn't
many
do that.
lists I've
No
seen.
way.
man.
Don and Nelly would never fuck up demons. Or Bill.
I
They would
remember
never.
looking up top 10 lists, just curiosity, man, for, Dario Argento top 10
Oh, yeah,
films
it's-
and shit.
I do
Demons
it all
is
the time.
always on people's lists.
When I was like 12, I would think Dario Argento directed that. And then I
Because
was
it says
like,
Dario Argento presents.
Yeah,
Why
'cause
the
you're like
fuck would he
12 years
present his
old.
own film? Like, fuck.
It's like Eli Roth presents. It was the first era of that.
Wes Craven presented a bunch of shit. John Carpenter presented a bunch
exactly,
of shit.
man.
Could you
Alfred
imagine if it was
Hitchcock
like
was the first one to present a bunch of shit.
What's that?
Hitchcock was the
he
first
had
We
his
kind
own
of sound like
fucking
assholes
show.
right now.
Yeah,
but
it's
Hitchcock
literally
presents.
Hitchcock presents.
the 22 shots of Know-It-All
Hey,
right now.
this is going to blow your mind. Demons only cost $1.8 million. Dirt cheap.
That doesn't
They had a helicopter crash.
Makes it more appreciated.
Does that factor in
1.8.
does that factor in the soundtrack royalties that they had to pay for?
I don't know, but I
Because
can't find a
honestly,
gross.
the soundtrack had to cost them a little bit to fucking put together because they used some pretty fucking, I wouldn't say like mainstream, but known shit. That's
Billy Idol, baby.
Yeah. I used to think that Demons 2 was the one I liked more, but I like Demons more now.
Not me.
I think I like part 2 better.
No, man, Demons, dude, there's some amazing shots in this film, you know what I mean? It's honestly
amazing.
Yeah.
This is like, I know that like this era of Italian films is the era I like a little bit better than the 70s giallos. I like the supernatural.
There was horror films in the
terror.
70s, right? Like Bava actually, people did horror films in the 70s.
Yeah, Bava's giallos in the 80s are fucking awesome. Like,
wait, what'd you say?
Who?
What moods? I didn't
No,
hear
I
you
said
saying.
there was
What?
actually horror films in the 70s that weren't giallos, that were Italian made.
Yeah, like not Anthropomorphic.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
Darkness.
the domination of the giallo Italian film was more than the like films like this.
Yeah, by the 80s, we started getting this later phase Italian stuff, like the Dario Argento produced stuff, and like all like Phenomenon and Demons and stuff. They just started getting batshit supernatural crazy, and I think that kind of peaked right after Suspiria. And we got the zombie craze going on too.
Well, because when Suspiria came out, man, I mean that was
changed everything.
That was the end of giallos as it was, anyways. I mean, giallos were fading even a couple years before that. They were really fading.
And then Dario's the only one who would do them afterwards, unless you get like stuff from this year.
They were following in suit in Argento's feet, or in his footsteps for sure, man. Because he was the Italian master at that. A lot of people consider him that. Even though Bava was definitely getting overlooked at that, but had to do something else.
I just like the little crew that you had there with Argento and Bava and like Dave just said, Suave. Suave. Who's in this film?
Which did my favorite '90s movie of all time, Cemetery Man.
I love that the bad guy from Opera is the fucking hero of this movie with his motorcycle and his samurai sword.
Is that Urbano Barberini or some shit?
Yeah.
The movie within the movie is really awesome. I kind of wish they made that movie too.
JB,
Bobby Rhodes.
Can I ask you something?
What's up?
Where the hell is Rosemary?
Where the hell is Rosemary? God damn it!
We watched.
Get away from me! She's a friend of mine.
we watched this. It was me, Carly, and a couple of friends.
What the fuck is Greta Greta's real name? It can't be Greta Greta.
It's Greta Greta. Dude,
it's not Greta Greta. What the fuck is her real
I'm
name?
very bummed that I didn't meet her. She was standing right next to us like the whole day, and we
met her in spirit.
I've always wondered that. Like, I bet you Greta's last name is like. It's just something.
Greta.
It's like spaghetti or something.
It's
like
chocolate.
That. Like,
Exactly
I'm
the
changing
same.
it to the same as my first name.
Yeah.
Badass.
Yeah. But yeah, it's dude, I love the atmosphere of this one, the music, the visuals, the gore. It's just balls to the wall fun. This is the perfect party movie.
What do
you know
like
what
better?
I mean?
Do you like the score or the actual soundtrack better?
Both are
fantastic. I know you're not a fan of like metal music.
Movie.
Like the soundtrack would be the metal music.
Funny enough,
the score is amazing.
The funny thing about metal is I don't like it as music, like to listen to, but I do like it in horror film, which everybody hates it in horror films.
I'm the polar opposite. I love metal music, but I hate it in movies.
The only time it works is in these latter-day Italian horror movies. Is the only time when metal works in horror movies.
Yeah, especially
this type of music is also better. I mean, when you're watching like some of this new fucking indie shit, and they just
they make it
up
fit,
with
and the Italian
music,
shit
like,
it fits.
Oh, come on, man! Like,
but at least like the perfect thing about Phenomena is when the fucking killer is killing people, and you hear Blade of the Ripper from fucking Iron Maiden.
It works because it's good. They somehow make it work, and they're the only ones that can do it.
It's good in The Devil's Candy.
Yeah, but that movie's based on metal, and so is like
it's actually
so is Deathgasm.
Like, dude,
did you imagine Deathgasm with a fucking jazz soundtrack?
It just has like folk music playing.
Yeah, and like, the only time it blows nuts is like indie directors like, hey guys, my best friend made a fucking soundtrack for the movie. It has nothing pertaining to the movie for soundtracks at all. Instead of having like any score, I just have shitty metal that fucking blares for no reason. It's just like fucking, it's just trying to
metal and John Savage in my movie.
Eric That's a dead call out on a movie for sure.
Yeah,
the Demons is Dario Argento's Demons. Oh, dude, it was funny. They said a few fucking head scratching things in there, but yeah. So Demons, good fucking time. It's Demons 2 did not make my 86 list, but I used to think I liked that one more, but after rewatching this, I watched it with Carly and a group of friends who all had a lot of fun.
Still hating on Italian films at that time, man. Fucker.
No, I never hated on Italian films, man.
Come on,
I never did. I love Italian movies, dude.
That was the greatest show ever. When I gave it a 10, your vein in your head popped out.
We had to stop the show for like 3 hours because you were so mad. You're like, no. And even after that, it was like 6 months later. You're like, I was looking through the Hall of Fame, and I saw Demons, and it shouldn't be there.
It just felt like it shouldn't be.
From it, man.
It just felt like it shouldn't be because there's so many other films I felt like should be, but
yeah, but
hey.
They just hadn't been reviewed to go in there. Demons
to let you guys know, I'm happy with it being in the Hall of Fame now.
Okay.
So.
I love you now, JP.
Sometimes you're wrong.
Sometimes I'm wrong.
It takes
everybody's wrong.
He's my hetero life mate, but I still hate him.
Yeah. So Demons, 8.5 out of 10. Dope shit. My number 7.
Okay.
Okay, Dave.
Oh, it's me.
Let's get onto your bitch made list or whatever the fuck you're saying, because your list ain't that fucking basic bitch list.
Basic white. You gotta say basic white bitch though.
Basic white bitch.
I like bitch made.
All right, that's fine.
Bitch made list.
All right, so this one right here actually was a huge hit. It came at a $3 million budget, and it ended up making 19.5. Another movie that I don't think many people will have on their list, maybe one or two, but it is Steve Miner's House. This movie was one that I grew up with at a very young age, and I always loved it, and I hadn't watched it in years. When I rewatched it, I realized that this movie was kind of like another stepping stone to horror comedies. We have Ghostbusters in '84, I think. This one was another step, and whatnot. And it also, with Return of the Living Dead and Fright Night, it came out this year. But I just really enjoy this movie. It does seem a little cheap at times, and it has a bunch of TV actors in it. But Richard Mole as Big Ben,
it has Cat Williams.
It has William Cat, and it also has George Wendt, who actually is the best part of this fucking movie, to be honest. When he goes on about how William Cat's aunt, and he's like, terrible woman, and he's like, that's my aunt, but heart of gold though. And a woman of her age is the best comedy beat in the movie. Man. I love this movie, and I think
Richard Mole is fucking Big Ben.
Yeah, he's the best. Richard Mole is the best part of this fucking movie too. Kill me, Raj, kill me, and then the fucking Vietnam shit. I like
skeleton. Yeah, it's
like it,
awesome.
Man. It's goofy, but it also has an emotional story to it. I love the special.
Frank Duke's in this too as a cop.
I still feel like this guy's fucked by the end of the movie. I feel like they're gonna be like, "Where the fuck was your son at?" Like, we know you know, motherfucker.
But I mean, I enjoy it. I know it's not like I don't think Moods cares for this movie in particular. I think I had to go off on it a bit.
It's weird, man, because like Fright Night and House were two of the first horror films I ever like. These are like pretty much the two films I always credit to getting me into horror films and stuff. And And I don't know, over time, man, House is, I always thought I loved it, and, you know, the more I watch it...
You're being serious?
What?
Huh?
Hey, Moods isn't a huge fan of this. I knew.
Dude, I could have sworn he was, because when we did 86, and I found out that House was actually 85, him and Brandon were pissed.
Yeah.
Well, that's before they rewatched it.
But upon rewatches and shit, I'm just like, man, I've came to realize I'm, like, not the hugest fan of the movie, so, yeah.
And you're telling me you didn't... You're telling me you didn't have the same conclusion with Fright Night.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I figured...
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Senses.
Like, you got to be fucking kidding me, man.
The tomato meter actually has 62% out of critics. It was actually got reviewed fairly well, and the audience meter is 45, which is crazy. It's actually under. The good review comes from Janet Maslin, who is not always hot on horror movies, and it says scares are not in its strong suit, but it has a trim, bright look and better performances than might be expected. And the bad is from Stacey Lynn Wilson, and she says, "May a house fall on the director's sister." 1 out of 5. I don't have much more to say about it. Like I said, the special effects are great, and it kind of feels like they lead right into like stuff we'd see later on. And it's kind of, the effects are really innovative, I think, for this one on a budget. And it's also a New World Pictures as well. So
one of the best scenes in the movie is when his girlfriend drops down to get something under the table.
Yeah.
And she comes up and she's a fucking monster.
That's awesome. And just that fat creature that's running around. And they have some really cool creature designs in here. Like I said, they remind me of Ghostbusters, kind of. Like how they're like big and weird and scary, but goofy. I don't know. It's kind of hard to compete with Ghostbusters, but I feel like Fright Night has similar effects. I'm going to give House a 9 out of 10.
Wow. High rating, but I like it.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's nostalgia, too. A lot of nostalgia in a lot of movies.
I actually, before we move on, I actually really dig Manfredini's score for House 2.
Yeah,
it's kind of
good.
You like House 2 as well?
It's been years since I watched it. I remember liking it.
I love House 2.
I didn't care for that one too much.
What about House 3?
It's PG-13.
I hate House 3, man. I can't stand that movie. But I do like the fourth one, that fucking ridiculous pizza scene. Come on. That's awesome.
I haven't seen that one in years either.
Who's
It's Carly next.
Carly.
Yeah. All right. So my number 7, speaking of Fright Night, is Fright Night. Yeah, I saw this one for the first time at a drive-in, actually. The one that JP and I go to every year now, and kind of saw it. Barely. It was really hard to pay attention that night.
Because you were sucking his dick?
Yeah. Yeah, I was like choking the entire night. It was really rough. But
yeah, it was.
No, you mean you were hungry after? Come on.
Butter popcorn goes well.
Anyway, so that happened.
Played into it.
I might as well at this point.
Yeah, fuck it. It's funnier that way.
Yeah.
That was so wrong.
But yeah, we also saw it in the regular theater, and I liked it even more. But it's one of those ones that I didn't grow up with, again, which is kind of a theme with 85, oddly. A lot of these movies I didn't really grow up with, but I've grown to really like them over time. But I like it. I appreciate it. It's, horror comedy in a way, and I love Chris Sarandon as the vampire dude, which is weird seeing him in that role because I saw him in Child's Play. That was one I grew up with. And then seeing him in this world's just completely different. But
he's no Colin Farrell, but...
He's an Academy Award nominated actor.
Well, you used to see him in
77
The Sentinel. You see him in that movie.
What about
Dog Day Afternoon?
He's
nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah.
But The Sentinel is classic.
Second gayest movie of 85.
Bonafide 10 out of 10 right there.
After Nightmare on Elm Street. Second gayest movie of 85.
Which one?
After Nightmare on Elm Street 2, this is the second most homosexual movie of 85.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of, he's got a live-in male roommate.
And a lot of the actors were actually gay.
It's kind of
Stephen Jeffries, Roddy McDowall, Amanda Beers.
But it's kind of funny because a couple of the actors, they weren't actually gay at the time the movie was even made. They weren't outed at the time.
Yeah.
Stephen Jeffries isn't gay.
He just does it for the money because gay porn, there's a lot more money in it. Yep.
I've talked to him before.
Are you serious? Were you like, hey, dude, what about them gay porns? I'm pretty sure that he didn't. You don't know if he's gay for pay. No, that would be rude as fuck.
I think the only major overtone though, man, is fucking, just him having the male live-in roommate and stuff. I mean, it to me it comes off as a little bit more bisexual though, really, because there is points
Plus,
in the film where
Pierce
he is
gay.
But she wasn't outed at that time, right?
The aspect I always say about vampires is, since they live so long, why not fucking experiment?
Wait, Amanda Bierce is a lesbian?
Yeah, she's.
Well, I mean, at that point, I mean, with the whole AIDS thing, I mean, that was epidemic. Well, maybe in '85, maybe it wasn't so bad then, but whatever. Who cares?
But
she came out not too long after this, though.
There's definitely a big metaphor in the scene with Chris Sarandon and Stephen Jeffries in the alleyway. That's definitely a big metaphor there, that he's like bullied and there's like a homosexual overtone there, for sure.
I always wondered why.
And he says, "You don't have to be afraid anymore. Take my hand."
Yeah,
I mean, vampires all are highly sexualized.
I always noticed that in vampirism.
Is there features on like why Tom Holland? Like, I mean, I remember like in the "You're So Cool, Brewster" documentary and stuff, but did they go into that type of depth?
I don't know
with the homosexual. I can't remember. I haven't watched it in a while, but like
they did
don't
with
remember being
Billy Cole and Jerry Dandridge. They did with those two.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, okay.
They did in the documentary. I remember that.
I do remember. I think maybe they reference even Nightmare on Elm Street 2. That's is kind of similar to where there's some overtones or whatever, but I don't know.
My favorite aspect of the film is the like rear window aspect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that too. I'm not a big fan
influence
of the
on
whole dance sequence where he's kind of serenading, but at the same time,
kills the movie. It brings that movie to a screeching fucking halt. It's always been my number one problem with the movie. It's why I like
even that long. It's only like 5 minutes,
and it feels like an eternity.
Brad Fidel's music's excellent in that movie.
It's creepy to me because Chris Sarandon looks way old, and then like Amanda Bierce actually looks like, I know she's older, but she looks like she's like 15, and it's just like that aspect too.
He's supposed to be. He's a vampire.
So yeah.
I like that though.
Yeah,
no,
I like that.
It is robbing the credit. Like, I mean, it is definitely a fucking. It's kind of a rapey thing, though, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's a kid when you're 200 years old.
The best part about the dance sequences is one of the bike riders from Friday the 13th, Friday 3 is one of the fucking.
Leon!
Yeah, he's one of the fucking, the security dudes. And he gets his throat slashed. It's fucking awesome. I was like, let's watch.
You know what? The sequel is actually all right too.
I love the sequel. Love it.
I do like the sequel too. I like the fact that it actually has continuity and it plays off the first one.
It's a monster mash. It's got Brian Thompson, John Grease. I love those two. And Julie Carmen. It's got a nice cast.
Oh yeah.
The originals are definitely far superior to those shitty ass fucking remakes, for sure.
I think the remake's the best in the series.
$9 million budget, and the gross is $25 million. I wouldn't even watch the remake because the cast upset me so much.
You don't like
Colin Farrell is
never seen
the
any.
biggest.
No, he's
piece of
okay.
shit.
I don't
Imogen
like
Poots? You don't like Imogen Poots?
No,
the
only
Colin
good part of
Farrell,
the remake is when Chris Sarandon actually cameos in it.
And I hate McLovin.
Oh, I fucking hate those guys.
Why?
I've always expressed how much I hate Colin Farrell.
I've
always hated him. I've hated him in Superbad.
He's one.
Nobody hated him in
Dude,
Superbad.
people hate him the same reason why you hate fucking the dude from Napoleon Dynamite. The same reason, dude.
I love that guy.
The exact
He's a
same reason.
John Heater.
I would have that guy as baby.
JP hates
I
John
don't
Heater.
hate John Heater.
You hate
I just hate Napoleon Dynamite.
It's the same type of character,
he draws
man.
ligers, man.
It's the parallel and contrasting characters. It's the same bullshit, man.
Pump.
The reason why people hate that character is because of that same shit. So,
but it cost $9 million and it grossed $25, so it was a pretty big hit.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. What'd you rate it, Carly?
I give that one an 8 out of 10 as well. So,
all right.
There you have it.
All right. So it's my turn, and this is when I start to make fucking enemies, because my number 7 is actually my favorite film from this director, and that is Tobe Hooper's Life Force.
I didn't.
That's your favorite Hooper film?
It's not his best film.
Not Poltergeist. Not Texas Chainsaw.
JD, he said favorite, not best. He said favorite.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. None of those are your favorite.
I love Life Force.
Really?
It's a mixture of two.
Not ironic.
It's mixture of two of my favorite things: Quatermass movies and Planet of the fucking Vampires.
Good man, Derek.
And I fucking love that aspect of it. It has the Italian colors, and it's like a giant coked out version of a Quatermass movie. I love
it. Actually is, man. When you put it that way, it actually is. Yeah,
bunch of British guys talking, but it's also got nudity and 80s special effects.
And Planet of the Vampires, some Bava shit there, man. That's amazing.
And it has Steve Railsback French kissing Patrick Stewart, which makes it fucking awesome.
Steve Railsback is still the best Manson ever, man. It's amazing.
Second Patrick Stewart movie from '85.
And I can see why people wouldn't like it. You know, like on first time watch, I was like, okay, where are we gonna get going? Because I was a kid then. I appreciate this movie way more every time I watch it, and every time I grow older, because I love my thinking man horror movies, and this is one of them. I love the score, Harry Mancini's score. This is the guy who did the score for the fucking Pink Panther. The score is fucking epic. It's all coked out,
dude.
Yeah, it's just an epic sci-fi horror film, and movies like this don't get fucking made today. And if they are, they're usually filled with shitty fucking CGI. This is all fucking nice visuals and practical effects. It's fucking outstanding in that aspect. I fucking love Life Force.
The thing with me with Life Force is, like, I like aspects of it. Like, I like the space vampires. I like the opening when they're going into, like, the vampire den. It's fucking creepy. I love the hot chick with the super nice tits walking around naked the whole time. I like all the dead bodies in the end and stuff like that. It's just fucking so slow and boring at times. And it's too long.
I don't agree at all. I think it grows in its pace as long as, like, I would agree with you if I was my 15-year-old self, but every time I rewatch it, I want more.
I've seen
want
this
it to be
shit like
fucking 4 hours.
I actually avoided going to a Tobe Hooper marathon at a drive-in simply because this was playing first.
I own fucking 4 copies of this on Blu-ray, and I watched all of them 15,000 times.
I think it gets better on rewatches. I do. But it failed miserably. Most people agree with JP. It had a $25 million budget and only grossed $11 million, and it was one of the nails in the coffin for Canon Films, unfortunately. But I do like it. I think it's huge and crazy, and there's some down moments. But man,
this is what I'll say
fantastic.
For the people who also think that Hooper didn't do much in Poltergeist is, you look at this film and visually it looks similar to Poltergeist.
And it handles a lot of big special effects like Poltergeist.
Yeah,
and plus,
well, he learned from Spielberg there. You know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well,
Poltergeist is next year.
Well, you could say that about any Spielberg produced film. Like, you think really The Goonies feels like a Richard Donner film?
No, that was my other argument. Is like The Goonies feels Spielberg.
Well,
like,
it feels more Donner than it does.
It looks like Spielberg. I'm like, so does Super 8.
I don't think it feels like 100% Spielberg, though. I think Donner has his fucking touch in there for sure.
You think, like, you could tell the difference between Gremlins and Gremlins 2. You can't argue that fact, Moods, because Spielberg didn't.
100%, yeah. But I hate
But Joe Dante didn't want to direct Gremlins.
But I can't stand
exactly
Gremlins 2. I think Gremlins 2 is shit. I'm not even a huge fan of Gremlins.
I actually prefer it.
I do too.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan
of
Gremlins either, so... You know,
I think me and Derek have some mental deficiencies for Gremlins 2 over 1 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really? That's
I love it.
More crazy shit.
Maybe one of these days I'll come around on it because I'm not a big fan of Gremlins, so I don't know. But
yeah,
I think it's over fucking rated as hell.
I love little creatures.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for little creatures, dude.
I love little creatures.
What do you still? Did you find a new appreciation for Life Force on these rewatches?
Absolutely not. No.
Absolutely not.
He said absolutely not.
Well, you actually did, because you did rate it a 6 at one point, and you did give it a 7.5.
Dude, I gave it a 7.
So maybe it's a little bit, but like I still don't love the movie. Honestly, dude, it's just, it drags for me. Like, I like the premise of it. I really do like the premise. I just think it's not executed.
I'm the same way. On paper, it seems so good.
I mean, really, how can you go wrong with a fucking naked fucking woman walking around?
This was supposed to play in 70mm before fucking coronavirus happened. I was pissed off. I was gonna go see that shit.
Consider yourself
they have
lucky.
that in 70mm? Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Those titties must look really good.
Who is that girl? She's super smoking.
Matilda May.
Super smoking hot, man.
She's a French supermodel.
I mean, honestly, I would just rather watch some Bava films, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you haven't seen did you watch the Quatermass films movies when you got them in?
Yes, I have actually. Yeah.
So you do get that aspect where I think when I can see why because Dan O'Bannon and Carpenter actually went to school together. They were roommates, if you didn't know this.
Wow.
So they actually seen a lot of the same movies together, which, Carpenter's a huge fan of the Quatermass movies, and that's why he made his version with, Prince of Darkness, and this is Dan O'Bannon's version of those movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the irony is that I would rather just go back and watch the Quatermass films than,
Yeah, I think I would, from everything I know about Quatermass or Quartermass or whatever the fuck it's name is. I hear English people say quarter sometimes.
But if you look at the spelling, it's Quater.
No, they say Quater in the movies.
Yeah,
okay,
it's Quater.
I believe you.
It's the guy's last name.
It's Quatermass.
But I think I would like those.
I think
you might too, man. They're actually good films. Yeah.
I think after you see those, especially like Quatermass in the Pit and Quatermass 2, and even Quatermass 1, which, even Carpenter stole elements for The Thing. If you look at The Thing, like the creature in the Quatermass Experiment looks exactly like The Thing in some aspects. And I was mind blown when I watched that for the first time. And I even said that in my 31 Days of Horror review. Those films are revolutionary for like 80s horror films in general. But I'll lay the nail in the coffin. Do I think it's a 10 out of 10 like Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Hell no. But I still fucking love it. 9 out of 10 for Life Force.
9 out of 10. Hooper getting some love.
Love Force? Fuck.
Love Force.
Life Force actually has a fucking huge fan base. But it also has a lot of fucking fan base that doesn't like it too, so... Is that a fan base? No. What the fuck am I talking about?
Life Force, Love Force, and Laugh Force.
Yep, exactly. A bunch of L's there.
So, who's next?
I'm next. Returning to the year of stop it. Directed by Walter Murch. It's actually the only film that he directed. I know he did an episode of Star Wars. Clones or whatever, and that is Return to Oz. Oh, people are gonna yell at me. They're not gonna yell. Okay, I know.
Fist bump move.
No, I think everybody likes that movie.
But I kind of figured it was like, really, is it horror? Is it horror? I'm like,
I don't know if it's. I wouldn't consider it traditional horror, but like children's horror, I could kind of see it.
Nightmare fuel.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this movie is. Like I said, Disney at the time was going through a really dark period, man. They were putting out tons of dark-ass films and shit. And this is probably the best one, in my opinion. But I love this sequel, man. I love the fact that they took this to a dark area and just fucking rolled with it, man. Like, there's so many creepy-ass characters in here. I mean, like, let's face it, man. Princess Mombi has replaceable heads. Is that like you just couldn't fucking make this shit anymore? There's no fucking way you can make a kids movie where the villain has replaceable heads, literally heads that are in showcases, and she can replace her head anytime she wants. That's insane to me. But I love the premise, man, that they've taken over Emerald City and everything's all gone to shit and stuff. You got these creepy ass wheelers and stuff, and Dorothy gets kind of brought back to Oz basically to kind of save it. And I love the characters, man. I love Jack. It's like this kind of ridiculous, like he's so wimpy, but he's fun. I don't know.
Are you my mom?
Yeah, right. He's like the wimpiest character, but you love him at the same time. It's kind of crazy. But,
I love the Gnome King's fucking pissed off for him when he just becomes giant demon Gnome King, and he just. I'm gonna eat you all.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
It's just so dark though, man. They've like taken over Emerald City. They've turned people into ornaments and and fucking into rock and stuff. And the way they got to get them back, and it's cool because the green ornaments are representative of Emerald City and shit. There's so many cool things about this film, man. I love the effects in it. The narrative is just fantastic. The pacing's phenomenal in the movie, man. And to be honest, Fairuza Balk, as a kid, first film, does a fantastic job, man. She's actually believable in that Dorothy character. Love it. I love the fact that they even brought back the ruby shoes too. Because
which they had to actually had to go to MGM to get permission to use those because
exactly.
That's an MGM thing because those weren't actually in the original stories.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. And I love the fact that they put those in this film too, and I think that's fantastic. And they really fucking bling out too. But
yeah, I love that the Gnome King was a cross dresser too. He's just wearing ruby slippers. He's like, my ruby slippers now.
Right? Like, this movie is, in my opinion, is not a kid's movie. I mean, kids can watch this movie because it doesn't have that, it doesn't have nudity, it doesn't have swearing, it doesn't have all that type of shit. But this is a scary ass movie. Like, even watching it late last night again, rewatching it, I was like, man, I love this shit. It's scary to me, man. Love it.
What are you rated?
9 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
9.5 out of 10. I think it's almost a perfect film, man. I mean, the only thing that actually kind of cracks me up about this movie is that the Scarecrow looks a little bit weird.
Yeah, they actually said that in like some of the trivia. Like at first they wanted his mouth to move. It's just weird because it doesn't. It's like they couldn't get like a better design for the mouth it was kind of rushed in that aspect.
And also I wish they had kind of explored the Deadly Desert a little bit more. I wanted to see more wheelers actually wheel into, the sand and like turn into sand and die and shit like that, because that's like really fucking, it's extreme, man. Like as a kid, like I remember watching this as a young kid and being like, what the fuck, man? How did that happen?
Right? What I want right now is one of those lunch pail trees because I'm fucking starving.
Me too. Yeah. Me too.
Right? Right? I just think this movie from top to bottom, man, is just a fucking ride, man. It's crazy because when you think about it, like Dorothy, she returns from Oz and she keeps telling her mom and shit like that. Like she's obviously obsessed with this world and stuff, and they think she's insane. So what do? Because it's at the time. Electric shock treatment, man. Like, what the fuck, right? It's crazy.
You could argue she's crazy the whole movie and they're just zapping her brain and she's imagining all that.
You could argue the fact that this whole thing is just all in her mind and whatever, but like, I mean, you can go either way. To me, it doesn't matter if she's crazy or not. It's still a great idea inside, if it's reality or if it's, in her mind kind of thing. So it doesn't matter to me. So
What'd you have
I think that's
Derek?
why it works so well. Talking chickens? Are you kidding me?
Lena!
I forgot about the talking chicken.
The
talking
chicken's
chicken
the weakness
and TikTok
of the
is
fucking Gnome King. I love it.
And like I said before, man, I think it's the funniest point where where Dorothy even says to TikTok, she's like, I wish they had built you with the the wind up on where you could do it yourself kind of thing. And I'm like, great point. Why would they build on the back of him? He can't wind himself up, but love it, man.
Yeah.
Return to Oz. If you don't call it horror, whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's my number 7. 9.5 out of 10.
Hey, it was on my fucking list. Moods. Virtual fist pump, brother. Nicole Williamson as the Gnome King for fucking life.
Exactly. And the weirdest thing about the Gnome King too, man, is how much he changes. when you see him, like between him being the Rock and like just different aspects. And
that's what I like about it too, because like every time they go, like another one becomes a part of his collection, he gets more human.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. I love that aspect that they kind of cool, man. But they're clever with the emerald and the green and stuff. So that's my number 7. 9.5 out of 10, man. It's a great fucking movie.
9.5 out of 10. All right.
Jeremy, is it?
Number 7. With an 8 out of 10, we have Return to Oz.
Fuck yeah!
Jeez.
Hence why Jeremy didn't say a fucking thing the whole time.
What else more can I say? Dave knows, because I've given him some weird-ass TV kid movies in the past on Patreon. I love weird-ass fucking kids movies that are just insane.
Did you watch Peanut Butter Solution?
No, but really like bright, colorful, weird ass fucking movies. And
that might have been his number 1 if you had seen that one. Fuck.
This one fits the bill. I mean, it's just weird and crazy, and I love the production design in this movie. It's fucking fantastic. All the characters and the puppetry and everything along those lines are just absolutely amazing.
Isn't it totally like when Dorothy gets when she gets to Emerald City and like the Yellow Brick, or when she's not gets to Emerald City, but when she first sees the Yellow Brick Road, doesn't that shit just like kind of hit you fucking hard? You're like, it's all fucked up and broken and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I love that scene, man. I love that. And she's running down. She's like, oh my god, the road's all fucked up, and you're like, oh my god, I love it. It's great scene.
Yeah, it totally makes sense why the movie bombed. I mean, it's clearly totally not in the realm of the original film, but like I said, I really, really enjoy this movie. It's really fucking good. And as I said, it sucks it only has a pretty bare bones Blu-ray release. That's hard to get unless you pay for it, really. because I think this movie
Is it an exclusive to the Disney Movie Club?
Yeah.
Yep.
It is. Yep.
I feel like this is a film that has gained more appreciation as the years gone on. I think a lot of people really like this movie now. I've heard a bunch of people really talk about it, and I really like it. So I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Sweet.
Cool. Back to
I
me.
didn't expect this to make everyone's list.
Me neither, actually. All right, so my number 6 here is another Italian film. It is actually Dario Argento's this time. It is Phenomena. So yeah, man, this movie is definitely one of my favorite Argento films, and I think that one of the reasons that I like it so much is how just bizarre the story is. Like how weird it is. It's a supernatural telekinetic insect thing with a dwarf boy. Like it's just
definitely original.
It's just out there, you know. And I really like. And then you got the monkey and Donald Pleasance and Jennifer Connelly. It's just very unique, especially when you look at, you know, Argento's filmography up until this point. It's something completely different. This film actually, was this not completely shot? Where was it? Was this shot in America?
Switzerland.
No, it was
Switzerland?
shot, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right. Switzerland.
It's Switzerland.
Right? Yeah.
Switzerland
the same
and
place
probably
they shot
Italy.
fucking opera.
What it was is, it was this made for an America? This was made for like he made this movie for America first, right? There was something that I heard.
Yeah,
in
it's
special
made
features.
coincide with Demons. It was like
It
the
was,
two Americanized
soundtrack-wise,
fucking
Yeah.
movies.
Well, it was made at the same time as Demons, right? So they were specifically trying to target the American audience, hence the soundtracks and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Best use of wind of all time. I love the way they use the wind in this movie.
Yes.
I mean, if
Best.
you notice,
Hands down.
Demons and Phenomena share soundtracks it's close, right? Very close. Yeah.
Oh, I love the opening the soundtrack to Phenomena with that.
Down.
You know who did that, right? That's Bill Wyman from the Rolling Stones.
Is it?
Oh, is it really?
It's excellent.
That's
yeah,
excellent.
he did that score. Yeah, that opening music.
Yeah,
She gets
so
left by the bus. That's awesome. So
yeah,
scary.
and she, you know, wanders to the house, and that whole opening scene is pretty brutal and cool. The slow motion with the glass and stuff like that. There's there's technically 4 versions of this film, but I finally watched the American version, Creepers, and it's kind of interesting. Like each of the versions kind of have something cool, something good, and something not good. I think the middle version, the one that's cut down a little bit, is the better of the 3 versions, because if you actually know what's cut out of that film, it actually makes sense. Like it's stuff that just goes on a little bit too long. They cut minutes out of the film just by and the scenes play exactly the same for the most part. The American version is completely different.
The gore's all butchered.
It's not all butchered. There's some, you know, trimmings with the gore.
The finger in the cuffs, which is real nasty.
The finger in the cuffs lasts a little bit longer, but honestly, like you could still get I think the scene I noticed the most is the beginning murder. It feels a little bit cut and rushed, because I think that's the scene that they fuck up with the most in the American version. Is that scene plays completely different. It feels like an American slasher film because it's so much faster paced. The original Argento cut, the director's cut, she wanders around and you get the time to let the wind and the vibe like really present itself. And in the American version, it's just straight to the house. It's what I noticed the most different out of the whole film, and I think it's the biggest mistake and that's kind of the thing with the American version is it's sort of this faster paced version of this. It doesn't take its time to and it really kind of puts in perspective the general differences in American films versus Italian films. Is Italian films take their time. American films rush because Americans' attention spans are so awful, and it's even worse nowadays. But overall, it's just a great, like, interesting movie. It's creepy. The body pit is disgusting. The insects are gross, and and when that dude's fucking head gets cut off at the end, I lose it.
Friday the 13th style, right by the lake and everything, just like Friday the 13th.
Yep. And then the Lake of Fire. It's a really cool movie, man. And I really like Jennifer Connelly too. Donald Pleasance is always a plus. 8.5 out of 10.
$3.8 million. Don't have a gross for it, but it cost 3.8.
Wow.
Cool.
I can't believe there's no stats on that. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was looking. I couldn't really find it because a lot of those movies that are foreign, it's hard to find. I might have been directly released to VHS too.
If you look at Creepers, maybe if you looked at it under the stats on the Creepers, you would have found it.
I probably should have.
Yeah.
I don't think it did well though here.
All right,
Probably
Dave,
not.
hit us up with your next
it
fucking.
Probably did good on VHS though.
Yeah, probably did. But my next one at number 6, we talked a little bit about it already, so I'm not going to go too much into it. It is Tom Holland's Fright Night. Again, was a childhood favorite. Rewatching it, I thought it was going to go a little higher because I had watched this one a little bit back, maybe a year ago or 2 years ago. So I was like, I loved it then. And you know, it fell down the list, and I was kind of debating with myself where it should fall. So it fell down just a little bit. It has a 91% on the tomato meter, which is huge, 77% on the audience score, and the good review is by Roger Ebert. Fright Night is not a distinguished movie, but it has a lot of fun being undistinguished. And the negative is Janet Maslin. Its tone is never exactly comedic, and its horrific touches are more disgusting than scary. So
see, it's another one of those fuckers who like rate a film bad based on if it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's all personal preference,
that's
right?
Not
it's like
fairly critically.
No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
But she has a review later coming on, which is probably one of the most disgusting movies of '85, where she enjoys it. So it's definitely not that. She just didn't care for Fright Night necessarily.
So she's retarded.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily. I don't know, but
yes, necessarily.
I really like Fright Night, like I said, but. It's definitely like the most approachable movie for '85 for non-horror fans. Like everybody's seen Fright Night, everybody knows what Fright Night is, and almost everybody loves Fright Night, to be honest. So, like I said, I'll just add in that the score is fantastic, and it has lots of fog, and there's lots of good camera work in this one. This one's probably one of the more professionally shot movies of '85, I would say. So
it's Tom Holland, man. I mean,
he's old. I met him like 2 years ago, and I was like, God damn. This motherfucker's so
the
old,
documentary, man, You're So Cool, Brewster, man, really gives a lot of great insight to this movie, man.
Oh,
it makes
Roddy
you appreciate,
McDowell's fantastic.
It makes you appreciate a lot more, man. It really is well done. His vision was, it really shows on the screen and stuff, man.
Yeah, You're Cool, Brewster. Definitely, You're So Cool, Brewster. What is it? Fucking.
You're cool, Brewster.
You're so cool, Brewster.
You're so cool, Brewster.
That was a pretty good Evil Ed there, Carly.
Oh, thanks.
Probably would have been a better Evil Ed. Fucking
what the fuck?
Yeah, no, you would have pulled off a better Evil Ed than McLovin. I agree with that.
Thank you.
But yeah, that documentary actually did make me appreciate Fright Night more.
No, one thing else, like Roddy McDowell's fantastic in that kind of playing on like Christopher Lee and Vincent Price and Peter Cushing, that whole deal where he's that old actor and he has to actually face his actual fears, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of character development and arcs that the characters get, which is
there's a lot of commentary there.
I love the line.
Charlie Brewster's a fucking moron to think that this guy's gonna know about vampires for real.
Yeah, he is very dumb. And funny thing is, he loves horror movies, yet he goes to Evil Ed
it's
and
a resort
about
for
it.
him, man. Dude,
Yeah, but
you
it's
gotta
like the thing with the Frog Brothers, too, in the comic book store.
Realize he's fucking scared. He's fucking scared, and all he knows is this, this TV character. He might actually know about this shit.
But he's like 17. He's not
he's
like
naive. He's a naive character.
Dude, if you're in that situation, it's like, dude, like who the fuck else is gonna know about this? This is the only thing you know that might know about this shit.
He went to the police first.
Dude, you have to have a concept of like TV.
Well, to be fair,
come
JP,
on, man. If you're in that
use
situation,
the same excuse for the Lost Boys with the Frog Brothers. They went to them because they're like, we know everything from fucking comic books.
Yeah, but they said they knew that. Like that's a little bit different.
No, it isn't. It's
yes, it is. He's playing a TV.
I don't think it's different at all. I don't think
these people are real people in life. That's who they are. he's on TV playing a character. Like, would you go to Elvira for advice on like witches or something? Like,
why not, man? She's that character. She might know.
She's Cassandra Peterson.
They call Medusa right away in TerraVision.
She's Cassandra Peterson, dude.
The thing about
she has red hair.
The thing is, it is off a little bit because you're supposed to expect Charlie Brewster loves horror movies. He watches that every day. But then he goes to Stephen Jeffries for advice about vampires. He should already know. But I feel like Stephen Jeffries' character is more into the cult stuff because they mentioned that with Jerry Dandridge later. He says that, maybe we should hang out because you're more into occult stuff and stuff like that. So, and also Charlie Brewster also used everything he had. He went to Stephen Jeffries. He called the police. He doesn't have any other choice.
Yeah.
So
his name was Evil. Of course he was into that shit, man.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That was his nickname. He actually hated the name Evil.
Yeah. Which I think is actually a pretty cool aspect of the film.
And
I feel like I would like the name Evil if.
Yeah.
Nah, he feels out of place already. He doesn't like it.
Because he already knew he was outcasted. He didn't want that stigma on him. Yeah.
Another thing I like about Chris Sarandon's performance in this, he actually studied fruit bats. That's why you always see him eating fucking fruit.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, I love that.
I always thought that the whole fruit thing was because he was gay.
No, it's what he actually studied.
He was eating fruit because he was a fruit.
Why didn't he study vampire bats?
I mean, for real though, man. Like,
yeah, because
he wanted to add a
different
different characteristic.
Well, I have no problem with it. I love Fred Knight, but I'm just saying. I just always thought it was kind of
the fruit. I think
intriguing. He was eating fruit all the time when he was actually a fruit. But whatever, it is what it is. So.
Well, you say that about any vampire, really. If you look at like The Hunger and Interview with the Vampire, they have a lot of homoerotic themes within those movies too.
But you got to remember, vampirism has always been about. It's always been homoerotic, man. It's always been homoerotic. It's kind of strange that it appeals to hardcore straight guys and shit that are hardcore with their sexuality and shit like that. It's like. But vampirism has always kind of been like that, and people always have a problem with the Lost Boys and stuff. Like, oh, those are the gayest fucking, vampires.
Yeah, right. They're fucking cool, dude.
I'm like, they're glamorous, but you got to remember where they are. This is this is California type, Hollywood type shit. So it kind of made sense where they're coming from.
Did you ever see The Hunger, JP?
No, is that the Warner Archive?
Yeah, it's
David Bowie, Susan Sarandon.
It has a great sex scene between Catherine Deneuve and fucking Susan Sarandon, lesbianic sex scene.
Well, that goes all the way back in the Euro Whore too, and even before that.
Fucking amazing movie.
I like Vampire Lovers.
I love that movie. Yeah,
that's a great one. Love Vampire Lovers.
Vampire Lovers. Oh, great film.
What'd you rate that, Dave?
9 out of 10.
Nice.
Bright Night.
Carly.
Yeah. All right, my number 6 is one that was mentioned, and it is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, a.k.a. the best nightmare film.
You're so
silly.
Yeah, but you don't like any of them besides this one.
No. I like them. I just don't go back to them a whole lot. It's not my favorite franchise. I didn't really grow up with it because my mom thought they were gross, so she was like, I don't want you watching those.
What is your favorite franchise?
Friday.
It used to be Halloween. Now, upon watching Halloween nowadays, I realize those movies aren't that good. So Friday is probably. Your mind got changed
because we trash Halloween all the fucking time. Well, at least I do.
Halloween franchise.
That is the fucking most overrated bullshit ever. But anyways, go on.
Yeah, but A Nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, I like all the movies. Honestly, I do like them when I watch them. I think they're fun, but. They're just not the ones that I sit around and think, oh, I feel like watching A Nightmare on Elm Street. I'd rather watch Friday or Halloween before that. But Part 2, there's just something about it. It feels the most just 80s sleazy, cheesy slasher to me. It doesn't feel like the other movies, which is obviously, like I said earlier, it's kind of like the complaint with people who like the franchise. But for me, that's why I like it. It's different than the other movies, and I think Freddy is super dark in it. I love the freaking pool party scene. I think it's awesome, just super 80s, super, the epitome of a slasher film. And like I said, I think Freddy just has a lot of dark lines in it. It's like the whole "you're all my children now" and
I've got the brain. I like that one.
Yeah, and the effects, like that scene where he comes out of that dude's body is just like so gross to me. It's
I love that effect.
I think it's fantastic. It's definitely gay hella gay, but I like it. I dig it. I think it's a good movie. So I give that one 8 out of 10. The one I would go back to the most for sure.
Yeah, like I like it too. You know, like this is probably like every time I watch it more, I appreciate. Like I said, ironically enough, it's actually the first Nightmare on Elm Street movie I ever seen. Then I watched
Mine
part
was
3.
Part 4.
Then I watched part 3 after because it was on the same it was one of those taped VHSs.
Part 6 for me.
Oh God.
I think part 1 was my first one.
I was like 4 years old, and that and Child's Play 3 came on television at my grandpa's house when he's watching me, and he didn't give a fuck. Let me watch it back to back.
Part 1 was the last one I ever seen.
I used to think the remake was good, and now I realize
I'm just bad.
That was wrong.
Yeah.
That was wrong to me.
I'm your boyfriend now. That's a guy.
Didn't even finish it. Turned the remake off.
What a waste of Clancy Brown.
I saw it in the theater, and I was like, "Oh, this is
I saw it in the theater too. I liked it.
My mom was like, my mom thought it was good too. I think she doesn't really like the Nightmare movies so either, but you know.
I wonder what you'd think about it now on rewatch.
I don't know. I really don't.
We should do a special video for our.
We should just have our moms on like a celluloid dissection.
Where you watch a movie with your mom and get her opinions, Carly.
My mom like can't stand anything gross. Like, you know, she commented on your thing saying Phenomenal was gross. I saw that when I was a teenager. Like, she can't take anything. She doesn't like upsetting things, like rape or anything. She doesn't like gross things. So it's really hard with her to recommend any movie to her. But
she's the one who bought you Death Wish on Blu-ray.
She did. She likes the Death Wish movies.
As she should.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should.
So, what do you rate that?
I believe I told you, but I guess I'll say it again.
I think you said 8.
Yeah, I gave it an 8.
I'm just trying to make sure so that people that do the ratings for me don't get upset.
All right, people. It is 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
Derek, what's up, man?
The first film from Stuart Gordon at number 6 is Reanimator. Yeah, I love this. I agree with Dave. David Gale steals the show in this movie. I love him as... Yeah, he's fucking... Like he's the only reason to watch the fucking Guyver is David Gale.
I love the Guyver.
Yeah, but he's one of the only reasons to rewatch it.
I agree. I disagree, but he's great at it.
You know, and like Sinjanor, I love him when he goes all bad. I love it. He just plays
Savage Weekend, bro, when he drinks the fucking milk straight from the teat.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome. I love the brain. The brain.
Oh, the brain.
Yeah, he's fucking...
He died young.
Yeah, it's a tragic story. And, you know, like the young cast around him, like Barbara Crampton, Bruce Cabot, Jeffrey Combs. I love them all.
They're great. And Robert Sampson's great, too.
Yeah. And
Dean Halsey.
The main zombie dude, like when the first reanimated corpse that they reenact's actually Arnold's like a stuntman.
Did you ever hear the story where Stuart Gordon told him about being trapped in the elevator?
I think so.
There was like an extra woman, like there. She was like, I can't remember if she was an extra on the movie or a secretary, but Arnold and his buddies showed up on the set, I think, and Stuart Gordon was telling the story, and they're going in the elevator, and it's all these big muscle dudes, like Arnold, the stuntman, a couple of other guys, and they're standing there, and Arnold's like, let's have an orgy, just joking around. It was just so awkward.
Yeah, I'm
coming everywhere.
You would never know with Arnold now because he's just living with a fucking donkey and a small pony right now.
I love Arnold.
You know, so I think he thinks some weird shit sometimes. But I dig the movie. I love it. You know, I love even though the score rips off Psycho, I fucking love it still.
I do too.
You know, and I love that aspect of the movie. And you know, like everyone else said who talked about it, it is very like play-like, which I kind of like. It works for the movie, and you know, I like that this one, even if you haven't seen 2 or 3, it stands on its own movie too. You could just watch this one and just not even think about the sequels, or
I've never seen them.
If you dig more into it, they kind of delve in. They kind of like some of the aspects of the ending. They kind of ignore in the sequels pretty much.
Yeah. Barbara Crampton, man, what a trooper that they put her through in this movie, and her emotional connection to Dan and her father is so strong, and her screams are perfect. She's really good in this movie. She's one of the better scream queens for sure, and she's fantastic in this movie.
I like Barbara Crampton.
I love her too. She's a cool person.
Oh, she smells so good and she's so damn hard.
But yeah,
What?
That was weird.
Yeah, he met her at a convention. And,
She was hard.
No, she fucking hugged me, and I was like, "Damn, dude!" Like I knew how old she was.
Just like rubbing up against you.
She felt
Even my
fucking
dog's, like,
solid,
reacting to
man.
that
She was like
fucking-
solid. Like she's in good shape, man.
Her boobs.
The point is I'm making is that she was like 50 when I met her, and she looked like she was fucking in her 30s. It was ridiculous. But
I thought he was gonna say that her gun was sticking in his hip.
no, she was just
Now, is Barbara
That's
Crampton
fucking
married,
beautiful,
or
super
she's
fucking
still available?
super fucking nice, like amazing. I know that.
No, that's one person I do want to meet before.
She's nice. I've met her before.
Yeah,
she was awesome.
But anyways, I give Reanimator a 9 out of 10. Also, love it.
Dope. All right. So coming in number 6 for myself, we're gonna take it back to Spaghetti Land, courtesy of Dario Argento.
Now,
starring,
is it demons or
starring my absolute lifelong crush, Jennifer Connelly. Been in love with her forever.
She is very beautiful. She is. I don't even want to disrespect her by saying hot.
No, she's just beautiful. She's not. Yeah, she's just beautiful, and that is phenomena. I do feel weird saying that. Like when you talk about film, we've talked about this before. You know, like she was what 15, 16 in this movie.
Yeah,
and it's kind of funny when
how
you're
old
like,
was she 15 or 16? Because certain states 16 is fine.
15, 16, I don't know. I just thinking even in Labyrinth, I'm like, man, Labyrinth came out a year later, and she was still pretty young in that, but whatever, man. I was of the age at the time when I was watching her in Labyrinth and stuff, right? I didn't see Phenomena until years later, but anyways, I digress. An amazing film. Absolutely love this movie. I mean, really, the thing that sells this movie for me, okay, a little bit of history on this one. I'm a big fan of Argento. This was one of my least favorite Argento films forever. What? Because I was always fucked up with the supernatural, telepathic, insect type bullshit that was going on. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, really? Like,
I mean,
what the fuck is going
ridiculous,
on?
I'm attracted to stuff like that. It's
and I was
weird.
always so confused because I'm like watching this film because like I said, I didn't see this thing till like the 90s. And I'm like, Jennifer Connelly, and I'm seeing Donald Pleasance from Halloween in this thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this movie? It's like, it was jarring to me. I couldn't figure the narrative out properly until I was older. And then I realized how actually awesome the narrative actually is. And then I realized, I'm like, man, equipped with the fucking music, man. Simon Boswell, the Goblin sound, like Simonetti in there and stuff. And like, the music is amazing. It really adds
Nicolotti's fucking insane.
Nicolotti's amazing.
Well, she should be if she gives birth to that type of kid.
Of course. But at the time when I first seen this, I'm like, whatever. But like, Nicolotti's amazing in the film. But man, one of my favorite scenes is towards the end. I don't want to give the fucking thing away, but it involves, our main character, Jennifer Connelly, her father. It's just absolutely hilarious to me. To this day, it still cracks me up how that scene goes down.
It's actually not her father.
Yeah, it's not her father.
It's her father's agent. It's Shapiro. Isn't it? Shapiro?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the father. Yeah, her father. Yeah, exactly.
I made the same mistake, too, back in the day. I always thought it was her father.
Exactly. And, but, yeah, so that scene goes down. It's ridiculous. But this movie right here, for myself, is like, the one thing you take away from it, man, is the disgusting ass fucking, like,
full of maggots.
Oh, dude, that scene is fucking nasty, man. Really, really
nasty.
Gets me
hot. Gets me so hot.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely fucking revolting.
He was trying to one up Fulci.
Pretty much. Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah. It's good shit, man. I watched this movie. I don't know, a few weeks back with the wife, and she'd never seen it before.
I watched it 3 times in prep, the most out of any movie.
Yeah,
same.
Nice. So I watched it. I rewatched with the wife, and she was like almost in tears, man, when Donald Pleasance dies in the film.
Oh, what?
Because of that scene, man. She's like with the monkey and stuff. She's like,
yeah, the poor monkey.
She's
What's
like,
the monkey's name?
She can feel the pain. Because like we're huge
Inga.
animal lovers, and she like can feel the pain with the animal, like with the monkey and stuff. She's like, Oh my god, she's like, I can see
I
her. Like,
thought
she
you meant
cries.
she was laughing.
She cries
bro.
pretty
I thought
easy.
You were saying she's in tears, like laughing. I was like, man.
No, dude.
I
No,
love
the wife
the
lie,
razor blade, man.
She fucking cries all the time, man. She cries all the time, but like, she's very sensitive to this type of shit, man. And she's looking over, she's like tearing up and shit. I'm like, nice. I'm like, this is awesome.
I'm waiting for fucking Phenomena 2, Inga's Revenge.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. But I mean, the whole movie is it's really good, man. I mean, to be honest, for me, I'm a big Argento fan. This is one of my last favorite great Argento films. This is actually probably like the last.
What year did Opera come out?
88.
88.
Yeah.
Or 87.
Opera's definitely one of the last greats.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, this is.
I think he's
so
ranking
Phenomena
his
and
personal favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you know, it's pretty much the end of Argento for myself for like great films. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, amazing film. 9.5 out of 10. I love this thing to death.
Good shit.
Yeah, great film.
All right.
Great film.
Number 6 for me. It's one that we just talked about, and that is Reanimator with
Nice.
an 8.5 out of 10. So yeah, pretty much everybody's already said what I wanted to say, but Barbara Crampton has some nice ass titties, but I
Very
really
More
insightful.
from beyond.
Very insightful.
yes,
Yes.
I really didn't
She'll
really
be proud when she hears it.
I really didn't pay attention too much to the theater aspect of it, but it really, now that I've been thinking about it, really does add quite a bit to the movie. It's super interesting that they decided to shoot it in that style.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually never seen any of the sequels. I've only seen this one. I know.
Me too.
Same.
I won't lie, man. I won't lie, man. Like, the sequels are actually fun as fuck, man. The third
Bride's
one's a
really
TV
a blast.
film. Yeah, Bride's fun, but like I used to hate the third one, which was a TV film,
Beyond.
but I became a big fan of it. I think it's actually really fun.
Yeah, it's
Remember when they were going to do House of Reanimator?
Yeah, I wish
George
they did.
W.
That's
Set
right.
in
Yeah.
the White House.
That is
But yeah,
weird and
like-
hilarious.
Oh, man.
As I've seen this a few times, I really enjoy it. I think all the performances are really good. The effects are actually pretty gnarly. The head walking around is pretty cool. So I give it, like I said, an 8.5 out of 10 for Reanimator.
Nice.
Why do you eat people?
Not people. Brains.
Brains only.
Yes.
Why?
The pain.
What about the pain?
The pain of being dead.
Hurts to be dead.
All right, JP, let's get into this top 5. Yeah.
All right, top 5, baby. Coming in at number 5, another film that Dave makes me feel uncomfortable about having because for some reason he likes doing that, and it's House.
Oh, I'm glad you had it.
He's like, yeah, you guys are probably gonna make fun of me for having this one.
Yeah, I'm like wondering
Every
what
time
he
he says
thinks
that, I'm
people.
like,
No, I
What
always
do
knew
you
you were a
think that
fan
our
of
lists
it.
are gonna look like?
yeah. House is, one of my favorite movies growing up. I think I'm pretty sure this made my top 50. And I just love it, dude. Like, it's just magical and wonderful. Like it's such a different haunted house movie. You know what I mean? Both house films are. The Asian house one's really different too. But it's not like your traditional like get out, boo ghosts and stuff. It's like monsters and shit and weird stuff and little dwarf things stealing kids and Vietnam flashbacks and the ending.
Cat Williams.
Cat Williams.
Hey, JP.
Yeah.
Ding dong, you're dead.
Yeah. Ding dong, you're dead. Awesome. Speaking of which, awesome cover. Really cool cover that sucked me in. House 1 and 2 used to play on TV all the time, and I used to watch it all the time when I was a kid. I didn't even know there was a House 3 and 4 until like much later, which I know that it's technically not a House 3, which is weird.
The horse show, it is.
Is it
Yeah,
That movie
it has
sucks.
connections. Steve Miners produced it.
That movie sucks.
That's about it.
Yeah.
House 3's ridiculous.
I always
hate
heard
House
House 3 was a
Horror show
better
sucks,
shocker.
man.
No, Shocker's better, I think.
Fucking Shocker's amazing. One of my favorite Wes Craven films.
Shocker's great.
It's one of my least favorite Wes Craven films, but I don't.
I like it.
I like it. I only saw it once.
love it.
You might like it more if you see Destroyer.
I
Destroyer's
don't
awesome,
like
too.
Shocker. It's not one of my favorites. But yeah, so House. I think that it's a well-designed movie, dude. It's shot well. It's cheesy. You got some cheesy '80s music. There's some funny moments, dude. It works good as a horror comedy too. But I could be honest. This is one of the things about this year and next year in particular is when I was watching these movies as kids, I never knew that they were comedies too. Like I didn't get the humor of them. So there's another movie on from this year that is very similar in that aspect. But there's like, dude, whenever he's out in the yard and he's like trying to talk to that girl who clearly just wants to use him to babysit, which is fucking weird, by the way. That's some shit that would never happen nowadays. Some neighbor meet him. Oh, will you watch my kid? That would have happened in the early '90s, maybe, but
yeah,
not.
She doesn't care about her kids. She's
pretty
pretty terrible mother.
Well, anyway, she walks away, starts beating the shit out of the bag, and then she turns around and tries to act all casual and
I
stuff.
love that the hand comes back.
That was Kane Hodder in that bag too.
Yeah.
And the neighbor is hilarious because, like, he's worried about him, but he's such a snitch. The dude is a snitch ass dude, man.
I love him.
I love George Wendt.
But you kind of want him to be friends because
he's like, solitude's always better when you're hanging out with somebody else.
Yeah, when he finds out that he's actually telling the truth, they do kind of become friends in that.
Yeah, and you like that bromance that forms eventually and stuff like that. I dig it. And yeah, dude, I like William Catt, dude. He's a pretty fun actor. I've liked him in most of the stuff I've ever seen him in. He's a good familiar face that I dig.
I've seen him in 2 things.
Really?
Yeah, Carrie and this.
Yeah.
He's also in House 4.
Yeah, he's a pretty popular genre type dude from. I mean, I've seen him in some TV movies and Rattlers or whatever.
He's the America's greatest hero. Believe it or not, I'm walking on it.
That's the song George Costanza uses for his answering machine inside.
But I like that. Like even like when he breaks the mirror and goes inside it, that's just cool, dude. That's cool logic. I like that stuff in haunted house movies and things. It's good stuff.
Yeah, the thing I like about George, like, I know Carly likes this episode of Masters of Horror too, Family.
Oh,
I love that one.
He plays like the same character, but a darker version of it.
The characters are all very interesting in this movie because George Wendt, like you said, he's very likable, but he's also kind of a snitch, and you're a little uncertain about him. And Richard Mole, and everybody knows a guy like that, where you're kind of cool with him, but he's also kind of an asshole, and he's kind of like a loose cannon, but at the same time, you're kind of friendly with him. And his portrayal of him is very realistic to me, and what happens to him is actually really kind of fucked up.
Yeah, that's the aspect I like about the first 2 House movies is who ends up becoming the baddies are very fucking cool looking, especially in their final forms.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the baddie in House 2 is awesome too, and Grandpa's just great in House.
What's he say in the end of House when what's his catchphrase? What's the thing that Big Ben always says? He has like a catchphrase, sucker. He calls everybody sucker. He's like, sucker. Yeah.
And it feels a little cheap at times. Like some of the Vietnam stuff feels like it might be on some sort of soundstage or something.
No doubt.
But I like it, man. It's cool. It got heart and charm. It's a good movie.
Yeah, I'll say this about the Vietnam stuff. At least it doesn't look like Detroit, like fucking Thou Shalt Not Kill, except does. They just filmed in the middle of Detroit.
That movie costs like $3 though.
Yeah, I do like that movie.
I like that movie too, man.
Yeah, I do too. But it has the worst fight scenes of all time. Like that one big fat guy that they fight. Like I was like, this guy can't even move. The director Becker was like, these fat guys could barely breathe. That's the worst fight scene of all time.
The House box set from Arrow, very awesome stuff. But yeah, 8.5 out of 10. I love me some House.
Cool.
Dope.
Am I up next?
And it did make my top 50, by the way.
Yes, you're up next.
Dave, you're up.
my number 5, we've talked about it quite a bit already, so there's not much to go into it about. So it is Stuart Gordon's Reanimator. I really like this movie. Love Gale. Love Robert Sampson, how he gets to do the whole, like, different, like, performances. He starts off as jovial, and then he's kind of upsetting, and then he actually ends up becoming this monster, Frankenstein monster character with his daughter. Love that. And I don't want to sound, like, different when I was talking about Jeffrey Combs. The thing about Jeffrey Combs is he is a unique actor that there's no one that can really play a Jeffrey Combs except Jeffrey Combs. I would put him in like in a caliber of Bruce Campbell or Robert Englund. There's only one, and he's such a unique way he plays his characters. There's nobody quite like him. So that's the thing about Jeffrey Combs for me. Like, and I'm more of a character type that likes the David Gale kind of guy.
Yeah,
the like, mad scientist that a lot of people could play, but I just like that character type.
Yeah, exactly. Like another example of like how he goes into a character, even like smaller characters, like in the TV movie Abominable, the Bigfoot movie.
Yeah,
he plays like this chain smoking guy with a fucking, he has like
he's irreplaceable. You can't. When people say get a Jeffrey Combs type, there is no other type. The Jeffrey Combs type is Jeffrey Combs. So
that's right.
But
that's right.
Reanimator, 93% on the tomato meter, which is very high. I think it might be the highest of this year. And the audience score is 82. I read 2 popular positive reviews because they're both kind of big names I've been reading so far. The good, Janet Maslin, who hated Fright Night for being gross, but all this, ingenious as it may be, and much as it would redound to Mr. Gordon's credit in hardcore horror circles, it is absolutely to be avoided by anyone not in the mood for a major bloodbath. And Roger Ebert also gave this a positive review.
Get the fuck out of here. Ebert is so inconsistent, man.
We have been assaulted by lurid imagination, amazed by unspeakable sights, blindsided by the movie's curiously dry sense of humor. I guess that's our money's worth. And the bad is by
dry
David
sense
Keir.
of humor. Wow, crazy.
The David Keir from Chicago. So he's Gordon's from Chicago, so this dude went extra hard on him. It's this kind of flat-footed stuff that gives garbage a bad name. I love how this dude's so fucking off, dude, hating on a horror director from his home city. Damn. And now he looks like a stupid fuck.
Ebert's from Chicago, too.
Yeah, and he loved it.
He usually likes Chicago shit, though, honestly.
Well, he loved Henry, too.
Yeah, he loves
Henry. Is a Chicago movie. So
he liked Candyman, right?
I think he did.
Yeah.
Probably did. But I mean, I like Reanimator quite a bit. It's cheap, but it's so effective. And the way Dr. West is portrayed, or Mr. West, is so weird. He's such a weird character in this one. And, like, I don't think that he would be – they didn't know really he was going to become the icon that he did,
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of almost like a bad guy in this one, really. And later on, he becomes more, I guess – the central focus of these movies. But I actually really like this one as far as it is close to the source material, which is an excellent little kind of H.P. Lovecraft book. I do think it's a little close to a certain points, but Stuart Gordon, without Gordon, Lovecraft would have never got a lot of the credit he deserved. So you got to give him
for real. Him and Dennis Paoli, their career writing the Lovecraft adaptations is fucking amazing.
Paoli also wrote Ghoulies 2, which I absolutely love.
Ghoulies 2 is great, man.
That's one of my favorites.
Track.
But I got to give Reanimator 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Charlie.
All right. My number 5, I think this was only mentioned once, and that is Cat's Eye.
Nice.
I'm out.
That was my number 10.
Number 1.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, great movie. Great anthology. I think all of, you get 3 little shorts in there. I think they're all really solid. The second one is probably my favorite just because it induces the most anxiety and, like, fear in me every time I watch it. This is one that I didn't think I watched when I was young, but then upon rewatch, I realized I definitely did. I definitely saw, like, the first 2 shorts at least. But yeah, I think the first 2 are great. The third one is probably my least favorite, but at the same time, I think it's pretty solid as well. I just not my favorites. That middle one is just fantastic. I'm afraid of heights. I mean, I couldn't even walk up bleachers without, like, panicking. What are you laughing
Talk
at?
to Mood, so you guys should go bowling together.
Oh man.
Walk up bleachers.
That's not funny, dude. Like, I had to close my eyes. It was traumatic.
I'm afraid of heights too. Ironically.
I can't stand on a step stool and change a light bulb. I can't even do that. What'd you say?
Don't you like roller coasters and shit?
Dude, I had a panic attack going on that New Kennywood ride. I can't handle going up the hill.
Steel Curtain, I want to go on that shit.
The Aero 360 is the worst for anyone that hates heights.
Oh, I've never been on that. I refuse to ride. I don't like being upside down either, so I don't.
That one's brutal, dude.
No, I do not like being upside down, so upside down, heights, too.
Yeah, I can see that.
But anyway, Cat's Eye, I think it's great. The first one is great as well, with James Woods and all that. I think it's really solid. Third one, like I said, I think that segment is good as well. Just not my favorite one, but yeah, I give it an 8.5 out of 10. It's one that I would continue to rewatch in the future, probably.
I mean, the third one's my least favorite too, but I still like it a lot.
Yeah, it's good. It's solid.
Yeah, it's like the Zuni fetish, like JP was saying. It's like you're like the Zuni fetish segment of fucking Trilogy of Terror, or even like going way back. It's like my favorite episode of Twilight Zone, The Invaders.
Mm-hmm.
I love that the little ghoul laughs too, and he does like the fake meow. He's like meow when he's trying to get the cat in trouble and shit.
You know what the cheesy thing is about the Cat's Eyes? They have that remake version of Every Breath You Take by the Police playing.
I love that. It's a party.
Yeah.
And I love how he's seeing everyone smoking, and he's like, "Oh man, I want to smoke real bad too, but I can't."
It's fucking great.
Yeah, good stuff.
Happy to see it on another list. I thought I was going to be alone.
I'm surprised hasn't been on anyone else's list yet, but who knows?
Oh yeah, my number 5 is. I think it might be a little bit.
Carly?
Yeah, 8.5 out of 10.
Okay, my number 5. It might be a little bit higher on other people's lists. It's just the way I product place certain movies, of course, on my list, and that is Dan O'Bannon's directorial debut with Return of the Living Dead. I love this movie. Fantastic performance by James Cameron. He steals. Him and Don Calfa and Cool Gallagher steal the movie. I love all those side characters. Suicide is my favorite. This is a way of life. Let's see a costume.
Have some fucking respect for the dead.
Yeah. Linnea Quigley, Honourable speech. Do you know how it feels like about dying? Miguel Nunez is like, I don't think about dying too much.
Try not to think about dying too much.
That's so fucking true, right?
That's my dude.
Trash is taking her clothes off again.
Yeah, fucking the soundtrack's fucking amazing. You know, James Cameron should have won an Oscar for this, I think, because he just knows what type of movie he's in. He just hams it up to like 900%, especially like the facial expressions, like earlier with Tom Matthews. You want to see him? See what? The corpses, and he just sticks his tongue out and shit.
The opening to this film is one of my favorites in horror. It scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Typical army fuck up, like, down in the base, and I'm like they set up this thing like you picture yourself on the job first day of work and stuff, like all into this story and shit like that. I just love how this whole movie it unravels and each thing gets bigger and bigger, and I like the sets too, the warehouse and the because you never see them in the same, like, oh look, there's the warehouse over there, but they feel like they're right next to each other, even though they're clearly not shot like that.
Yeah, and plus even like the like he used actual like amputees, like that little dude with like no legs and shit, and he's just fucking walking with like his amputee fucking legs. It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah. The genius of the movie is that it plays on pre-established things from another movie, and it works as a semi-sequel and a parody at the same time, which I don't think many movies could really pull off.
I don't think,
and all the performances,
absolutely.
No, I don't think any really.
I
don't think
absolutely.
The performances are over the top at some points, but for some reason, the way they act and the way it unfolds, everything seems grounded, and the dialogue is funny, but it is realistically funny, because when you see people panic and when you're on the outside of the situation, it's hilarious unless you're inside of it. Exactly.
100%.
That is something you might say though, like you better watch your tongue if you like this job, and you might be like this fucking job. What do you? Yeah. But is it as us on the outside watching them?
Most quotable movie of all time, by the way.
Yeah.
How are you gonna burn all them things? There must be 100. 100. The way they turn, it's the most quotable film of all time.
I love the whole cover up. Rabid weasels.
What you doing with a bunch of rabid weasels? Well, they weren't supposed to be rabid.
I like how supposed to be rabid.
You know all these things happen. No, they don't. Why don't you tell me? Dude, it's the most quotable.
Bert and Ernie are awesome.
Frank and Freddy, Bert and Ernie are
Frank and Fred are awesome. Like I can see why they bring back, Frank and
Tom Matthews.
Matthews' character James Karen and Tom Matthews in part 2, because they just play off each other so well.
Yeah,
it's kind of a shame they didn't bring him back in part 3 though.
I agree. They should have brought everybody back in part 2 and just fucking done it. You can tell some of the character types are supposed to be them. Like Ernie Kaltenberger is definitely supposed to be the doctor who they get. You can tell. They just fucked up, man. I like the second one a lot, but they fucked up with it.
Yeah, for sure. And I dig it. It has kind of a fast-paced ending, which I can see if it's a first-time viewer, the way
that ending fucking blew my shitter out when I was a kid. I was like, did that the weight of what happened? I wasn't ready for. I was like, what? It took me a second to even get. I was like,
they're gonna be okay, right?
Dude,
it's seriously one of the funniest shit ever, man.
I was way too dark to handle the concept of that.
But honestly, people say that's such a cop out. And it's like, have you seen a movie that happened before, and have you seen one after? It is not. It's the one that had the balls to do it.
It's the best and most realistic ending. I mean,
I do the same fucking thing.
Yeah,
I still dig it.
And the zombies in this film,
it's kind of ironic though, man. We're in that same type of
They are the biggest threat in zombie movie history.
I love send more paramedics. Fucking so cool.
It took so much balls to let them talk too, and it.
Yeah, it's fucking great. I love it.
They do a parody of in part 2, and they also do one in part 4. They also
Harry Truman.
Harry
Truman.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not mention that part 4.
There's no part 4.
I recently watched part 4 and 5 again, and honestly, dude, those shits aren't.
They don't exist.
That's what you were telling me.
They're not even the worst shits you've ever seen in your life, man. For sure.
No, I know they are.
They're not.
They don't exist.
They're TV films that have practical
the
effects
movie
and
Live?
have continuity with each other and shit. Like, they actually do a decent job. I mean, they're TV films, man. They're okay.
The brain. I hit the fucking brain.
Them shits get some
He's like, it
badass
worked in the
raps, man. They
movie.
ain't that bad, man.
Now, Frank.
They are
Is the movie lied?
Isn't that what you would say though? Like, it worked in the movie. That's what.
The movie lied.
You mean the movie lied?
Yeah, man.
Let me ask you something.
But they have callbacks
Did
to like.
you ever see this movie? The movie Night of the Living Dead.
Dude, listen.
Absolutely.
I mean,
man, absolutely.
We need to do a commentary on this fucking movie.
We should do that right after.
I think that we
$4 million budget
over each
and
other
made
too
14
much.
million.
We'd be too excited on that.
But I think we're going to be talking about this a lot more, so I'll just speed it up because I know a lot of. Yeah, pretty much. I give it a 9.5 out of 10. I really dig it. I love it. It's still classic material, in my opinion.
All right, so coming in to my top 5 is a film that has been talked about a couple times. Directed by Stuart Gordon, and it is Reanimator.
Yeah.
What can I say, man? I love Reanimator. Everything from... the first thing about Reanimator that I always remember is the music. Because it is fucking psycho.
Blatant ripoff.
It is a blatant ripoff of Psycho. Already, it's so memorable. And then it introduces its characters. Jeffrey Combs as Herbert West is like... He's just one of those dudes, man, you just never fucking forget, man. He's just so awesome. Love it. Effects in this movie, awesome. Love the narrative. It's great. But... the thing I like about this movie, though, is that it doesn't overdo its comedy welcome.
Yeah.
It's got funny parts. It's meant to be kind of a, kind of tongue-in-cheek thing, but it does tongue-in-cheek.
It's so serious, too.
Yeah, but it's still serious at the same time, and I love that. This is what I like about horror comedies. People are like, oh, you don't like horror comedies? I'm like, no, I do, man. I like horror comedies when they're done properly. I don't like horror comedies like fucking faggy-ass shit like Shaun of the Dead. Those are faggy comedies, man. I'm sorry, but those are shitty comedies because they're not trying to be smart about shit, man. I mean, say what you want to be, about those films and shit, man. Whatever. These are being smart about the comedy, And that's what I love.
I think they're very black. Exactly. That's what I was saying when I was talking about how like House and stuff is. I didn't know that they were comedies. And Return of the Living Dead was the other one that I met.
That's the
and
beauty of these
Reanimator is
movies.
the other one too. Like if you watch this when you're like 6 years old, you'll never pick up or even 10, 12, you'll never pick up the comedy. But years later, you can laugh at it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what
It's
I
the
like.
type of movies that your mom likes watching with you, like House. When you're a kid, you watch it all the time, and you're like, "This is great. It's scary," and your mom's like, "Yeah, it's fun."
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like this. Usually with my mom, it's like, I don't like this. Can we watch something else?
My mom my mom made me watch a million fucking Lifetime movies growing up.
Oh,
yeah,
there's nothing wrong with the
it's
Lifetime
either that
movies.
My mom still does.
Or the
Christmas.
Property Brothers, Moods' homeboys from Canada.
Yeah, man.
You know them, Moods? Do you know them?
Not personally, no.
Oh, I thought you guys were
No,
both
because
from
they're
Canada.
Canadian.
I thought you guys would know each other.
We all live in the same community,
Shit
man.
like that?
Come on.
Oh, people from Canada know each other.
No, that's not,
No.
that's not true. I mean, Christ, man. All of Canada can fit in fucking Los Angeles, but we don't know each other. We definitely don't know each other.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
But yeah, man. Where the fuck was I? Reanimator, man.
You're talking about the comedy, and you're saying it's really different from other.
It is, man. I mean, this is the type of comedy that I love. I mean, it's a little bit more subtle. It's smart and shit. The comedy later on got stupid. It got blunt. It became.
I'd say by 87 it was fucking.
Say by 86 with Friday Part 6.
I don't think that one's as.
I'm just kidding.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that's the point, man.
I kind of get that like aspect of like that reviewer that you read, Dave, when it says dry sense of humor, because like the Herbert West character is kind of a dry character. The way he delivers like his lines, and some of them do come awkwardly funny in some sense.
Yeah, but he's not trying to be at all.
Yeah, it's unintentional comedy.
Yeah,
But that's the beauty in the
it's, like,
comedy,
dry.
though. When you're trying to play shit off serious and it's coming off funny, but when you're being serious about the filmmaking, it makes it so good.
I agree.
So,
You gotta play it straight.
By the way, R.I.P. to Stuart Gordon.
I agree. He was underrated.
Drinking my beer for him right now.
absolutely, man.
Fortress is a totally underrated movie.
Stuart Gordon, man, was that dude, man. Same weekend, Barbara Crampton, Jeffrey Combs, Stuart Gordon. I walked up to Stuart Gordon wearing a doll shirt, and he said to me, "He's like, I love you." He's like,
Did you say, "I love
no
you
one."
too, man?
He literally did. He's like, I love the fact that you're wearing a doll shirt, and he's like, again, it was like everybody wants to talk about Reanimator. Let's talk about dolls. And like,
Yeah, I want to.
and so I was like, I was trying to move on, and he kept wanting to talk to me. It's like, Stuart Gordon was a doll.
Honestly, his Masters of Horror episodes.
Yeah,
100%.
I like Dreams in a Witch House.
Yeah.
That was him.
Yeah, that one's good.
Black Cat
Absolutely,
too. Fucking
absolutely,
awesome.
Yeah, I think we talked about everything but Reanimator. I'm not even joking. It was crazy, and it was a great experience. I'll never forget it, man. Rest in peace to Stuart Gordon, man. It's a big loss, man.
Also,
in my opinion, man, Stuart Gordon was one of those dudes that did, the Lovecraft stuff justice.
Also,
It's
I
memorable
gotta
justice.
say, he also created one of the greatest live action Disney movies of all time in Honey, I Shrunk the Fucking Kids.
Fuck yeah, he did, man.
That is right. That is definitely
Good
right.
movie.
But
Honey, I Shrunk.
Rick Moranis fucking kicks ass.
I had to watch that movie since I was a kid. I always
at
loved
the
it.
time, if I had remembered, I would have honestly asked him about his little fucking minor blip in his career with Robot Jocks. Like, what the fuck happened there? But
I still haven't watched that. I own the screenplay.
dude, I rewatched, like, when Stuart Gordon died a little while back. I went on a little Stuart Gordon.
I saw
kick, and
you
had to
were
watch
watching like the different ones though, like not the main ones.
I love Dagon. Dagon's underrated.
Yeah, I mean, I watched
movie.
a few films. Well, because I just watched the Reanimator trilogy like a month ago previously, but so I ended up watching Robot Jocks, and I was like, man, it is really fucking bad, like really bad. But it is what it is. Anyways, getting back to Reanimator, 9.5 out of 10 for myself. I think it's a great film. Barbara Crampton's excellent. Jeffrey Combs, we've talked about it enough. It's a great film. It really is. H.P. Lovecraft at his best.
All right, coming in for me at number 5, one that we've talked about a lot. That is Silver Bullet with an 8.5
Dope, dude.
out of 10.
Nice.
Cool.
I just feel like this movie has like such a sense of innocence to it, like small town, summertime innocence, being a kid kind of feel to it. And I really like it. I've never seen this before. This is the first time that I saw it. And, just the relationships between the characters are really well done. As everybody says, Gary Busey's awesome in this movie. He's fucking crazy as he really is in real life. And
you need to watch Surviving the Game, homie.
I know.
It's one of my favorite performances by Gary Busey.
Under Siege. I miss fucking July.
Dude, he has the best line in Surviving the Game. He just throws his knife away and says, "We're going bare hands."
Some iced tea shit right there, man. Some iced tea shit right there.
We're going bare hands.
Dude, I love it.
It's one of the best things ever.
That movie needs a good release, man.
I love him in Point Break, too. He's fucking great in everything.
I love me some iced tea.
Oh, dude, Ice-T is so awesome in that movie.
Oh,
it's
still
great,
awesome to this day, man. He's still putting
Rutger
an amazing
Hauer, man.
body count.
It's a great movie. Great. I just watched it a couple of weeks
I just
ago.
listened to Ice-T on the new fucking Aria the Rugged Man. Oh my god, did you hear that yet, Moods? That fucking song? Off topic, I know.
Yeah, no, I've heard the whole album, yeah.
Oh my god, that song's like fucking epic as all fuck with fucking Onyx, Ice-T.
I think that actually they were going live actually tonight. RA was going live with fucking Ice-T on Instagram, actually. They were talking about the record and shit. I was like, kind of missed it, unfortunately.
The song gave me a boner, though, but off topic. But continue.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
you guys continue.
But yeah, I love how Mood says earlier how he wishes he was paralyzed so he could have that badass wheelchair.
You know you can have that without being paralyzed.
Yeah,
right?
dude.
I love that Gary
just
Busey's the MacGyver of wheelchair making.
I can just picture Moods with his fucking beard and his fucking beer belt.
I can make that fucking thing.
Sure, dude.
Yeah, I can.
Sure.
Make
All right, go ahead, make it.
I
Right
used
now.
to make all kind of shit.
I'll wait.
Another thing I do like, Jeremy, I also like.
Unfortunately, I don't
needs.
have that beer belly anymore. I've lost like 80 pounds, so
I've lost a lot of weight too.
I've like actually pretty skinny right now. It's crazy.
Another aspect of Silver Bullet I do like though is we didn't mention it yet. That's why is Jay Chataway's score. If you know, he's the guy who did the score for Maniac and the Maniac cop films.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
did.
know
Like,
that.
yeah, you kind of tell after you find that out because it has like that whistle thing that's usually used in a lot of his scores too. Especially that open. I'm the teacher, Carly. You know this.
Yeah, he knows all this random
God.
information.
That's why he's gonna win trivia, man.
Yeah.
When I eventually do it, if any of my fucking components ever fucking not stepped out.
We are
I
available
might give you a
to
run for
afford
the money
tomorrow.
on trivia.
I should be, as long as I'm not too fucking hungover after this show, JP. But yeah, I just love the score to this one. It does bring that like inner town feel to the whole story too. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I feel like the preacher character is a pretty creepy guy.
Yeah.
He has that.
He looks
kind
like he
of-
would really like rape children in real life or something.
Have you ever,
Yeah.
have you ever
Get that
seen
People under the stairs
He's very rapey.
One of the stairs.
with the gimp outfit. It's like
He's super rapey.
Can't get more rapey
Yeah.
than that.
plus, yeah, Twin Peaks aspect too. He's in Twin Peaks also.
He's also in Under Siege 2 as an asshole bad guy.
Yeah, he is. He's awesome. We were talking about that on Skype one night on Under Siege 2, Dave, me and Moods and Zach.
Great bad guy crew. Great bad guy crew. There's also
Yeah.
got Patrick Kilpatrick and Peter Green in there, and the guy who's driving the train's a bad guy, and Jonathan Banks. So a bunch of good guys.
Yeah.
So I give Silver Bullet an 8.5 out of 10.
Fucking dope, Jeremy.
Innocence was the perfect word for that movie. It does have an innocence about it.
Yeah.
Sweet, man. JP, what's up?
All right, coming in at number 4, we have Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New
I
Beginning. You
fucking
fuckers
knew it.
knew this shit was going to be on
Great.
my list, right?
I was hoping. I was
shit.
worried.
Yeah. Dude, this is in my top 3 favorite Friday films. I go 4, 2, 5. And yeah, I think that everything that Dave said kind of nailed it. It's the sleazy Friday film. Most of the Friday films have weed, but only like 2 of them have coke. And this is one of them. And then, like, dude, there's some funny characters in this one. Even like the two like weird like greaser dudes.
Oh, or the hillbillies.
Yeah, and then like even the like I love Ethel. Ethel is.
She's so fucking mean.
Clean my chicken shitter.
You ain't so good looking either. I know.
Clean
I
all
know
the
I
chicken
ain't so
shit
good.
up out of the coop. Then I'll fill your stomach.
What was up with that drifter? There's a drifter in this movie for no reason. Just put him in there to get killed.
You just wanted to get a meal, a nice place.
Everyone's
to
put
leave
in here just to get killed.
See, well, I didn't know.
This is the movie is
time
all
I
about
was a
just being
kid.
place to kill.
When I was a kid, I didn't
Nunes?
realize this was supposed to be a whodunit. You know, because
Dude,
none
so
of them were
obvious
before
now.
that, except for the first one, which is a failure of a whodunit.
I mean,
but
when you
this
look at
one
the
set
narrative,
up
it makes
red.
no sense.
This one sets up red herrings. Like
a
that
bunch
guy's
of them,
supposed to
bunch
be a
of
red herring.
But you
Nick
don't
is-
expect them in a Friday 13th because you already assume Jason.
Yeah,
That's the
Like,
point.
when
That's
I
why
was
this
growing
movie
up,
makes
I
no
never-
sense.
I've
Which
told
makes it
this.
funny.
I've told this story many times, but when I was like years of my life, I didn't know that the killer wasn't Jason. Like I didn't know until I heard someone else say it, and I was like, "What? Really?"
Dumb as fuck.
You're like,
No,
what?
I seriously did not know the killer was not Jason ever, like until I was in my teens. And I've seen this movie hundreds of times, like literally, probably realistically about 40 times.
Are you trying to make yourself sound retarded right now, or what?
So what do you
thought he
think
was
that
wearing
scene
a
was?
human
guys wanna
mask.
I'm like
know
actually
what
confused
happened?
right now. Like,
Listen, I thought Jason was wearing a regular person mask under his
Stop.
oxygen mask
Stop
so
it.
he could get around easy. And I was like, fucking genius.
And why would he wear the
He's a
fucking...
genius.
So he was taking that mask off when he was going about his daily thing. Like, I'm going to the grocery store as a guy wearing a
God
mask and I'm
damn,
Jason.
I wouldn't admit
And then
that
he
shit,
put
dude.
the hockey mask on over? I don't understand.
Wait, no, like he would take off because everybody knows what Jason looks like. He looks
Yeah,
all
yeah,
gross and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
So he would put on the human mask and
And then
wear
put the
that
hockey mask
around
over it? Why?
That was amazing.
because then he would jump back into Jason. He ain't got time to take off the mask, then put the hockey mask on. You get what I'm saying? He wants to
Jason
wear the
Mongoloid
hockey.
that can't think?
What?
Isn't he a mongoloid that can barely think?
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but he like hides bodies good and like he's pretty adept at
He's good at fishing.
making traps and
Talent.
stuff. So I feel like he's like good at some things.
It makes sense as a kid logic.
No, even as like a teenager logic. But seriously, like I was like, dude, Jason's getting smarter, like the graboids from Tremors. I remember thinking that as a kid. I'm like, dude, Jason's
It's ironic,
getting
right?
smarter
Because you were
in these
getting
movies,
stupider
man.
at the same time. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, but how many
Jesus.
people would admit that on a show? Most people would be like, "Oh no, I didn't have that. I didn't think that." JP's
That's
like,
what I'm
"Fuck it,
saying,
don't
man. I
care.
can't fucking believe he's admitting that shit,
Dude,
dude.
he's like
No,
so
dude.
smart, but then he like has these moments where I'm like, that's like the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Like,
so it's like
what
weird.
moments, Carly?
Like this moment's right here.
Even
You
Carly's
make
calling
up-
you fucking
You always
stupid,
say
dude.
that I come up with
Hey,
stupid
hey.
shit
Dude,
sometimes.
you get no
Everybody's a
Punani
genius
tonight.
and everybody's a moron." So
Carly says that I'm dumb sometimes. I'm like, when?
Dude, you're always dumb. What did you say dumb?
Give me one other example
Hey,
besides.
Hold on, let me just think. Just give me a minute. I swear.
He's
It's
only
better-
dumb when he puts on the dumb mask and then he
I
takes
mean-
it off to blend in.
I mean, at least he didn't think that WI was what's WI? Moods.
WI?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, the Wisconsin thing.
Jeremy got you guys again.
That was funny.
So-
Yeah.
Everybody's
So-
like, "What? WI?"
But you also have Demon.
No, I even said it before that I knew what it was.
You got Demon in here. Ooh, baby.
You don't even live in the States. How the fuck are you supposed to know the state? Fuck,
I've been
I
to
mean,
Wisconsin. I've been to actually probably more states than you have.
probably have,
That
but I'm
might
just
work
saying, like, I don't know all the provinces of fucking
We don't
Canada.
know.
I'd be like, I don't know where that is.
There's a reason for
What'd
that
you
because
say,
we
Carly?
actually get taught American, history and stuff, and you guys don't get.
Yeah, we don't learn anything about Canada. I didn't even know it was a real place for the longest time.
Oh,
Literally
Lordy.
imaginary.
Hey,
Oh, Lordy.
everybody in Canada knows each other. There's like 10 people.
Like
right?
I remember
It is true.
specifically
It is
learning in
true.
school that like Mexico's below us, but I remember it took forever for them to mention
A
Canada.
lot of people thought it was like Tusk.
Like it's in school, it's described as like Eskimos.
I mean, I learned a lot from traveling. I learned a lot about American history, not just specifics about states and stuff, growing up, but like traveling into the states and stuff, I learned a shitload. I mean, honestly, I've even learned a lot more from your guys' dumbasses too.
Dudes, if you ever get a chance to just go to a random place, like go to Gettysburg, dude. It's like super historical.
Yeah, Gettysburg's slick.
Yeah, really cool.
When I was a kid, though.
Yeah, it's dope.
But I wanted to joke that I learned a lot from Steven Seagal's On Deadly Ground about Canada.
I mean, I've been to 42 of the 50 states. It's ironic I haven't been to Alaska, considering it's only about 7 hours from where I am.
Yeah.
I just drive up there, but I've never been there.
I need to.
Probably
I
never
need to
will
travel.
go.
I haven't been to a lot.
Us Americans are sheltered when it comes to anywhere else.
I haven't been past Ohio, like to the west. I've been south.
The dumb thing I said was that at my work, like we have a list of like all the abbreviated states because we all forget like all the M states, and when people call us for records, and we have to like say back like, oh, is your address like whatever Missouri or something? It says MO. We don't like remember, so we have to lean back and look real quick so we don't look like total morons.
But so Friday the 13th Part 5, absolutely love it. I mean, I honestly, dude, I'll say this now: if we do any year in the 80s, and there's a Friday the 13th, which it's like every year, I think. Is there a year that there's not a Friday the 13th?
I think
81,
83, perhaps
83. One of them doesn't have one, but
yeah,
it would be have to be a very strong year for there not to make a Friday the 13th on my list. And I think this is the highest it's ever been. I had Part 3 on my list and Part 6. But yeah, this is at number 4, Friday the 13th Part 5, 8.5 out of 10.
The same as me.
Dope.
Dave.
Who's
it's me? What am I
it's
on?
you, Dave. Come
Oh,
on.
by the way, my entire list.
That's why I said Dave.
Now.
I'm at number 4, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm drunk. Leave me alone. All right. We've discussed this one quite a bit, and it is Dario Argento's Phenomenon. I love this movie. It's the best use to win. The music's great, and I actually was thinking I originally had this placed under Fright Night and Reanimator.
Bugs, though.
Maybe, probably.
Good bug placement.
Great bug placement. Not as good as zombies. Worm placement, though.
Squirm has the best bug placement.
That's not bugs. Those are worms.
Squirm's barely a 7 out of 10. But Phenomenon, I love this one. And I had it originally below Reanimator and Fright Night. And after I rewatched Fright Night and Reanimator, I was like, you know what? I can't get things from Phenomenon out of my head. Like, the music always plays in my head. Like, and I just get like chills thinking about it. It was like, dun, 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 and then the wind blowing and shit.
Yeah.
It's just perfect. I love it. Donald Pleasance is great. It's so batshit crazy. It continues the theme with Dario Argento having someone who has violence thrust upon them and becoming a violent character themselves with Dario Nicolodi, which I absolutely love that theme. He carries it in Stendhal Syndrome and Bird with the Crystal Plumage. And I even
Stendhal's his most underrated shit ever.
It's great. But he does that so many times, and it's these themes that interest me in directors' movies. But is the tomato meter is a 78, and the audience score is a 68.
Damn, the tomato meter is kicking ass this.
Yeah. Well, they have more newer reviews on here too. So, but the good is Time Out, and it is between shots of stunning mountain scenery. There are paranormal breezes, unfeasibly bright night lightning, and buckets of maggots.
Dude, that was a very good description.
I mean, the movie's batshit, and most of the time it wouldn't work when it's just like so many things added on. But for some reason, this one works so well.
I love the cool breezy wind of the
best.
It's so good. It's so good.
Perfect. And the best acting is by an expressive, resourceful chimpanzee. Definitely the year's best supporting primate.
And good for the win.
And it was by a guy named John Parles. So, but he can fuck himself anyways, right?
Right.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Because Donald Pleasance is the shit in that movie.
Now, you said you watched Creepers instead.
Yeah. I actually, and watching it, I was like, oh, doesn't that lady yell at Jennifer Connelly on the bus? And all sorts of things started coming back to me about it. Because the last time before this I watched the long version, the super long version.
Yeah, which isn't the best version either.
I always watched the middle version before that.
The middle version is the best version.
Yeah, but I love the movie. And
I watch the longest one every time, man. I can't be short.
Well, it's not just the longer version. Like the longer version has worse music and stuff like that. And watch the Arrow thing. It breaks down all the differences, and I think this middle version's the best. Like universally the best.
The middle version is the one that Anchor Bay released.
Yeah,
that's
the original
one that's
release.
kind of
That was
like,
the original VHS of Anchor Bay release too.
It's like the international middle version that's not extended. So I think all three versions are great. I think it's a great movie, but I'd probably go with the middle version next time I watched it because it's the one I've been seeing least lately. But I mean, Jennifer Connelly's fantastic. It's got a fantastical quality about it too, which is really cool. And I'm going to go with a 9.5 out of 10 with it. I love it.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Cool.
Is that a haul?
We'll find out. Well, technically, I could actually go into this because it's actually my number 4 as well. Phenomena. And I agree. Like, the one thing, the aspect I love about Donald Pleasance's performance is he comes off as kind of a creepy dude when you first meet him. Because when him and Jake, you the same size clothes as Greta, like Greta. I have her jacket upstairs. You could fit into like Greta. Inga, get Greta's jacket. It's just funny in aspect. Like, I'm just picturing like Duncan McLeish from Podcasting the Stairs turning.
He is Scottish.
Yeah, it's great. Like Duncan and Donald. I want because fucking because I listened to Duncan do like a show on this with the Hail Ming boys. And they're like, what's one thing you like about this movie? It has a fucking chimpanzee packing a fucking razor blade.
A great sarcophagi. I love the fucking fly and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that's one aspect of the movie I love. Like, the chimp is fucking wielding a weapon. It's fucking
scary as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't like chimpanzees at all, man. They freak me
I
out.
don't like. Well, did you know that the monkey bit Jennifer Connelly's finger?
During like the final scene,
they had to
of
like
the movie, right?
reattach it.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Chimpanzees are very violent. If they don't belong in captivity,
They
they're
will
just too
fuck
smart.
you up too, man.
They go for your genitals and your hands and your eyes and shit. They're mean, man.
I do that too, but
I mean, not normally mean, I imagine, but they just don't belong in captivity, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, most animals don't, but
Yeah, talk
What
to
do you mean
Tiger
most?
King.
No animals
Yeah,
do.
talk to the Tiger King.
No, I
well,
didn't
I mean,
watch.
cats and dogs do pretty well in captivity.
Well, they're domesticated animals. I'm talking about wild animals, though.
Yeah, well, you got to domesticate them somehow, right? You got to hold them in captivity. But no, I'm just, I agree. I'm not a big fan of zoo, like, you know, the whole thing. But,
Yeah, for sure.
Elbow with the shotgun puts it best. I want to go see the bears. Bears don't belong in a zoo.
Yeah, like it draws a thin line between like his supernatural horror movies and his like giallo films because it's pretty much a mixture of both. I love like the setting of it too, like because I think he shot like the ending. What?
let me ask you that. A lot of people like you see this called a giallo a lot. I don't consider this a giallo. Do you guys?
Well, there's a mystery to it, you know. Like it's more a giallo.
I don't think it's.
I mean, there's a mystery to it.
I think it
actually
has
good.
giallo
I don't
elements.
think
Maybe it's like a
giallo.
progressive giallo or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be, it has giallo elements, but so does everything that came out after 72. Every movie.
It's more giallo than say stage fright.
No doubt, yes. I would probably say so.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, for
everybody
sure.
calls
that one's pretty good
stage
too. I
fright
don't
a
think
giallo.
that's
I'm like,
giallo.
bitch, it's a slasher.
Stage fright is not a giallo.
It's a slasher. This one has like a mystery to it, which makes it a giallo. You had like the cop element too.
It doesn't make it a giallo.
Yeah, but
It
the
makes
cop's
it a
barely part of
giallo
it. He's a side character of the cop.
Yeah, but then you had like the two characters that are not involved with the investigation. Well, and Donald Pleasance says, but Jay Con is not in that sense too, where she's like the kind of outside character that you see in a lot of giallo films. So
Well, it does
that-
become a
just 'cause
police
you see someone in a
procedural
lot
among
of-
them. It does at points.
Yeah,
I don't consider it a giallo at all, personally.
I think it's like it's a mixture. Like,
I think it has elements.
It has elements for
I
sure.
can see the arguments for sure. You know, I'm not saying it's completely, a giallo. It has elements of slasher too. Like I love the scenes with the killers just stalking the victims with like Iron Maiden playing in the background. Who the fuck wouldn't love that? That's fucking epic. Blade with the Ripper. Fuck yeah, it's fucking sweet.
The longest phone cord in history.
And all I remember when I hear this, only thing I can remember is the iconic theme now is Moods doing power piano.
Yeah, there it is.
Italian horror marathon.
Me and Dylan were actually just talking about that the other day. Actually, fucking great, man.
Or as I call it, the essence of Simonetti, like Claudio Simonetti possessed both of them, and they started playing drums and piano and shit. It's fucking funny.
That's right, man. That's right.
Yeah, I give it a 9.5 also, Dave.
That's a Hall of Famer.
So it does make the Hall of Fame with you, Moods, and Dave.
Sweet. Finally something that
28.5.
JP's not involved with, or I can be like, yo, man, that's good.
I think it deserved it. I mean, I'm the lower rater of it. But it's something that we reviewed a long time ago on the Argento. It was like
year 3.
Year 3? Was it year 3?
It was.
Yeah.
We're the Italian boys. Can't love Italian films.
Yeah. So that's good. That's good. I like it.
Q. All right, I'm up.
Yep. No, Carly.
I have a question. Did I get kicked off the show and not realize?
Yeah, Carly didn't go.
Oh shit!
Wait,
I was after Dave.
My
Yeah.
Derek.
It's okay.
Derek jumped in. He's like,
let me just say the ruling.
Oh shit, man! Derek did jump gun there,
Derek
man.
jumped
Okay.
in, was like,
fuck
Carly,
yourself,
fuck
bitch."
you. He's like, I'm the teacher. You're the student. Watch how it's done.
Yeah. It's down young.
I'm sorry, Carly.
No, it's alright. It was fitting. I mean, it was the
10
same
lashes.
movie. Might as well.
10 lashes.
That's what
Damn.
JP gives
She
me
can
every
give it to
night.
me later on celluloid.
Justice for Carly. 10 lashes.
Okay, well, I mean, my number 4 was actually House. So, yeah, House. That's what
damn
was.
it, I'm out.
Yeah,
I
fuck
had
you.
that as your number.
Really? Wow.
I knew you. I thought you probably would.
You threw me off because I had something else. Then you said something, and I was like, maybe I'm wrong. So I originally put Return of the Living Dead, and I scratched out and put House.
Yeah, I'm a G. But yeah, House. Fun movie. One that has grown on me. That's one that JP actually got me for like my 20th. I don't know. One of my birthdays. He got me that box set, and I've grown to love it. It is just fun. I love the whole dynamic between dude and his neighbor. I think there's a lot of funny moments. There's a lot of creepy moments too. I think the beginning with the woman hanging, anything with hanging is creepy to me. And there's actually a jump scare in this that kind of got me when I first saw it. So yeah, I think it is a pretty fun movie, and one of those ones that I throw on just when I feel like watching something entertaining and don't want to watch anything too serious. So I give that one an 8.5 out of 10.
Dope. Again, sorry, Carly. I'm sorry, you're the best.
That's all right. Yeah, I know I'm dope, but yeah, that's all right.
Sweet, 8.5. 3 people had House. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess getting back into order here.
Sorry about that. It probably won't happen again.
Probably won't happen again.
Might not be able to survive 20 lashes, Derek.
That was weird. That generally doesn't happen, but I think that's actually the first time that's ever happened.
It made sense, though. It made sense.
Yeah, it did make sense.
A shadow child.
All right, so coming in at my number 4 is the film that actually got me into horror films.
Damn it.
Fright Night.
Fuck.
Yes.
Fuck!
It is
No,
Fright
I'm still
Night.
in it. I'm still in it.
Y'all are fucking dumb if you thought Fright Night was his number 1.
This is the film that literally got me into, into horror, man. I mean,
My
I
dog's
was
pissed.
at that age, it was 85, 86. I can't remember. This is the film that I credit for my whole being. First film I remember watching was this, and actually House too, man. About the same time. Being a naive kid, didn't realize it was a comedy. Scared the shit out of me. Those fingernails, those fucking fingernails, man, on Jerry, man, on Jerry Dandridge, man, like, scared the fucking shit out of me. All I could remember as a kid and growing up was this dude that was like freaked out by his neighbor that was possibly a vampire, not human. Something that was wrong. It scared the shit out of me. This movie works on all levels to me, man. At the time, I never realized how good the music was. The score is amazing. Soundtrack's awesome. It works great. I do have one minor problem. Someone mentioned this earlier. I can't remember who did. But the club scene lasts a little bit too long.
Me.
But every time I watch this movie, I'm just like, by the end of it, I'm like, fuck it. I don't give a shit. It's amazing.
It's a good movie. I'm not gonna. I like Fright Night, and it grows and goes down, up, down for me all the time.
Dude, don't lie. don't lie, you don't like it. So
no, I do. I do. I've seen this movie in the theater and in the drive-in and on fucking VHS. I've seen it everywhere. In a
You
house.
really have
with
sex
a
with
mouse,
McLovin. Let's not lie.
eggs and ham.
You know, man, I over the years, man, I never realized, even through the first probably 20 watches, I never realized, as a kid, through the 80s and 90s, I never even realized the homoeroticness of the film.
I just found out tonight.
Really? Okay, well,
Yeah,
I mean, it's
I
become a
didn't.
thing when I
Unless
was
they
older.
mentioned it
You
back
notice
then.
when you watch films a different way and stuff, it's like, oh, Jerry, man, he's got a live-in roommate. He's a dude. It's kind of weird. He's not even gay. He's like straight up bisexual. It's kind of this weird, kind of strange thing, but it doesn't fucking matter. I don't know why people even relay these type of things on their reviews and stuff. It's like, who cares what his sexuality preference is? It doesn't fucking matter at all.
His sexual preference is blood.
Exactly. That's a great point, man. It's about blood at that point. It's great.
It's
This movie has
blood.
I love that it's kind of a parody on, everything, with, the whole fucking Peter Vincent character. I mean, really. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. You know what's funny
I love that
is
shit.
I actually won the night I talked to Stephen Jeffries. I called into a radio podcast back in like 2010, and the question was, what is the two actors' name that Peter Vincent is based off of? And I was a dumb fucking kid at the time, like 16 years old, and I knew Vincent Price, but I couldn't figure out Peter Cushing, and they kind of helped me out. And I won a prize, 2 prizes.
So
Nice.
And they sent them to me.
It makes a lot of sense, I mean,
That was my first radio appearance.
Yeah. I love that shit, man. I think the direction's great. I think the music's great. I think the acting's great. I think, I mean, people kind of take this movie to extremes with the homoeroticness of it and stuff. Like I said before, it's kind of funny because when you take out, Amy Peterson and stuff, like, she wasn't outed at the time. Either was Evil Ed, Stephen Jeffries. They weren't even gay at the time.
I don't think he was ever gay, honestly.
He was just doing that shit. Dude. But like, everyone kind of puts into perspective, like, these guys were fucking, this movie's like Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 kind of gay shit. It's not really that way at all. But
all vampire movies have that sexual tinge to them, but there is definitely homosexual stuff in here for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's where I'm leading to, because every vampire movie seems to be that kind of level. It always has that kind of homoeroticness to it. It always has that, heightened sexuality to it and stuff like that. This one just kind of does it a little bit different. It's a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other films that do it a little bit more extreme. This one does a little more subtle. You kind of have to figure it out. It just so happens that some of the main characters turned out to be actually gay characters in real life, so it kind of puts a stigma on them.
Romero does. Like, George Romero kind of cast people like that too. So Tom Holland could have seen that and cast them. But there's definitely more of a longing, and that Evil Ed is misplaced in society, and that idea that he can finally be, above it.
If that's the case, man, Tom Holland is fucking brilliant, man. And like, I feel like Tom Holland's kind of like me too, because I feel like I would have done the same thing with that type of shit. It's
subconsciously, like, you could do it.
Subconsciously, man. Like, I mean, we make a lot of fucking gay jokes on this podcast and stuff when we talk shit about everybody and stuff. At the end of the day, man, we're regular people. We don't actually think like that. We're not homophobic. We're not fag haters. And
not
stuff
at
like
all,
that.
Man.
It's like we use these words and stuff as
Unless
jokes
your name's
and stuff.
Jerry.
I don't use those words.
But the thing is, I mean, people that know us, they understand where we're coming from and stuff like that. I feel like this is kind of a representation of our podcast too, and it's a great fucking movie, dude. Great effects, great soundtrack. I think the acting's great. I think fucking.
Plus, Tom Holland did the fucking Langoliers, man.
Shut up.
Where's Sheridan, man? I always feel is one of my favorites.
The whole ended.
Fucking guys, I love
They're
the
just
Langoliers.
like these fucking shitty CGI ball. I don't hate the Langoliers, but it has the worst CGI of all time.
It has the worst CG of all time.
I used to like it. I watched that movie with my mom.
Of all movies, Langoliers.
He did the Langoliers. He wrote Psycho 2. He directed Child's Play.
He wrote The Beast Within.
Yeah, I love The Beast Within.
And Class of 99.
Thinner's underrated.
Class of 84.
Oh yeah, Beast Within.
84, I love. I love 84. Also with Roddy McDowell.
He has a great little career. Not he didn't have a bunch of stuff, but the stuff he did do.
Oh, and plus he's the best part of Hatchet too.
Yeah, he's great in Hatchet 2.
I don't know about great. I think the acting in Hatchet 2 was Adam Green not telling anybody to pull it back, and everybody's just like, I'm going for Oscar.
Hatchet 2 is the fucking worst, man.
I agree. I don't like it. It's okay.
You guys are fucking haters.
They're all
I gave it a 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5. Wait, 3 out of 5.
What?
You don't rate out of 5, dude.
That's 6 out of 10.
5.5 out of 10 then.
Yeah, I give it a 6.5 when I reviewed.
I'm like at an 8.
Yeah, I'm like at 7.5.
Special effects are great, or not great, but
no, they're not. They're the worst in the series.
Yeah, they're fun though. The chainsaw shit's cool.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Friday Night still?
I think that honestly, man, I think the tension of the film is great. You know, for a film that's supposed to be kind of comedic, I think the suspense and those elements actually work really fucking well for what it is. I think the acting's great, man. You know, I like this kind of love interest, and like I've always said before that I'm not like a huge fucking fan of, kind of love interest type shit and like that. But when you put
I like that aspect.
No, but the thing is, when you put it into a vampire narrative, it works differently because that's kind of what it's about, right? Narratives
brings out that romanticism.
Yeah, man, like vampirism and like love and stuff. It kind of goes hand in hand, so it kind of makes sense. But they don't overdo it here. It doesn't get cheesy. It doesn't get like to that point and stuff. And I mean, I always feel growing up, I always wanted to see Evil as a fucking human further on in the film before he gets turned. And
like it. Evil Ed's one of my favorite aspects of the movie.
Yeah, like I always felt like he gets turned too early in the film, but like when I watch it more and more, I'm like, you know what? It kind of works great because they play off it, right? They incorporate him after.
It
and
feels
stuff,
like stuff's cut out with him.
Yeah,
like character development, it feels like it's cut out. Especially like Jerry Danger's like, you're into the occult and stuff. Like they don't ever dive into that very deep.
How would he know?
I mean, like they hint at it, but they don't ever go into it. The movie's very subtle. Actually, it's a very subtle movie.
Yeah, it is, and again, that's what I'm coming to, man. It's like there's so many subtle aspects of this film that kind of get you thinking, and that's a good thing when you're watching horror films.
I agree.
So, Friday Night for me, man, it's a very nostalgic thing for me because it is the film that I credit for myself being in this realm of horror, and but that's definitely an aspect for me. Yeah. I watch this film hundreds and hundreds, I swear. I mean, not literally hundreds and hundreds of times. That'd be ridiculous. But I've watched this film a lot of times.
Dozens and dozens, maybe?
Over the fucking years.
4,000
And it
times.
never seems to get shitty to me. I always love it every time I watch it, man. It's one of those films I can always go to. It's a go-to film. It's a comfort film. It's one of those films I feel like it just kind of completes me every time I watch it. 10 out of 10. I love this movie.
Dang.
That's my number 4.
Who else had it? I had it.
Carly?
Yeah.
What'd you have, Carly?
I think I gave it an 8.
8.
That makes it, I think. I gave it a 9.
No,
that still doesn't make it.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Number 4 for me with an 8.5 out of 10 is Dario Argento's Demons. I'm just joking.
Wait, you're just joking? That's not your number?
No, it's not Dario Argento, brah.
Dario Argento.
I thought we established that it's Dario Argento. All right.
Go on.
I said in October when I saw Demons 2 in a theaters with 700 people, that is one of my favorite movie theater experiences that I ever had. It was just fucking batshit crazy. I just fucking love Demons 2. Great appreciation for that movie. It's just fun as hell. And this movie's fun too. I love the setting. I love all the creatures. I love how they're all... The effects and the makeup are fantastic, and it carries over into Demons too. But I think that really carries out that each demon has its own personality, which makes sense because they're just really just people deep down inside. But I love that aspect of it, and it carries over into Demons too, with everybody having their own kind of personality. I don't know what else to say, but I love Demons.
Yeah. It's a great movie. It's really fun. It's a really fun movie, man.
Yeah.
You said 8.5 on that one?
Yeah.
already in the hall, so it doesn't matter. Back to me. Okay,
Yep.
Breaking into the top 3.
Number 3s.
I'm not sure if... I mean, you guys probably thought this would be on my list, but I'm not sure. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2.
Number 3? I called that, didn't I?
No, you said 6.
You said it was going to be his number 1, Dave, a few times.
No, I said Come and See was going to be his
Really?
number 1.
Number 3? Crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 also made my top 50. As did, I think 5 films made my top 50, and they're all represented on this list. So, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, it just works for me, man. I think Freddy is the scariest in the series here. And when I was a kid, actually, this is the one that scared me the most. I would be really, and actually, you know what's funny is Part 5 did too, but that was more of like a margin of error.
Because it was so bad.
No, the opening of Part 5 in the, when he's being rebirthed or whatever.
Yeah, because it's really bad. Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, so Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. I love, it's supposed to be Ohio, Springwood's in.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I think
so. None of these fucking movies look like Ohio. None of them, dude. They're all like California. But I like the set, like the school that they go to, like the classroom stuff, and them walking outside. Like, I always thought it was cool. Like, no school in Ohio would have lockers outside.
Mm-hmm.
None. You know what I mean? So,
Nightmare on Elm Street is very suburban horror, though. And all Craven's movies were pretty much suburban horror.
I love suburban horror, dude. It's like one of my favorite things. And so yeah, the rules, yes, the rules are not the same. Like, there's some questionable shit, like why the parrot explodes and stuff like that.
Firecrackers, dude.
Are you kidding me? That shit is completely unexplainable. There's no explanation to that.
There's a scene in Elm Street 1 that's
Cherry
unexplainable where Nancy is clearly awake and Freddy, I think it's a scene where he calls her on the phone.
Dude,
she was not sleeping for that
the
scene.
Science of
Are you
Freddy
sure she
Krueger
wasn't
can
sleeping?
never be
Come
made.
on, man.
It doesn't make any sense.
This shit happened in
Doesn't
front
make
of the
any
fucking family, man. This is like straight up. Maybe it's a result of him kind of being possessed. I don't know, but
yeah, I think that he's channeling. It's channeling through Jesse. Like that's Jesse's powers.
I don't know. I think it's bullshit
close
too.
With Freddy,
but
but it's different rules. We don't know that Freddy can't do stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Science of Freddy Krueger does not make sense in any of the movies.
It's illogical.
Well, especially
it is very illogical for sure.
It's nightmare logic, right?
Yes. And
how can I complain?
We never.
Man? Fulci's my favorite director of all time.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I mean,
he
right? It's
relies
the
on
best
nightmare logic. So.
And it's the best shit. It's scary.
Maybe
it's
that's
some of
why
the only
I love
shit that can scare you.
Exactly, man. It's probably why
Yeah,
I've been
Phantasm,
always drawn to
same
Nightmare on Elm
way.
Street franchise because it's illogic.
The way that I always take it is as the Freddy's world, the dream world, and Jesse's reality world like mend closer together, he has more reach to the outside world.
The house is probably haunted as fuck too.
That maybe. I like the lead female here too. I forget her name, but she was in
Kim
Hellraiser
Grass.
4 as well. I know her.
What was she in?
Hellraiser 4.
Kim Grass is her name.
I've seen her around a few times. I like Mark Patton as Jesse. One thing that I always connected with this film is when I was growing up, there was like a lot of the slasher films did not have male leads. So anytime we got one, whether it was Friday 4, 5, and 6 or Elm
really
Street
gay.
2, what? Did I connected with him?
You connected with the gay or with the
Yeah,
dude? I mean,
yeah.
Down with the gayness.
I connected with being in the
gayness.
closet and
no, there's nothing wrong with that.
You connected
I'm
with
just
being in
saying.
the closet, yo?
You just realize that like the reason why you connected with this film so much is because it was a dude. It's funny.
yeah, because I could put myself in his position. You're
gay, buddy?
Well, I've told you
What
that
position
how
was
many
that?
times.
Doggy style or missionary or what was that position?
Pitcher or catcher?
But I like with Corey Feldman, especially in Friday 4, being a kid watching it, you can really put yourself in that situation. But yeah,
Michael
so
Jackson said the same thing.
That was actually that was probably the best joke you've ever done there.
Thank you. I should do more shit faced.
So, where the fuck was I going with this? The underrated male slasher lead. I like the underrated. Like it's something different, and I like to see it every once in a while. I love the Scream Queens, even though the torch is handed off like in the climax of this movie, and it becomes a lead slasher female. You know.
Well, he's the damsel in distress.
Yeah. I never noticed the gay shit when I was a kid, honestly.
I didn't either, but as you get older, you're like, what the fuck? How did I not notice this? No one ever said anything when I was a kid. No one said a fucking word about it.
When I was a kid, but then when you watch it
I won't lie, man. Watching Nightmare on Elm Street 2, I didn't realize the gay shit either. You know? Through the night, I was like, whatever. Just watch it how it is, man.
Then when he's jerking off at that little
I love the opening bus scene, the scene where Freddy's down in the basement, you know, you've got the body, I've got the brain. The fact that he's like hovering over his sister with the fucking claw knives is scary and shit.
The eyeball in the back of the throat's badass.
The eyeball in the back of the throat's great.
That's
the
nightmare logic.
Sadomasochist fucking BDSM.
How are those dogs?
Is pretty good.
His beast dogs.
There's like evil cats too. There's weird shit like evil cat, evil dog.
Yeah, it's like the haunted house Elm Street film. I dig it. It's an 8.5 out of 10.
Hey, one thing that I got to mention about the Nightmare on Elm Street, my brother was like 5 years older than me, so his friends would always hang around. And this is really rude to say, but my brother's friend was like, you know what? We're just because I like horror movies, so I'd always talk about them. He was like, how come all the women in Nightmare on Elm Street always look nasty? Like they're all fucked up looking and weird. And he's like, Friday the 13th, they look great, but Nightmare on Elm Street, all the women, they just look weird. They're like, so I thought that was strange. Like,
it's not true though, man. There's a lot of good-looking women.
Said, but no, yeah. I know, but they just look. They're not the typical leads. Like they don't look like a Patricia Arquette doesn't look like they super smoke like hot. And then Friday the 13th, they are more generic. Like
they're better actors, maybe.
Ideal like pretty for the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Adrian King doesn't look like a fucking lead to me, really.
No.
From Friday 1.
That's why they killed her off in part 2.
Amy Steele, I think, is probably the best.
No, I killed her off in part 2 because she had a stalker from part 1.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're just joking. You're joking.
Yeah, Amy Steele's probably in my opinion, Amy Steele is probably the best slasher.
Hey, Moods.
Yep.
Sorry. You didn't like how Nightmare on Elm Street 2 opened up, how it changed the rules, but did you feel that way about Friday the 13th part 2? Because they do something in that where he leaves the campsite and they never does it again.
But there's argument that that's a dream sequence or some shit.
Yeah.
It's weird. What about the fact that he's an adult? That doesn't.
Hey, we already passed that. We can't do nothing about that.
Well, I mean, I have an easier time understanding the reality of Jason because it's set in this kind of fictional reality world. But when you're dealing with like dream shit. I don't know, man. It's a little bit far-fetched.
You can possess people.
Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
So am I up?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. It's been mentioned before. It is the most heavy metal horror movie of all time. It is Lamberto Bava's Demons.
God damn it.
I love it. I absolutely love this movie.
I thought this could be your number one.
It's the most.
Is everybody still in this? Did anybody get out completely?
I'm only
out from Carly.
I'm out for Carly and Dave now.
Wait, did JP? You said house, right?
Yeah, for you.
No, I mean like for your. Did you have that on your? Oh wait, yeah. I'm already. You. Okay, yeah, I'm out with you and Moods.
I'm still in. Besides Carly.
Okay. Dude, this movie is awesome. Love the cast. Love everything about it. It's the only time heavy metal works. It gets super huge at the end. It just goes completely bonkers. I love it. On the tomato meter, it got a 60%. On the audience score, 65. The good review, Anton Bittel. Lamberto Bava's postmodern pandemonium presents the potential for viewing itself to unleash the beast within. And that's probably a reference to, the movie itself overtaking the audience, which is actually fucking brilliant. And that's probably, that feels like a Dario thing he would do, actually. I wonder if he added to that storyline. And the bad, Ron Gonzalez, efilmcritic.com, and this dude is totally fucking out of his element here. It's repetitive and borderline pretentious without the over-the-top looniness that distinguishes the better Italian splatter. This dude didn't even watch the movie because this is the definition of over-the-top looniness that distinguishes the better Italian splatter, and it's not repetitive and borderline pretentious at all. It's absolutely
I would be surprised if you watched the movie.
This guy just had no clue what he did. He never watched another time. I don't know. I love this movie, and I guess I'll keep it quick. Sorry, I'm talking over you guys. I'm just trying to speed it up because I feel like I've said everything about it. And there's, you know what, JP? 10 out of fucking 10. Love it.
All right, it's already in the hall, so it doesn't matter.
Dude, you gotta talk longer about demons,
that
man.
rating, though, make it a perfect 10.
It's a 30.
Well, and nothing's gonna beat Scream. That's like a 70 out of 70.
All right, Carly.
Me. Okay, my number 3 is Reanimator.
Nice.
Yeah. Really with this one, it's just like Jeffrey Combs, I think, steals the show for me. I find him super entertaining to watch. I think he's great in the character. I like the concept of him kind of living with that, pretty normal dude, and he's just kind of living in his basement, and he's doing all these experiments downstairs, and that, it's got, it's beats of comedy, but they're not like, it's not really in your face comedy or anything like that. It's just stuff that comes off as kind of quirky. And again, I think that's just kind of Jeffrey Combs' character. I've become a pretty big fan of him. I think he's a great actor. He can take on any role and really nail it. A lot of great elements to this movie. Love the blatant ripoff of Psycho music. I think it's great, which if you ever look that up on YouTube, everyone in the comments is butthurt and says, like, no, it sounds nothing like Psycho. It's not like that at all. What are you talking about?
Richard Van says he ripped it off. He parodied it. And the fucking dude who does it was like, yeah, it's like Psycho. It's a homage to Psycho.
Yeah,
Richard Van like, it's not Psycho. Shut up.
Yeah, Richard Band's like the fucking composer that just rips off other composers, because if you listen to his score to The Resurrected, it's so Jerry Goldsmith.
Or you listen to his score on fucking, what's the other movie he did this year? Zone Troopers. It just sounds like Star Wars.
Yeah.
Zone Troopers sucks.
It's alright.
Yeah, but, yeah, I swear I looked up this music like a long time ago, and everyone in the comments was like defending it, saying like, it's not a ripoff, I swear. But who cares? It's awesome. Great movie. Another one I didn't really grow up with, but over time I've grown to really enjoy it. I think it's just a blast, so I give it a 9 out of 10.
Dopeness.
Derek, you're up.
Fuck yeah. And yeah, number 3.
Did that hit all 6 lists for Animator?
Yep. All 9s though, I think.
Yeah, and this one's number 3 is a classic, and that is George A. Romero's Day of the Dead.
Damn it.
Fuck yeah, I love me some Day of the Dead. Joe Pilato, my homie from East Boston. Fucking love him as Rhodes.
Good man. All right.
Dude, I remember drinking with that motherfucker the same weekend I met Dave. It was awesome.
Yep.
It was great, man. Joe and my wife actually fucking hit off pretty well. It was actually kind of disturbing. He loved my wife, man. It was crazy, but he loved me too. He gave me his personal number and shit. I was like, dude, no, I ain't fucking with that. But
this movie's pretty fucking racist.
Yeah.
Well, the characters are. It's not a racist movie. It's not meant to be Hispanic, racist. So he definitely always plays that into his movies.
Yeah, it definitely does, and the aspect that I always like about it is
a reality aspect, man, for sure.
And I love the soundtrack of this movie. John Harrison's score is one of the most underrated scores of all time.
It's my favorite score.
It's
ever,
beautiful.
I think.
It's actually
it's
fucking beautiful.
So good. Yeah. Sam Edwards tried to argue with me that it's forgettable.
Yeah, you can go fuck off.
Somebody's a fucking idiot. Who said that shit?
Sam, that fucking troll motherfucker.
Sam said that? Oh, wow. Fucking moron shit right there.
Yeah, he says a lot of
stupid idiot.
He's a fucking fuck that woman hater.
Sam.
No, it's bullshit though, man. The soundtrack's amazing.
He backtracked a little bit and said it was a good score. He just liked the Dawn of the Dead score better. That's the more popular.
I didn't want anybody to know that part.
Oh my god, retarded.
Whatever. But I love it. The performances are great. Like, I know Dave is a huge Steel fan. That's his spirit animal.
All of the characters are good, man.
Bob Dr. Frankenstein, who me and Carly just talked about in the Crazies recently.
Richard Liberty.
Yeah, fucking awesome shit right there. I love the movie. It's a perfect movie in my opinion. Definitely probably the best horror film of the year in my opinion. But there's two other films I hold a little bit closer to my heart, but it's still in my top 10 horror films of all time. I still love Day of the Dead with a passion. Perfect film for me, 10 out of 10. Love it.
Good shit.
Dudes.
Yeah, man. I agree. That's an awesome fucking movie, man. The fuck number are we on right now?
3.
Oh, we're on number 3. All right,
Who's
so
just drunk?
my number 3, man, coming in at of course, man, this has got to be on the list, man. Return of the Living Dead.
And I'm out.
Me too.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
That's what I had as your number 1.
I actually forgot when we first did it again. I was out for moods too because I had Fright Night as number 1, so I was out.
Really?
You guys are all stupid, and I'm
I
not.
sworn that it would have been returned.
I thought he would. I know what it is now, obviously, but we'll get to it when we get to it.
I had no clue what anyone's would be.
You know what, man? Day of the Dead is like that perfect horror comedy to me, man. It's got nothing
Return of the
but...
Living Dead, you mean?
Yeah, good old Day of the Dead.
Did I say Day of the Dead?
Yeah, you did.
We're all sleep exhausted. I can tell. We're all
Return
just
of the Living Dead is one of those movies that, I mean, it's got a perfect blend of comedy and horror. You know, I love it, man. Mixed with the most perfect soundtrack. I mean, the soundtrack is absolutely amazing. The score is amazing in the film too. But the thing that sells Return of the Living Dead for myself is the dialogue. I absolutely love the whole probably first 20, 30 minutes of the film with Bert and Frank, man. It's like, I mean, with Freddie and Frank,
yeah. They're great together.
That
whole idea is perfect. It reminds me of like my grandpa or like a uncle fucking with you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like he's like, hey, it's dead on.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the fact that it's kind of parodying fucking Night of the Living Dead and shit like that is absolutely brilliant.
Genius.
But so genius, man. Yeah, I mean, but there's not a lot of fucking films out there that can keep your attention dialogue wise. When I watched Return of the Living Dead, I actually watched this shit for the dialogue because I love the interaction with the characters and stuff, man. It's not about what's happening and what's going to happen, even though the ending of the film is like complete fucking sheer comedic genius. I think it's hilarious and so fucking funny. It's kind of sad, but I love it. But everything that's happening up to that point, man, dialogue wise, is like amazing. So good shit. Return of the Living Dead, man, is one of those movies that I feel like you can watch over and over again, never get sick of. And that's pretty much why it's at the top of the list, because it is one of those films. Is it one of the best made films of all time? Absolutely
yes.
Not. I don't think it actually is one of the best.
I say yes, damn it.
I don't think it's one of the best.
You can see people nitpicking it. I could see.
I can't. I'll fuck them up.
See, I honestly don't think it's like one of the best made films. I mean, cinematography is great. You know, there's a lot of good aspects to it. The effects are awesome in this, man. I mean, you can't fuck with Tar, man. A lot of shit that's going on in this film is really, really great, man. One of my favorite things about this movie
I
is
like when they set up the step where he's like, watch that step, it's a doozy. And then
Third
like
step's a bitch.
Yeah, and then like later in the movie the bitch falls through the steps.
Yeah.
They do lots of setups and payoffs in this too.
Mm-hmm.
There's just small details that are wonderful, like the butterflies and all sorts of things.
Split dogs.
Just the whole
split dogs gotta go too.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's one of my favorite parts in the film, man. Is actually the split dogs. Like, I don't know why that shit always stuck with me, man. But it's like a split dog barking. It's great.
What are we gonna do?
We're
gonna kill it.
What are we gonna do?
I just like how how hopeless the whole concept of this particular.
I like the fact that the
trioxin is, dude. It's fucking scary, man.
I just love I love this small buildup of these guys turning into zombies. Then they go to this fucking to the whatever the fuck house you want to call it, man. but
The weird
dude
house.
is clearly not. He's kind of a Nazi, man. He's kind of a Nazi.
Oh, Ernie Kaltenberger. He's definitely
kind of a fucking
fascinated by
Nazi, man.
Nazis.
Like, he doesn't give a fuck about what's going on and shit like that, but he still
He's
has
got a
so much-
Luger and shit.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
I
But
love
he's
these
also the
characters,
most-
man.
He's also one of the most endearing, nice characters in the movie, and
Yeah.
he might be a Nazi, and it's kind of crazy. And the relationship that he has with Bert seems very real of two guys that were pretty good friends that had known each other for a very long time.
Well,
And
that's
their
why
interactions are
business
really
neighbors,
touching. Actually,
you know what I mean? Like they own businesses next to each other.
No,
and they're-
they've known each other 25 years, give or take. And the
yeah,
line
well,
that
I
always
probably know Ernie about 25 years.
Yeah. The one thing that kills me is at the very end when they're he's like, Bert, that favor you owe me out there. He's like, yeah, and he nods. He says, watch your ass out there. And Bert goes to laugh it off, and he gives a head nod. And he's like, no, I'm fucking serious. And both their faces change right there, and you just get like chills up your back because it's a little small, meaningful moment that is just the performances. Honestly, Bert Wilson to me, when I think spirit, like Derek's always like, he's my spirit animal. I'm like, Bert Wilson's my spirit animal. Like he's jovial, but he has a temper.
I could
like,
picture you as a cool Gallagher Burt Wilson.
Yeah, I
type
could
pick.
picture you as a Nazi too.
That's Ernie Kaltenberger, bro. I'm talking about Bert Wilson.
Bert, okay.
I hit the
not
fucking
not
brain.
as nice as Ernie. Bert,
I hit the fucking brain.
Did you ever notice the eye chart says like Bert is the
Bert is a
slave
slave
driver?
driver. Yeah.
And,
I always love the fact that this movie, not only, with our main characters and stuff, man, but we got so many amazing,
Secondary characters.
secondary characters, man. They're fucking.
Linnea fucking Quigley, man. Nude. John Philbin. Miguel Nunez.
Without a bush.
All these dudes,
How about
man.
that? 85, no bush.
Flash Merkin.
Well, I mean, the whole Bush thing is kind of interesting, man, because they covered that
He's wearing
shit
a
up.
Flash Merkin.
Which is kind of a shame because it was 85 and like we've seen a million bushes on fucking screen before.
Yeah.
No, she didn't have a bush.
It was shaved. It was a flesh merkin. They couldn't show her vagina.
the
They
thing
shaved
is-
it because they didn't want to show the
The
bush,
thing is,
and then they were like, "You can't show that," so they put a flesh merkin over it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
No,
they
that's
shot
not
the
what
scene.
happened.
They shot
That's
the
what
scene
happened.
originally with her bush.
No, she
And-
didn't have a bush, and they said we can't show your bare vagina.
They shaved it for it, and then they were like, "Oh fuck, this looks even worse." So they put a flesh merkin on it.
Yeah.
Exactly, man.
it's a
She
little
had a
bit
bush.
more
They shot the scene. The producer came in. And he's like, "No, what the fuck, man? You can't fucking see that shit." And so they put the shit over, and had to.
Do you
shave
guys
the
like
fucking bush.
bushes?
No.
What?
Absolutely not. I like a
I'm
fucking
okay
landing
with
strip, but
Seems like everyone's always like, "Oh man, there's no bush," and I'm always curious if you guys just
I
are
don't give a
attracted
shit.
to that, or you're
They've
just
just
"Oh,
watched
man."
Revenge of the Nerds too many times.
No, I just listened to STP's I Want to Run for Your Wicked Garden.
Also, the sound cues, the music
I
cues
listened
in
to
here
the
are
thing.
very memorable.
Dude.
And
the
Oh,
music,
dude,
the soundtrack's
so
like
good.
amazing.
not even
dude.
the soundtrack, the music cues, bam, dun, 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 dun,
Oh.
all those are
Yeah.
great too. When they run outside at the very end with the bats,
The
and they get
score
to
in
the
here,
car,
exactly.
all of it's great. It's
The
very
cues and the
memorable.
score?
Sound cues are connected to your brain like that.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. I mean,
but,
that's
but the
another thing that
soundtrack is
just
good too.
All of
sells
it's
the
great,
shit
dude.
for me, man.
45 grade.
I'm a big music guy, as everybody knows.
Party?
All that shit is like a fucking.
Yep.
Does
sells shit for me,
it weird you out that the skeleton that comes out of the ground has eyes?
They have a lot of shit in there that's dumb. Like the zombies have been eating those two paramedics' brains for hours, yet they still have brains in their head. Come on,
Yeah.
you gotta forgive some things. Every movie's
I
like
think
that.
it's
Absolutely.
pretty clever writing that the brains like stop the pain of being dead. It makes sense, like
I
because
agree.
nobody logically said like why the fuck do they want to eat the people's
It
brains?
doesn't fucking
you know?
matter, man, because it's like it's
It
a
makes
spin-off,
sense.
It's a
parody
comic
of
book
fucking,
movie. That's what it
doesn't
feels
matter.
like.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
an EC comic style. The
No,
ghouls.
it does matter. That's what they made it matter. That's what's cool about it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Whose was that?
Moods.
Oh,
What'd you rate again, Moods?
Did you say? Oh,
who?
10 out of 10. I love it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have Return of the Living Dead 2 as my number 3.
That's
love
not
the
for me,
Return of-
buddy.
No,
I
he said he
have-
also has Return of the Living Dead 2.
Yeah, he has it also.
TO, not
Oh.
TWO.
TOO actually.
I knew what you
Well,
meant,
thanks.
Jeremy. At least I
Hey, you dumb fuck, Jeremy.
Hey, I didn't know. I didn't know. Hey,
But that's
it's okay, little guy.
because he always fucking talks shit on me for my grammar, and then this motherfucker says the wrong two,
Fucked up his twos. Damn it.
which is like one of the most easy ones.
Oh, go fuck.
No, dude, you fucked that up. All the time, dude.
Get up because I don't care.
No, dude, you fucking up because you're dumb as fuck.
All right, Jeremy, Return of the Living Dead 2.
No, I mean, we just talked about it. I love the punk rock kind of attitude. I love the characters. I love the interactions.
Fuck them out.
Okay.
Saying.
I'm still in on Dave, Derek, and Jeremy.
I love the interactions between them. I think everybody does a fantastic job. As you know, I'm not a huge zombie fan, but this is definitely one of the better ones. And I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
All right, so continuing on that train, my number 2 is Return of the Living Dead.
Good shit.
It is such a fantastic, epic, awesome movie. And honestly, like, there's like 5 horror films that I can watch over and over and over again and never get tired. This is included in that 5. It's TCM 2, Return of the Living Dead, and Elm Street 3 is like kind of the main 3. But Return of the Living Dead, it is insanely quotable for me. Like, me and my friend Dean used to just put it on in the background. It would end, we'd replay it, just keep it going for 8 hours all day. And we've mentioned so much, but to mention something that we haven't mentioned is actually when Freddy and Frank start turning, like they're looking a little sweaty and like a little gross, and then like it cuts to them and they're fucking like look horrible, dude. Yeah. The makeup is so good on them because they look fucking like they're dying, you know what I mean? And he's like, you mean we're dead? He's like, well, technically.
He's like, technically you're not alive.
Wounds on him are just like disgusting, like the bruising and ugh.
I love when fucking Tom Matthews just turns full zombie, like, I'm gonna eat your brain!
That's a great turn. Great acting performance, too, because you see when he dies in his eyes.
Yeah. The only blemish on this entire film has nothing to do with the film, but I like everybody so much in it, and Scuzz is technically a convicted child molester.
But he's also the shittiest character, too, so...
Yeah, and you know what sucks is I pre-ordered More Brains, the documentary, back when that shit was made.
Yeah.
And it came with a signed poster of 3 of the cast members, and he was one of them.
Oh, he's got nothing going on. Of course, he's one of them.
No, he's like big in Disney.
Yeah, no shit.
No, like he worked on. He's like a producer for the Disney Channel and stuff. Like there was a documentary I watched talking about how like there's some shady pedophilia type stuff going on with Disney.
Yeah, Victor Salva worked for Disney on Powder.
Yeah.
And you know what? Actually, Friday 5, Dominic, the Joey character, that's allegedly somebody who consensually hooked up with Corey Haim a bunch.
Yeah.
Well, but he was a teen. He was underage, so it makes it gross.
Yeah, and then Joey gets killed by Suicide, because Suicide is actually the guy who plays Nick. Vic. Forget it, Vic.
Yeah, forget it, Vic.
And then Suicide died young, too. He died of cancer, I think.
Yeah, that's messed up, man. But I love pretty much, even Jewel Shepard.
She's great.
She's awesome, man. I like her.
Choke a chicken.
Yeah.
She's got one of the best lines in the movie. Chuck, I never did like you. I love when she says that. She tells him the straight up truth.
Yeah, I'm surprised she actually never gets naked in the film, considering she was in porn.
She's in Jewel, the movie Jewel. She's naked in the whole
She took the role because she didn't want to get naked. Yeah.
Well, she was going to be trash at first.
Exactly.
But switched it.
She turned down the road. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. She's cool. Honestly, what sucks so bad about this whole situation with the coronavirus is they were doing a Return of the Living Dead / Friday type of little thing in where was it? Carly Monroeville?
Yeah. It was
so
it was the convention
a bunch
center.
of Miguel was going to be there, and Tom Matthews, and
the Dawn of the Dead Mall, actually, the mall.
Yeah, in the Dawn of the Dead Mall.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just going to be really cool. So I'm a little bummed. Hopefully that's still possible at some point or whatever, because I really wanted to meet all these people, and it would have been cool. But Return of the Living Dead, fantastic, 100% of 10 out of 10. I literally see nothing wrong with the film.
Nice. So
I'm up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at number 2, right?
Yep.
Not only is this my second favorite movie in 1985, not only is this my second favorite zombie movie, not only is this my second favorite horror movie, this is my second favorite film of all time. This is The Return of the Living Dead. Dan O'Bannon.
That's 4 in a row.
Wow, sir.
And honestly, I love this movie. And all my favorite movies are zombie movies. I'm not going to make any lies about it. And most of them pertain directly to George Romero. George Romero is my favorite, and everything that ties in with George Romero usually is my favorite.
Children of the Living Dead, you like that one?
Not particularly, but I don't hate it. It's not great, but I don't hate it. I even like Flesh Eater, for Christ's sakes, quite a bit.
Me too.
So Return of the Living Dead is a 92 on the tomato meter, 79% on the audience score. The good, Roger Ebert, Chicago Sun-Times.
You fucker.
It's kind of a sensational machine made out of the usual ingredients, and the real question is whether it's done with style. It is. And we have a negative, which this I picked on purpose because it's going to piss you guys off. I'm not going to dive into the movie anymore because I talked a lot about it already several times when we were all talking about it. Yeah. And this is actually an audience review, just a regular audience review, not a critic review, because I couldn't find any negative critic reviews that were actually listed with reviews. So The Bad, Gavin P. This dude's a fucking moron. And I honestly don't hate Shaun of the Dead like you guys do, but this guy is a moron. Yes, it's funny parody of Romero's original of the Dead films, but once you've seen Shaun of the Dead, it's really hard to find any other non-serious zombie movies up to the caliber. And I think he spelled caliber wrong. Dead. Yes, sure. This film is probably 5, but it takes too long to start, and then it's suddenly over way too fast. Although it does have a great ending, maybe more for teenagers than anything. Gavin P., you are fucking stupid, and you don't understand the complexities of the zombie film or Romero's original trilogy, or that Day of the Dead wasn't even fucking released yet.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that dude.
Yeah, you know what, man? It reminds me of the podcasters that I used to listen to, and their biggest complaint about Fright Night was that it's too much like Disturbia.
Fucking out of here.
Yeah, eat a shit sandwich. 10 out of 10. The best.
Jesus Christ.
So that was Return, right?
Yep. Yeah. Lamb chops. Had him for
the Hall of Fame.
Your favorite lamb chops is
3 10s in a row.
I love that guy too. Yeah, that's everybody had Return so far, haven't they? Almost, but that's like how many 10s?
That's a Hall of Famer for sure.
Yeah, that's 3 10s with Moose, JP, and Dave.
Carly, you're up.
All right. Well, yeah, this one's pretty unique. No one has had it yet. Yeah, it's actually Return of the Living Dead.
Oh, you dickhead.
You sandwich.
All right, well, I would have been wrong either way because
I called you a sandwich.
What does that mean?
I'm glad I changed that. I'm glad I changed that. Fuck. Nice.
Yeah, but yeah, Return of the Living Dead. It is a lot of fun, which is a theme for 85 movies. They're all just a lot of fun, and they have a lot of rewatchability. This one has really, really grown on me. Like I said earlier, I don't really like zombie movies too much, but this one just has a whole different feel to it. I guess it's because it's like not as serious as, say, Romero's movies. But, yeah, love Tom Matthews and other dude. And I think the makeup effects are disgusting looking. The pale face and just like I said earlier, the bruising, and it's actually kind of gross to me.
The half zombie's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really fun movie. Great music, great characters. Love all the punk people and their looks and their style and how, some of them are super punk looking, and then you got that one girl who's just like all preppy looking. It's just cool dynamic. Actually kind of realistic, honestly, too, because it reminds me of my friends and myself. Like, no one was exactly the same. But, yeah, great movie. I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Dope.
I like how Freddy, you get a little bit of backstory on him. They're like, Freddy always knows where to party, and then you just see him like turning it off for his day job.
Yeah.
But you just picture him outside of work being like a Hellraiser,
For real. For sure. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint everybody else.
Return of the Living Dead.
No, I already had that. It was
you had that,
Jeremy. My number 2 is Demons.
Fuck.
Oh, you motherfucker. Are you serious?
Yes.
You just fucked my shit up, dude.
Yeah, dude, I had
fucked me,
Demons
Derek.
number 1.
You fucked me hard.
Yep.
Everybody
that's,
picked
that's
Demons
too
for
fucked.
Derek's number 1.
Carly and you have fucked.
I only have Derek left.
I only have Dave left.
I only have Derek left.
Yeah, I love Demons. This is a very nostalgic movie for me, as everyone should know if they listen. This is the movie that actually got me into horror. I love it. We could talk about it for hours. The one scene I wanted to bring up that no one talked about, that I always remember from this movie, is the great, what is it? The fucking, when they're in the vents, Fior, Argento's other daughter, not Aja, but Fior, and her boyfriend in the film are crawling in the vents, and you hear, the scraping of the nails, and they're like, what the hell is that? It's coming from behind us. And you're like, come on, you have to go in front of me now, Fior. I forget her name in the movie off the top of my head. It's coming in front of us now, what the hell? That fucking scene scared the shit out of me when she was a full-blown demon when I was a kid, and it stuck with me. And plus, the effects by Sergio Stavali, fucking amazing. Yeah, he went on to direct The Wax Mask, which is a very interesting film.
I like it.
I like it too.
Yeah, it's a very interesting film with a very interesting history if you read up on it or listen to any of the
Should have been Fauci.
Well, unfortunately, Moods, it wasn't their fault he died.
I know. I'm
They
totally
could have brought it
unfortunate.
back, damn it. They could have brought it back if they wanted to.
I love Derek. It's awesome.
Yeah. But Demons, still, I love it. It's in my top 3 as usual. But the one I picked for my number 1, I'll give the reason why, and this is when that film comes up, there's a certain reason why that film's my number 1.
Yeah, because you wanted to fuck all of us.
It'd just be bullshit.
No, there's actually a touching and sad reason why.
It's not until 1985 I'm coming.
You
I'll start
motherfucker.
crying now.
No. So I still give Demons the score I gave it again because it's comfort food for me. If I nitpick shit about it? Of course I can. Anybody can with anybody's favorite films. There's films even on Zombie, Brad Worm placement. Fuck it, I agree.
Great.
Oh, you fucking agree that there's bad? Oh my god, somebody finally agrees with me.
I always agree with you, JP.
They're in his eyeball.
Come on, we were together during When the Stranger Calls, bro.
Dude, listen back to that episode if you want to hear some crazy shit.
Moods is fucking mind blown.
Dude,
this has got to be jokes right now. This has got to be
shit out
jokes.
of you.
But anyways, as always, it still stays the same. 10 out of 10 for me. I love Demons.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
My number 1, I mean,
Moods. Is it Moods?
It's just totally not your turn, dude.
Oh, sorry.
Not at all, actually.
Yeah, man. Actually, you're jumping the gun two.
Dude,
people.
He was just mind blown by my number 2.
Well, dude, we recorded for 6 hours, so I mean.
Yeah, and you still have 11 to 25 to do.
Oh boy,
we ain't doing that tonight.
Yeah,
I knew that.
that's why I kept saying, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Hey,
Yeah.
if we would have talked 4 hours apiece,
It would be so horrible.
I knew this was going to happen. So.
my brain hurts.
Me too.
I'm available tomorrow if you guys are.
Number 2 for me.
Number 2
is, of course, coming from the Italian era. Demons.
Yes.
Yep.
I fucking love this this album. I love this fucking movie, man. Might as well be an album, man. Might as well be an album, man. The soundtrack is amazing. Score is amazing.
I don't know what Moods' number 1 is.
It's one of those films, man, that I can watch over and over again, and I just want to repeat it every single time. That's a great thing. Fucking love it, man. It's what do I say about Demons, man?
Well, we've said a lot about it.
We have said a lot about it. I'm trying to think of other things, but
dirt bikes are cool.
Dude on a motorcycle with a fucking sword, playing heavy metal, cutting up fucking demons.
Fucking helicopter out of nowhere.
This is the epitome of metal horns.
This is so 80s.
This is Devil Horns, the movie.
I mean, one of my favorite things about Demons, man, is the whole aspect of what they're watching is coming to real. I love that aspect, man. you know, again, the soundtrack plays into that shit like big time. But it's an amazing film, man. It really is. It really is. There's some really oddball parts in the film. Considering, you know, they have this subplot with these people that are, you know, just these punks. Just the punks.
Yeah, that's real weird and real strange when she goes and looks at herself in the mirror. Like, you get a sense of like a weird past, and they give her some character development just to rip her apart seconds. It's fucked up. It's kind of mean.
I know this whole subplot with these punks and shit is like insane to me, but for some odd reason, I find it super compelling. I love it. It's weird. Like, they're in the back of the car and we got some coke situation shit and got some.
Pick up every gram. Every gram.
I'd be terrified. Like, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say
Dude, it's some of the weirdest shit you ever see on cinema, but I fucking love that shit, man. It's great, man. But I mean, honestly, man, the core of the story is like pure brilliance to me. Straight up 10 out of 10, man, for me. I love Demons. I think it's just
great.
Hey.
It's where it should be.
Me and my friend used to joke around about remaking this movie like 10 years ago, and we made it like a big Hollywood production. We were making up everything. We're like directed by Quentin Tarantino. No, I don't remember who was going to direct it, but we had Tarantino in it as that man who makes out with a woman who gets hung. We had Sam Jack as Bobby Rhodes.
Dude, Robert Rodriguez will direct it.
Dude, we had he'll just fuck it up like he does.
I love it.
But we had, I'm just kidding, but we had
Fisher's going to be in it.
Sylvester Stallone as the main punk. And then we were like, Christian Slater was the other one. Courtney Love was one. And then we had the other one. He was like, hey, man, make sure my brother gets a role. Give that to Frank Stallone. He had to get his brother a role. We overcast this movie. We had Deborah Wilson from Mad TV playing Goretta. And we had Jennifer Lopez as the other hooker. We had Alec Baldwin as the asshole guy. He was like, shut up to his wife. That prick.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
We talked about it for hours. That was the funniest thing ever.
Who was Michaelis away?
Oh, we don't know.
Whatever.
Went on, but that's all I remember. I remembered a lot of it, though. And we had a cameo by Christopher Walken as an added character. He was going to be the popcorn vendor. He was the popcorn vendor. He's like, here, enjoy the movie. Here's your cameo for him.
So
shit like that. We went elaborate. And we were like, the Hollywood remake of
no.
When you're bored.
Oh, by the way, if you another like fun fact about Demons, if you guys didn't know this, is the redheaded stewardess lady in the theater.
Yeah, that's that annoying little girl from all those other movies.
Yeah, Deep Red and Bay of Blood.
It also has Bob. It also has Bob from fucking House. It has both annoying kids.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob.
And it's also got the dad in this. The dad driving the car at the very end. That dude's in every fucking Italian movie ever. He gets his face blown off in Cannibal Apocalypse. He gets eaten by the monster shark in Monster Shark.
Oh, and another fun fact is the asshole dude that
gets killed absurd.
The asshole dude that was yelling at his wife quiet. He was actually in Planet of the Vampires. He's one of the. Yeah.
That guy's such an asshole for no reason. He's like,
so good.
Up.
So good.
I love it. It's so weird. It's like, what are you doing? He took his wife on a date on their anniversary. He got a free movie
movie.
What a cheap fuck, dude. He got a free movie ticket. He's like, that's your anniversary present.
That's fucking awesome.
Then he gets his throat ripped out. That's why it's 10 out of 10.
All right, Jeremy, what's number 2?
All right, number 2 for me is screenplay. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Fuck!
I almost had
You have that as his number 1?
Yep.
I almost did. I went back and forth. I was thinking about it for a long time.
Shit. Fuck me on that one.
Jeremy, if your number 1's not what I think it is, I'm gonna kill you.
Jeez.
I was close though, man, with the number 2. Damn.
I'm already killing Derek. I'm already going to kill Derek.
Thank you, Jeremy, for being awesome, because you know what? Screenplay deserves to be really fucking high. I understand.
Oh, it's amazing.
Stuff. I know you don't understand, or you don't like fucking, zombie shit and stuff, but screenplay deserves to be there.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely, I can see, that's definitely, I remember talking to that when he was on Body Bags. He did a review for a while ago. I know he's a huge fan of this.
Oh yeah, I've been a huge fan for this movie for years and years.
Great film.
Great film. Just a low budget, just made with heart and soul and sweat. And it really reminds me of movies like Delicatessen. It has you could tell that maybe some of the characters and quirkiness is very similar to that movie. But I just love this movie. It's absolutely amazing. I wish it got some more love that it deserves. It shouldn't be a trauma movie. It should be way better than that. But I give it a 9.5 out of 10. Huge fan of screenplay. Check it out if you haven't. You get it for dirt cheap. You should watch it.
Well, I'll just put it this way, man.
Plus
You got to thank Trauma for actually even putting it out there, because, like, really, who would have seen it otherwise?
I used to think that Full Moon was so much better than Trauma, but I was kind of wrong on that.
yeah. Until you saw some more films, right?
Trauma has put out like legitimately great movies sometimes, but their productions, it's pricey.
Well, I mean, you need to watch them again.
There some taste,
Dude,
for real.
Combat Shock is fucking amazing
Dude,
too.
watch Terror Firmer again. Watch Terror Firmer again. This shit'll blow
I
your
like
mind.
Terror Firmer too. What are you talking about?
I love that movie. I love that.
Poltergeist. They put out some.
I love Poltergeist.
Trauma had a longer life. Trauma's movies stayed better for longer.
I even like Trauma's
Full Moon
more.
That is
had
true,
so much
Dave.
good stuff.
That is definitely
and then
true, Dave.
It's so much good stuff with Empire, and then they just they wore it all got.
I mean,
shit.
if you count Empire, then I go.
The early Empire stuff is
I
like
don't count
amazing.
Yeah, like Reanimator.
I mean,
Reanimator's
honestly,
probably better.
The Video Dead and
Dolls,
that
TerraVision.
TerraVision
I
are
love
like two of my
TerraVision.
favorite movies.
From
man, so-
Beyond.
Dude, when I rewatched TerraVision, I gave it like a 9 and 9.5.
Dude, TerraVision is so much
Dave.
fucking fun.
That's what I'm talking about.
Shout out to
It's
Chris.
so fun.
Giuliani.
It's so fun.
Died.
I was almost in tears.
He brought that up recently on Exploding Heads, I think, too.
Who did?
Christian.
About
You didn't like
Moods' no, about how Moods had it as his like number
He
one.
was
or
talking
two.
about that shit again?
It's so fun.
Yeah,
dude.
He was like how he was saying how he almost he thought he didn't believe you.
Because it's like
he like
goofy
didn't
movie.
believe. He's like, nah.
I love the grandpa.
He doesn't
He's
realize
ugly,
there's,
sucker rainy.
there's other fans out there besides me. I mean,
It's very funny. It's very, very funny, dude.
Did
And
you
it's-
see that Video Dead TerraVision's going out of print from Scream Factory?
Yeah, finally.
Maybe I'll buy a second one
crazy.
because I love those movies.
I know, right? It's
the only
it's
ones
one
I'm
of my
worried about
favorite.
is Poltergeist 2 and 3. I don't have
I
them.
just picked those up.
I'm picturing a Criterion at TerraVision since they're releasing all the Bruce Lee films Shout Factory used to own.
The part that gets me in TerraVision at the end when she's like, "Get me to the studio," and then the thing's like repeats. It's like, "Get me to the studio." At the very end, and the fucking
Medusa.
end, I almost
Like-
cried. That time. I almost cried. Remember that?
Yeah.
I love the theme song.
TerraVision. That's an '86 movie, though.
Yeah.
Let's get back to
You're
87.
well
But
aware.
that's what I'm
that
saying,
86
man. It was making my 86 list like no problem. I love
For
that
real.
shit. Yeah.
All right,
Number uno.
Oh.
number one. I mean, does anybody know wait, is it my turn? No, I'm just kidding. Who? Okay, Jeremy's correct. Did everybody?
Yeah, I got
have-
David.
Dude, you're
That's
so
beautiful.
fake. You said this was like such a major turn of events, and like I knew it would have been. This
It was
all
a major
along.
turn of events. Return of the Living Dead was my number two.
No, I was gonna pick Day of the Dead, and then you said it was a huge turn of events, so then
It was
I changed it.
a huge turn of events, dude. Listen.
So fake.
He's over dramatizing his own life. He's the human commentary. He's like, I'm going to get some milk right now. Bringing milk back. Got the milk right now. Gonna drink it. When he was making his list, he was telling us every minute detail. He's like, writing this right now.
Listen, dude. Okay, Return of the Living Dead was my number 4 film of all time. Day of the Dead was my number 7. I would consider that a pretty big turn of events.
You told me
your
like a
scale of
long
thing-
time ago. You said that was like your number 3. I could have sworn.
Dude, wasn't
I swear.
Return of the Living Dead your number 2?
Of all time?
Yeah, that too.
No, Elm Street 3 is my number 2.
What's your? Oh yeah, TCM. But
And
like
then
I could.
Scream is my number 3.
Oh, you've changed everything up, dude.
Texas Chainsaw's your number 1.
Yes, definitely. That's never changing.
So you got Texas Chainsaw as 1, and what's number 2?
Elm Street 3.
And what's number 3?
Scream.
And 4?
Return of the Living Dead.
And 5?
The Thing.
I love all those movies except 1.
Scream.
No,
I don't hate Scream. I just don't love it.
Yeah, it's not one of my favorites.
No
either.
connection to it.
Love it.
Day of the Dead is okay. The reason that I chose Day of the Dead over Return of the Living Dead is because I think it's a better movie. But I love them both like damn near equally. They're fantastic movies. But Day of the Dead, I think like when I hear people talk about Day of the Dead who don't absolutely love it, I don't understand why. I'm like, but it's like amazing. You know what I
Some
mean?
people have brain damage.
At me.
because everybody respects it pretty much in our circle at least.
Harley gave it a 10. That's pretty much, you know what I mean?
Respect.
Yeah, I gave it a 10 too. It was my number 3.
Pretty much respects it, but when somebody doesn't see it the way that I do, I'm just like, but it's literally one of the best movies in horror. It's just so well made. Every aspect of it, it's great, and it's Tom Savini's best work ever. I 100% feel that way. The effects are fucking mind blowing in this film. They're so everything from the zombie sitting up and its guts falling out, which is extra great and red. Just great blood. The blood in this movie is fantastic.
They finally got the mix right after all the Dead films.
Mix right. Yep, they got the mix.
It wasn't made by the Crayola company. That's why.
Dawn of the Dead works with Dawn of the Dead though.
Every time I watch this, I appreciate other little things that I didn't before. The little speech that the Jamaican character gives. It's for me and one of my favorite movies.
14-mile tombstone.
Yeah. Just about how fuck these records, man.
Start over. Start over.
Let's. It's such a good speech. And Romero, man. If there's one thing that I noticed recently since we covered the Dead films and I watched the Crazies and stuff, he is one of the best things horror ever had.
He's way ahead of his time, and even the shit you think stupid 10 years, it's not as stupid as you thought it was. Diary of the Dead.
Land of the Dead, Diary of the Dead.
I always loved Land, but Diary, I know it's not a great movie or anything, but a lot of those things he was saying about too many voices on the internet overpowering the intelligent ones, it happens all the fucking time now. You can't even find any information worth a damn anymore because there's so many fucking idiots
figure out
speaking.
that survival is genius. I'm waiting for that day.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I don't hate Survival. I think I was the most favorable in that review. But yeah, he's just a very amazing filmmaker. I love the score to this one. I love the setting. The setting is so good. I'm so proud that these films are Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? Romero's Pittsburgh, Savini. It's an honor to have that association. Carly went to, Tom Savini and George Romero's school, essentially, right?
Yeah, but for not anything cool like that.
But it's their school.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Savini was at my graduation ceremony, so it's
and he gave a speech, and I was there, and it gave me cold chills, and it was amazing, and I got to meet Romero because of that school, and he was such an amazing, nice person.
I got to meet him too.
He was dude, and his wife was really nice too. I've told the story, but I was working at a hotel and she checked in under his name, and I was like, George Romero. I was like George Romero, and she's like, yeah, and I was like, honestly, I don't know how to say this in a non-lame way, but I'm a huge fan. And she's like, oh, well, you're gonna have to meet him then before we leave. And a couple of days went by, and I was like, they're gonna forget, And she made sure to bring him down to meet us, and he
signed all our stuff.
And he was, I could tell there that he wasn't looking the best, but they to this day, his wife still contacts us personally, my boss, because we made her, she invited us to this stuff, and it's just really cool. I'm very happy to have met him before he passed away, and rest in peace to George. Day of the Dead.
There's two people from actually JP and Carly's era that I wanted to meet, and one of them was Romero, and the other was Fred Rogers, and it's ironic that they knew each other.
Romero worked on.
They tried to get Rogers as a zombie in Day of the Dead. They got some of the people that were involved with the Mr. Rogers show, but they couldn't get Mr. Rogers in there.
He's like, no.
Well, I think there was something. I mean, that might hurt Mr. Rogers a bit.
Yeah. But I'm a big fan of my area. I do hold some pride to the Pittsburgh area.
So plus, Moods' favorite actors from that area, Jeff Goldblum.
Fucking rights, man. Yeah, man, I love that motherfucker.
We
dude.
do have a lot of famous people from here, so I'm happy.
I honestly,
Tommy Atkins too.
Dude, seriously.
Oh yeah,
man.
Tommy motherfucking Atkins is the shit. Who I also got to meet, which was really awesome.
Yeah, that was cool.
So.
Day of the Dead. You could just, Dave, go ahead and say Day of the Dead.
Is that a 10 out of 10, JP?
Dave, man, what's your number one, motherfucker?
All right, I said that it's not only it's all my all-time favorite movie and a zombie movie. It's no other than Hard Rock's. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I
it is
got
obviously
this one right.
Day of the Dead. It's my favorite movie of all time ever since I was a little kid. I've adored this movie. It has a nostalgia impact. I have every line memorized. There's lines in the movie that give me chills, make me emotional, the musical score, everything like that. I think there's a genius sentimentality in there. I think he gives his characters depth that a lot of directors wouldn't do, even the characters that are supposed to be villains.
No,
I think that the military...
I made that argument on the show. I said that they're not completely wrong. It's kind of...
No.
You can see where they're coming from.
You should listen to the commentary me, Jeremy, and Felton did. Not just Jeremy, but another one. We went into
Patreon by yours truly.
Yep. And Felton hadn't seen it in years. He was my childhood friend growing up, and I always made him watch this shit. And watching it, he was like, you know what? I'm kind of siding with the military here. And he was like, it was kind of surprising. That's what's so genius about it. Like, it's not what Rhodes does. I liked them, but I knew they were bad.
The military, what the fuck?
I side with Sarah because Sarah is right. She's in the middle and she's right.
100%.
And she's also the best fucking heroine of all time. She's realistic and she has some great lines when she's like, let him go, goddammit. Cocks the gun, I'll cut you in half. Fucking steals the shit. My favorite goon of all time. Probably my favorite character. One of Rickles and Steele's relationship. Love it. You guys know I said enough about this movie, the commentary, the review. I've said everything I have to say about George Romero's Day of the Dead. It's genius in every fucking possible aspect. And I'll let you guys talk before I do the tomato meter and shit like that.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I got Dave's correct.
Yep. I got Dave's correct, too.
Me too.
10 out of 10, of course.
Me and Carly actually kind of knew that already, too.
Everybody knows that about me.
Yeah.
Or you don't
so
know.
what you could do your tomato meter.
Okay, 83% tomato meter and 75% audience score. And the good, John, Beefus commercial appeal demonstrates you don't need to be bombed back into the Stone Age when you can reach that state by exercising your own stupidity. The subterranean setting is the tip-off. While the zombies evolve, the humans de-evolve, almost literally into cavemen. And the bad review, Roger Ebert, Chicago Sun-Times. Maybe Romero, whose original movie was genuine inspiration, hasn't figured out anything new to do with the zombies. And Roger Ebert hasn't figured out anything new to write about. Except
Yeah, Ebert was way off. I watched it at the movies with him and Siskel. And of course, they're fucking pussies.
Because it wasn't Dawn of the Dead. Everybody's like, oh, I hate it. It's not Dawn of the Dead. Well, Dawn of the Dead wasn't Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
And the Crazies wasn't Creepshow, and Martin wasn't any. His movies weren't always the same. And the Dead movies are so fucking genius in the fact that they play on the time period and the things that are happening at the time they're in. But they're sequels, but they reflect the time they're in. They don't carry the time from where the previous movie was.
I wish Land would have came out in the 90s. I'm just curious what that movie would have looked like.
It sucks because we had a 60s, 70s,
I don't
80s,
wish that it came out in the 90s. I wish he had done a film in the 90s.
Yeah. I wish the Day of the Dead would have got its original script. It wouldn't be this.
Oh, yeah.
Now.
I think it's one of the missed blunders in fucking horror history, man.
Yeah. Yeah, because nobody wants to give George Romero fucking money, but you'll give some music video fucking artist to direct some shitty fucking
my point
sequel
exactly, man. Fuck that shit, man. He should have made one, man.
All the best
60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, it would have been fucking phenomenal. Yeah.
How bad did they fucking make these guys work? Like fucking Craven and Carpenter and fucking Romero. Like if they made one blunder, they fucking got set back a million paces. But some fucking, you know what I mean? Like they can make. Fuck it, dude.
No, they missed the boat on all these guys, man. All these guys were the best directors, man.
And their movies hold up. Nobody else's movies hold fuck up.
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
Yep.
That's what, you know.
Hey, Dave.
Me and Dave had the same number 1 and 2.
Yeah,
what's Carly's
my two favorite movies.
Actually, you know what? We had a lot of the same again.
I think that we had a similar list. I think
what did you not have? Cat's Eye.
He had a few that I had too.
And Elm Street too. We went 8 for 10 again.
And I think Derek and me had 6 for 10 too. Oh, sorry.
We had 8 for 10 though.
No, you didn't have
That's
Vampire. You didn't have Vampire D.
Yeah,
I know, but that
we gonna get into Carly or what?
Yeah, we're gonna get into Carly's.
Sorry,
I'm curious.
We're not done here, guys.
Oh no, I'm Carly.
My brain.
Let me take a guess, Carly.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess Friday 5, which I didn't even consider when I wrote my things down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you would be correct had you put that as your pick, but you did not. So you suck. But yeah, Friday 5 is my number one. Solely, I thought about it. Like, I rearranged, like, my top 3, like, my top 4 a bunch of times, and Friday 5 for me is probably the most rewatchable on the list, and with a lot of thought, at this point, it's probably my second favorite Friday film.
Let me chime in here and help you out with something real quick. What? You said something to me the other day that I was hoping you would bring up. But you know how me and Moods and Moods especially, but like we all said that we grew up with these movies, we love them so much. You told me something interesting. You said you didn't really grow up with any of these movies. Maybe Friday 5 was one that you did. So, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, so yeah, I'm saying I was expected you to take over.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go. I thought you still had more point to make.
This isn't his and hers.
Okay. Actually, the funny thing is, like Friday 5, I also did realize I didn't grow up with either because I watched it. Yeah, like I watched the Friday movies, and then I watched this movie like not like recently, but probably in my teen years, and I was like, holy crap. I've never seen this one before, and I thought I had seen them all, and so that was kind of crazy. But
did you grow up with any of these films?
Did I?
Because I feel like you told me that you watched most of these since I've known you, which isn't that long.
Yeah, since I've known you, and that's like it. Like literally since I probably seen Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 back in the day, but no, not really.
So actually, a very different year for you, which is was interesting to have you on the show because it shows that even though you didn't grow up with any of these movies, a lot of the ones that are the ones that we loved still are relevant to somebody who didn't have nostalgia for them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's actually weird. Like I'm looking at like literally most of these I didn't really grow up as them being my favorites or anything, even the franchise ones. But I mean, Friday 5. Yeah, I really enjoy this. I mean, I think it's one of the most fun in the franchise. It's funny that it has like some of the most kills, and it's when it's not even Jason killing the people. It's just like this angry paramedic killing everybody. That's really funny.
It's fucking
like it's freaking Roy.
I told you it's hilarious.
It's just hilarious, dude. It's like okay, whatever. It's not Jason though. It's just like
so obvious when you're on rewatch because
I mean, it's so obvious.
And everybody gets mad too. They're like, "It's not Jason." I'm like, "Good. I'm glad it's not Jason."
Yeah,
but you know what? It is Jason in a way, right? Spiritually, doing the same shit as Jason.
Exactly.
Like JP, I know you don't agree. You're like, I don't get why people say it's so obvious. Like, there's 2 shots where just like close-ups on that guy's face, and he just looks so enraged.
There's that stupid fucking moment where the Chief's like. Roy's like, "What's going on, Chief?" or some shit when he's picking up
like,
another body. Like,
oh, I thought you were talking to me.
That's
it. People who say they figured it out are fucking liars. Nobody knew it. It's the best twist in horror movie history because nobody.
I didn't know it on the first time.
Because and the people who do say, "Well, of course I knew," and I'm like, "Why?" And they're like, well, it was obvious that you know with the close-ups and stuff. But I was like, well, why didn't you think it was Jason? And they're like, because Jason's dead. I'm like, dude, he died in every one. Are you telling me did you think in the next one it wasn't Jason too?
Move over, Rosemary's Baby. The best twist of all time. Friday the 13th, Part 5.
I wouldn't say it's even that great of a twist because when he's like dead on the ground, you really. Like, I didn't know who that dude was.
No, Jason with a human mask,
even once I knew it wasn't Jason, I didn't know.
Like just a random killer. I thought it was like a random guy killing people. I didn't.
Where'd Jason get that mask? That's what JP was thinking.
Where did you get that Roy mask, yo?
He dressed up as the paramedic, so people would think it was the paramedic. That's what
I thought it was human. I didn't think it was anybody specifically.
Jason
I was like, he's dressed up in a human mask.
Jason went down to fucking some place and got a special mask made so he could wear Roy's mask and then put the Jason thing over it. So
it would have really been cool if he was wearing the William Shatner mask.
Jason Michael Myers.
But. No, this movie's great though, and it's like it is ridiculous. It's not like it's like a masterpiece of a film. I mean, I love like the characters. Most of them, there's no character development at all. They're just there to be killed. It's just for body count reasons, and I don't know though. I love it.
But okay, you say that, and I agree.
Are you arguing with me? It's my number one.
I agree with you, but think of any other slasher film, right? there's random people, but everybody here has a distinct thing that you remember about them. Violet has like the cool hair and the, then you got the greaser dudes who stand out and the fucking cokehead with the sleaze and like Ethel and Junior, like everybody, a demon, fucking the damn enchiladas, you know what I mean? Like they all have these like unique little things about them that stand out from just plain ass people, which is why I always give Friday the 13th a little bit more credit, is because as small of a little fraction of time that you spend with the people that are about to die, they stand out usually. And that's I think that's a big, pat on the back for the Friday.
Plus Roy.
Yeah, very different from like some other slashers for sure. But
plus Roy.
Good old Roy. Freaking Roy, what a boring name too. But yeah, I give this I don't give it a 10 or anything, but I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
No. Number 2 is an 8.5 Yeah.
Number one, actually.
Number 1.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
You're so funny. I thought I was going to be like this black. Well, here comes the big moment.
Better not be Godzilla 1985 or I'm leaving.
It's not.
It's Godzilla 1984, actually.
I can't figure out what his is. I'll
just do a line. Welcome to Fright Night for real.
That's a great line.
Are you sure you didn't just want to think?
Let's reevaluate this book.
I'm actually kind of like, I never really agree with JP here, but Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm surprised, man. That I don't remember you ever blowing Fright Night that much.
This movie has a personal place in my heart because
Moods loves it so much.
No,
it's not that. But
let the man talk.
Let me tell my fucking story. Shut the fuck up and let me talk, motherfucker.
This motherfucker fucked me, man. I thought it was fucking demons all the way.
I think we all did.
When I was younger and.
Fuck, I got everyone wrong here, man.
Are you completely out, Mids? You got everybody?
I think so. Except for you. Except for you.
Oh, you fuck.
Can I tell my story now?
Yes.
All right. I watched this movie a lot with my aunt when she was sick with Lou Gehrig's disease. And she's no longer with us.
See, that would depress me. I would never watch Fright Night again.
So every time I watch movies with her, and this is one of the reasons why I love movies so much. So any movie that gives me memories of good times that I had with somebody, I hold to high regard.
I mean, that's a good reason. I'm just so weird about stuff like that. If someone dies, I remember I was playing baseball during that. I'll never want to play baseball again.
Yeah, I went to see Scream 4 and my grandma died that night, so I don't like Scream 4 that much. Like, it's, I don't know. That's just like
it brings back bad memories. But I guess it's different for you, though, because you were enjoying them with her.
She was alive, and that makes sense.
I guess that makes more sense.
Yes. So it was a happier time in my life in that sense, too. And, watching movies made her happy, so...
And you said that was your aunt?
Yes.
What's her name?
Donna.
Rest in peace to Derek's aunt Donna.
Rest in peace.
So Fright Night, I love the film too. Roddy McDowall, I always loved Planet of the Apes. Even when he was a kid in Lassie, great character actor. He was a child actor too. A lot of Liz Taylor.
Down the well?
Huh?
I was just quoting Lassie. I like Lassie.
Yeah, Larry. Yeah. Fucking fun stuff. And I love when you watch the interviews about Roddy McDowall, he was a fan of movies too. Like there's a scene where Tom Holland's talking about they're just scrapping through MGM lots before Fright Night was made, and he was literally just broke down and cried because they were throwing away old costumes and shit, because that's part of film history. And
he actually got raided by some film commissioner or somebody like that, because he had a bunch of film prints and they wanted to check if it was porn or something like that.
Yeah.
At one point he got raided.
Collected old 35. He was one of the first movie collectors.
Yep. And collected film. He used to have parties and shit at his house.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, there's actually a little nice cool interview with a few of the cast members of Fright Night 1 and 2 on the release. I'm not sure about the U.S. release of that. I like the Blu-ray of that one.
Yeah, the Eureka Blu-ray?
Yeah.
That's a great release. I have it too.
But I love Chris Sarandon. He always plays a great asshole, like Princess Bride, Prince Humperdinck.
Lipstick. He's great. He's great.
Yeah, fucking. Of course, like I said, he nominated for an Oscar for Dog Day Afternoon as a transvestite. He wants to be a woman. Yeah. Fucking great shit. I love it. With a passion. Great score by Brad Fiedel, who went on to do Terminator.
Did Terminator a year before?
Yeah, a year before. And
oh, yeah, that's right. He is in fucking Lipstick.
Yeah, he's a rapist.
That. Yeah,
he's
that made me and Jeremy's top 10, didn't it?
So yeah, that's my number 3.
Yeah.
Good movie.
So, yeah. Friday Night, 10 out of 10. I fucking love it.
That makes it. That makes the
Does
whole
it?
thing.
I can't remember.
I can't fucking believe it wasn't Demons, man. I'm just like, fucking
We're just
don't back.
contemplating this whole time.
He's like, what the fuck?
I could picture his face, just like, what?
It reminds me of that time he couldn't figure out how to get fucking the stream back on.
Dude, that's the funniest
That's
moment
pretty
of all
much what
time.
fucking happened just now, man.
I said it at the
It's like,
beginning.
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It's going to be
just blew
Joe
my
Bob
fucking
Part
mind.
2.
He's mind blown.
All right, dude.
What do you got, Moods?
What do I got, man? Coming in at number 1 for myself. It's probably not that.
Want to know the scary thing?
Did anybody figure it out?
It's obviously Day of the Dead.
It's Day of the Dead.
I think it might be something obscure. I'm going to think of something out off the wall for
Moods
him.
is Day of the Dead.
It's the nail gun massacre.
Moods is Day of the Dead.
You
You know
rated
what?
that
You
bad
know
boy
what, Carly,
9%.
man? That was close, man. That was actually close. That was being really close to being in the top 10 in number 1.
Hey, I liked it too, man. That movie's fun.
Number
It was
1
great.
is
I loved it.
fucking Day of the Dead, man, for sure. This
sworn
movie
you
is
said
flawless.
that
What the fuck can I say, man? This
Yeah,
movie
that
is-
was my one, or I was guessing Return for You or Day. I knew it was one of the two.
You know, watch
Yeah.
them back to back. You know, I'm like, man, I absolutely love Day of the Dead more than anything in the world. You know, it actually makes sense
Except for
because
Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead is my favorite film of all time. Day of the Dead is right there. Like, I can't even. I juggle, man. I juggle.
And it shows how fucking brilliant Romero is, dude. Like,
It really is.
He's always been my favorite because he's
Night
the
of the Living
best.
Dead is right there also. Like, I love.
Those are my
It's
three
funny
favorite
because
movies,
I don't
Moods.
even find myself loving zombie films unless there's Romero films. It's like the fucking strangest thing.
Yeah, dude.
I like Fulci too. The ripoff Zombie is great too, but that's a ripoff of Romero again.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You know, I
Zombie
mean,
is
zombies
great.
in my top 10 too.
Despite the
You know,
fact
but
that I play-
too.
it's funny because just like Jeremy, like, he's not a big fan of zombie films, and I always found
I
myself
think
going,
I
you know
am.
what, man?
I used to say
feel
I'm
like
not
I'm not
either,
the-
but I think I am a big fan of zombie films.
I
Just
know.
I like a lot of films. It's not my favorite subgenre that I dig to. It's
there are
just
some fucking damn good zombie films.
I
out
always
there.
Zombies
find
always been
myself
my favorite.
going,
Always.
zombie films are my favorite fucking films, you know, of all time. But like, I look at my all-time favorite films, and they're all zombie films.
It's the way it is. That's why I've loved zombie
It's
movies
like-
since I was 10 years old.
The realism comes in there.
Boots is fucking
gone.
gone.
Let the man speak.
That might have been not a word right there, but you know.
Oh man,
It's went from 0 to 100.
We should get Lacey and Moods to just sit there and talk.
I was the one stuttering
Oh my
at the
God.
beginning. Now
Anyways, the
Moods is
fact of the
stuttering.
matter is, man, is that, you know, man, I love me some fucking zombie films, apparently.
Still talks better than
Yeah,
me
me
drunk.
too,
and I
dude.
do sober.
I do too. I mean, Day of the Dead is fucking just, dude. I mean,
Epic.
listen to our episode on it.
Zombies are the best.
Also
Period.
Patreon by yours truly.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
thanks.
That's
Derek. We
absolutely
need
true,
that was
man.
like so long time coming.
You guys should have had me on the Dead Show. I know
Yeah,
a lot
so
about
it's
the Dead.
Snorri,
Show.
man.
You know, I feel kind of
Yeah,
shitty that
Snorri,
you actually
man.
weren't on there, considering that's your favorite fucking film of all time.
You had Mike on there sleeping like.
But
I mean, I know a lot about it. It probably would have been a 12-hour show, though.
Yeah, I wish we had. I honestly, there's a lot of shows that I wish you did with us, man.
Well, I wasn't in any shows before that and whatever, so, you know, I should have done the...
You coming back for Argento 6?
I think I have to.
The final
Yeah.
Argento.
Yeah. Do you like Hitchcock, Giallo, and fucking
Dracula.
Phantom of the-
Dracula.
Dracula.
3.
It's going to be Do I Like Suicide after those. I've not seen them. I've seen every Argento movie before those and not...
I haven't seen those either. All right, Jeremy, let me.
Smooth,
Okay,
give that
I
a 10
wasn't
out
even
of 10.
fucking done yet, man. What the fuck is going on here?
you're not done.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, I'm probably fucking done. but whatever.
That's a 10. You get 10, right? You're giving it a 10.
Of course I'm giving it a fucking 10 out of 10. It's fucking 10.
It's 11 out of 10.
Yeah, and it's in the hall already. 20 shots.
So it really doesn't matter.
Does it make like
That's
70
not the
now?
fucking point. That's not the fucking point. Anyways, cool.
All right.
It does it.
Jeremy.
What did everybody guess for Jeremy? Because he was the puzzle.
I had a screenplay for him, but
Day of the Dead for me.
Day of the Dead.
I guess Phenomena.
Phenomena. That's a retarded pick.
Okay. All right.
Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
I won. I got fucking.
I didn't think
I
you
got
liked that much.
1, 2.
Give it a 10 out of 10, bro.
I got 3 out of 5.
So did I, Derek. When you fucked me, I had 4 out of 5.
I got 1. Dave.
he doesn't like zombie films, so I was like, well, it's not Day of the Dead.
That's what I was thinking.
It's like the best made zombie movie fucking ever, dude. It's awesome. I love all the characters. I love, once again, George is famous for his commentary. Love his commentary. I just love, when we reviewed it on the show, you know, a year and a half ago, I fucking fell in love with it again. It's just an amazing, well-made movie. Awesome claustrophobic kind of setting to it.
The opening too, man. We didn't even discuss it, but the opening is so well done, dude.
Yeah.
The way the newspaper blows. Oh,
Genius.
come on.
Resident Evil did the same newspaper, exact same newspaper, to pay homage to it.
Yep. Yeah. Because George actually was supposed to direct
George
that film
off
too.
The movie. Yeah. Here, we'll pay homage to him by firing him off the movie and hiring.
It probably would have been a hell of a lot better. That would have been his '90s Dead film.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
That's 60.
Wow.
That's 60.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
cool.
amazing.
Well, you gotta add fucking. Oh yeah, Merriman fucking gave it a 9. No, he gave it a 9.5. He's
in
a
the chat said that he guarantees that 60% of our lists will be Return of the Living Dead #1.
You don't know shit.
So he was wrong. Just saying.
Yeah, he was definitely wrong.
So yeah, I mean, we're not going to do honorable mentions, the three of me, Dave, and Moods, because we're eventually, definitely not tonight, but we're eventually going to do our 25 11s. But if any of you guys wanted to do some,
you want me to go first, or I can just name a few. Like I love both. I like both, like the Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th. You know, they were in and out of the list for the longest time, especially after Bloodstream incident. I kind of gave away a spoiler.
Do it!
Oh, I thought you were saying after Bloodstream.
Yeah, but you know, like I had to watch some comfort movies in between some of those aspects of those movies, so I rewatched some of them too, because just to get back into the zone, because I'm like, I was getting kind of loopy. But overall, fucking, you know, like I also like Screenplay. That was a fun. Actually, the first time watch, I had the DVD for the fucking longest time, and
me too.
Fucking never watched it. You know, I actually picked it up because of Jeremy's Body Bags review. Ironically enough, Jeremy, you had some. You know, I picked the movies based on your reviews, buddy. So you did something, right?
I did something.
You know,
that's good, man. That's good, man.
Mood reviews movies better fucking 40 drinks deep than I do sober. So
Jeremy's good.
You know what,
Jeremy,
man?
you did great.
You know what?
Yeah,
dude.
Jeremy, you sound less tired. We all sound fucking drunk, and I'm not even drunk.
Jeremy's.
You said you were drunk like a few minutes ago, dude.
Me?
Yeah, Dave.
I don't even drink.
Yeah,
I'm just fucking brain drunk.
Brain drunk.
Welcome to 1-2 shots, dude.
Yeah, so like Nightmare and like Silver Bullet, those were like all 8.5s for me. So that's about it. I can name off the top of my head that I remember.
All right, Carly, Jeremy, you guys want to give any?
Not really.
I guess I'll give some. Phenomena, I mean, that's a good one. Demons, that was pretty fun. Those two were like ones that, you know, it's like, I feel like I didn't watch them enough to really put them on my list, but they're both good. Blackout, I thought was great. Love the story to that. Bad Seed was really good. Fortress was really good. Boys Next Door, I like that one as well. And Murderless, that was probably...
Yeah, Murderless was a hidden gem.
Yeah, for sure. Those are probably what was it? Like
what about
6,
The Tower?
Did you watch Naked Vengeance, Carly?
What was it?
Naked Vengeance.
No, I didn't get to that one.
Should have.
Dude, I'm pretty sure if
now
I
I'm
hate
Massacre. I love
Jeremy,
that
talk
one,
about
but
The
it was
Tower,
not good.
man. Talk about the top.
No, we gotta name our bottom. We gotta name a few shitty.
Oh yeah, bottom. Okay, let me go.
Victims.
My bottom was the worst one I saw was Savage Island.
I like it.
Linda Blair.
Yeah.
Is that Don't Grow the Green Grass
They don't cut
movie?
the grass anymore.
Yeah, that one's horrible.
And then the Dark Power.
Yeah.
And then Zone Troopers, and those were honestly, I didn't watch a ton of bad ones. I only had like 8 under 5, and one of them was like Terror on Tape, which is fine. It's just not really a movie.
Yeah, it's hard to rate. It's not bad, but it's like, what am I rating this? Like,
yeah,
it's fun to watch though. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, I gave it like a 3. I was like, what? I don't even fucking know.
Chiller, I liked, and you guys don't. But
I was fine with it. I was fine with Chiller.
Dude, I don't get what the fuck you like
barely paid
about
attention
Chiller.
to it.
Like, what's good about Chiller?
It's not
It
good. It's
reminds
just
me
okay.
of like a
It's
anthology, like screen,
No,
Tales from the
he's-
Crypt episode or something.
I like Paul
Yeah, it's
Sorvino.
fucking 3 hours long. It felt like.
Oh, he's fucking.
Paul Sorvino's good.
It might have to do with the quality of the prints that we were watching too, though.
I got some
no
real
way,
turds
man.
on my list. JP's movies, none of those made it under a fucking 2 for me. Dude, these ones are genuine fucking turds. I'll start with from the bottom. I'm only going to do 5, even though I have 7 listed here. 5, Igor and the Lunatics. Fucking
no, that
awful.
movie's fun.
Dude, it has some of the worst
not.
acting I've ever seen in my life. It's a piece of shit. Doesn't make any sense. It's inept in the storytelling. The script doesn't even make any sense. People are going play. It's sloppy. It's a piece of shit. I feel like it wasn't a completed movie, and they just fucking tried to finish it, and they didn't know what they're doing. They literally opened the movie up with a scene, and then they go back to that scene 10 minutes later and show the whole scene in different angles. It's fucking.
Yeah, but it's murder.
Horrendous.
It's trash.
They cut people
Or
in half.
Appointment, one scene. Appointment with Fear, ungodly boring. There's a dance sequence in it for no reason, and that's the best part of the whole movie. 3, Whorehouse on Highway 5. Instead of actually trying to make a real movie, they tried to be weird because
I skipped it.
They didn't know what they're doing, so they just made it as weird as possible could, and it's fucking inept, and I hate it. 2, The Tower. I wanted to fall asleep so bad. No special effects. It's an hour and 45 fucking minutes shot on video or shot on beta tape, which makes it feel like 3.5 hours long.
Well, did you watch it after 6 o'clock?
All right.
What?
I said, did you watch it after 6 o'clock?
I don't remember. And
Because
Bloodstream.
that might be why you wanted to fall asleep.
Shut up. No. Fucking Bloodstream. Half the movie is a guy watching shitty movies on TV. That's my list. They're terrible.
You named like all pretty much. Yeah, those were all the ones I had on my list besides the Tower because I
skipped
didn't watch it.
most.
Bloodstream was my bottom. I had that at a solid 2 out of 10.
I think I gave it a 1. Yeah.
That's what I gave Savage Island, too.
Yeah, legit. Those were all of them. And the Dark Power.
And comedy.
Bits
The
and
Dark
Pieces
Power.
band was fucking terrible.
I gave Bits and Pieces a better rating than I should have. I don't know why. When I looked at the rating, I was
I
like, what
give
was
it
I
like a
thinking?
2.5 out of 10, man. It's fucking terrible.
It's terrible.
Okay.
I should give it a 2.
Yeah, Bloodstream is my bottom at a 0. I gave it a fucking 0. Fuck that movie.
A
Fuck it,
0.
it's
Who the like really a
Dude, it's a
Fuck
shitty
it.
version of Last House on Dead End Street.
Yeah,
That's
for
all.
sure.
Yeah, it's fucking poop.
And then other shout outs to fucking Horror on Highway 5 at a 1.5.
Thank you. I hate that fucking movie so much.
Damn.
And
I
Attack
hate
of the Creature Beasts at
Attack
fucking
of the Beast
2.
Creatures is amazing,
And
Eric. The best movie.
fuck that movie.
I
That
love
was
it.
like better than. That wasn't that bad compared to.
It makes me happy. And when that one lady dies and the fat guy flips out, I'm like, no.
Don Nelly's father?
Fucking.
Right?
That's my favorite kind of movie. Phil? I love Phil.
That's Don Nelly's dad, yo.
Oh, I love him. He's the best.
Moods, what do you got for your bottom?
You have an iPhone?
He's gone.
He's gone.
No, I'm there, man. I'm trying to think, man. I'm trying to think. I think
Do you not have them in front of you?
No, I don't.
Bloodstream had to make your list, right?
Yeah, Bloodstream probably.
Was that not mentioned already?
Yeah, no, it was. It was.
Oh, you can re-mention it. Fuck.
Oh, Bloodstream is fucking horrible.
Yeah. All right, so I mean, if that's it for the honorable mentions,
Jeremy have any?
I said
we were
picked
actually
them.
doing honorable mentions, man. For fuck's
no,
sake.
dishonorable mentions. Dishonorable.
Movies that you hated.
Poopy movies.
I really didn't like DEF CON
Wow.
4.
Yeah,
I like it.
I didn't think it was horrible, but I just.
Randomizer, let's do it.
So, are you guys ready to find out what our next?
Should we have guesses?
1990. It's 1990.
All right, I'm gonna say, fucking 2010.
Can you fucking do this shit properly, man? Don't fucking cheat. Come on.
2005.
Oh, dude, I would never cheat this. This is important to me.
What are you gonna say?
1992.
I'm gonna say 2003.
Moods?
1992.
I just said that.
You can guess it. It can be two
No,
the same.
I won
That's
1992.
bullshit. I want to win.
93,
Both-
93,
both
93,
We all
93.
win.
93 is good.
All right, so for those of listening who don't know the lowdown, we removed the 80s now because we just did that and we don't want to do the same thing back to back. So back in is 1969, 1970 through 79, not including 76 and 72 because we've done those ones. And then 90 to 99, not including 96 because we've done that. 2000 to 2012 minus 2002 because we've already done that. And then the random weird year that we threw in was 1936, which has about 15 horror films. So if that one draws, we'll probably see you next week with the show. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
The moment of truth. Let's see what we get. Randomizer going. 1991.
I like it.
The year of my
Thank
birth.
you, guys. We did it properly now.
Yes,
Wow.
return to the 90s. And
I
by the
love
way,
me
guys,
some
1936 was number 2, 2012 was number 3.
1991. Oh my.
Fucking Carly has like the cold.
Yeah.
2012
I'm
would
panic
have
attack
been-
over here.
Wait till she starts watching the movies.
I'm so
2012
glad
was
it's not
great.
97 or fucking 2002 or some shit.
91. This honestly, guys,
It's good.
this should be a very quick prep though
Is the
because
Willies?
there wasn't that many 90s films.
The Willies is 91,
Dave?
right?
I'm
coming
gonna
back?
start listing off some of the films that were included in 91. So we got Silence of the Lambs,
Okay.
Freddy's Dead, The
Oh,
People Under the
that's-
Stairs,
Yes.
The Wonderful Child's Play 3,
Okay.
Ricky O, The Story of Ricky,
Which I talked about.
Popcorn.
Popcorn,
Ooh.
Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, Ernest Scared Stupid, Critters 3, Sometimes They Come Back, The Resurrected, Necromantic 2, we got Michele Suave's The Sect, Body Parts, Puppet Master 3, we got Basket Case 3, The Pit and the Pendulum, Subspecies getting into the Full Moon territory. There's Nothing Out There, which is a
I
trauma.
hate that movie.
I like it. The Sandman, Runaway to Hell, Omen 4, Silent Night 5, Ghoulies 3. There, Dave. You get Ghoulies. The Boneyard, Scanners 2. There's actually some solid movies. Scanners 2 and 3. Dolly Dearest, 976 Evil 2, Howling 6, Shock 'em Dead.
Bottom
Scary
barrel. Bottom barrel now. Come on.
Seen all these movies,
Class of
man.
Nukem High 2. The Crawlers, a.k.a. Troll 3.
Oh, that's
Okay,
Carly's
Contamination
favorite.
9.
Nah, we're all good, man.
Point 9. Let me see if I can
Alligator
find
two.
Was it
one.
91? 91?
When
Yeah.
do
Is
you
the
think
Willies
we're going to be
91?
Hey, when do you think we're going to be recording this exactly?
Black Demons.
Well,
Hey, listen. Hey, when do
3
you think we're
months
going to
from now.
record this,
3
JP? Okay,
Dude,
I'm going to be
we don't
sick then.
Shut up. We don't need that much time, dude. I mean, we're getting into the refrigerator and shit.
we're in a
Dude.
quarantine, man. We're in a fucking
This is
quarantine
going to
right
be
now.
the worst
3
top
months.
10 ever. There's
3
not going
months
to
from
be
now.
one 10 out of 10. There's not going to be one 10 out of 10 in this whole fucking top 10 list.
There might be 2.
3
What?
months, man.
Silence
We
of the
got
Lambs.
3 months. In the
Everybody's
quarantine.
number one, Silence of the Lambs.
What's today? April 18th? April, May, June, July. Let's do it. Let's motherfucking do it in 3 months. July,
yeah.
July or August. I could, dude. I own most the good ones.
Yep, for sure, man. For sure.
This is an easy talk. Oh, dude.
Yeah,
3 months tops.
2, bro. Alligator.
Are you guys involved?
Shit.
Yeah, I'm fucking
do
in
it.
this motherfucker.
I guess.
Get involved,
Let's kick one of them off and replace them with somebody.
No.
Any volunteers?
Everybody here is involved, unless
Jeremy.
they don't want to be involved.
I'm just kidding. No, I would love everybody to come back. I like all of you people. You guys make it fun. I think there's a good perspective because we have, me, Mooj, Jeremy, who's got different age ranges, and then we have Carly, who's young as fuck, Dave, who's old as fuck. And,
Derek, who's the same age as
different
Dave.
Perspectives.
Yeah.
What month are you born in?
Charlie's like, fuck this.
What about Nudist Colony of the Dead?
Nudist Colony of the Dead.
Oh, that's my number one.
That's my number one
What do
too.
they call it?
I actually seen that movie. I've seen like all the movies from '91. You're naming them. I'm like, I've seen all these, and they're all like, even the shitty ones too. I'm like, I don't know why.
Came out in '91. I love that.
I've literally watched all these movies in the last 5 years.
I'm ordering Strays and Body Parts.
Dave, you're
right
coming
now.
on, man. No, because it'll be fun. It'll be fun again.
Ooh, Body Parts is gonna. Dude, this top 10 is gonna be like, I'm coming in at my number 10 at a 6.
What about Witchcraft 2?
Fucking Body Parts is amazing, dude. It's awesome.
Body Parts is great. It's gonna be in like everybody's top 5.
How many of you guys gonna try to watch for this?
34.
Like 3.
30.
What's Mutant Massacre 2?
Dude, when you get to 50, dude, dude, seriously, I'm not even joking. Like, dude.
It's like some fucking obscure movie from like Zimbabwe. Probably.
Oh my god!
All right, y'all. Ooga ooga ing.
I mean, you'd be lucky if you could get to like 34 good ones.
No, there's not 34 good ones from '91.
Teenage Exorcist.
Campfire.
That's like the Merriman movie.
Bring Stevens, yeah.
Oh, the Killer Tomatoes Strike Back. What about that?
Oh, what a classic.
What's Zombie 90? Didn't
that's Andre Schnoz. I get rid of
He
that.
said don't watch that.
No, it's fucking worse, dude. I hate that movie.
Oh no, that's a violent shit movie. No
Yeah,
way.
it's a fucking
22 shots, fucking. It's fucking awesome.
I've
Well,
seen
fuck
that.
you, Dave.
Dude, what are you talking about? It's one of the worst movies ever made.
I love
It's like-
it.
Dude, you
Love
don't
it.
love it. You don't like
I
you like
love
you don't
it.
like that. You like you hate Attack of the Beast Creatures. That's an earnest attempt at a movie, but you love Zombie 90, which is a purposely bad shot on video movie where they dubbed it over with fake voices to think
Love
it's
it.
funny.
Love
Hate
it. Love it.
Fucking love
it.
I hate it.
There's
Love
only
Half a star.
10 out of 10. No, I'm just kidding.
Dave, watch 112 of them.
No,
Fuck.
dude, I swear I'm not. I only have how many months? 3 months.
That's what we're gonna go with.
Probably
3
like
months.
3 years, typically.
No, we can't fuck around on this one.
Okay.
Because I want to get 2 done this year. We haven't done 2 in a long time.
Yeah, this could be done. I think it's an easier year. Like I said, I just watched Strays and fucking Body Parts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's some, there's like 4 or 5 movies that I genuinely love in this year, but this is going to be an interesting bottom 5. I'll tell you that.
Black. Interesting top 5.
What year was it
Yeah,
again?
I mean, honestly, wow, this is a fun year.
Depends on how we do the list too in this one.
Yeah. What are we going to do? An extended top 25?
Finally.
No, 91.
Dude, 1991 is not. Dude, I don't even know. I haven't even looked at the list. I'm just hearing what you said, and I'm like, oh boy.
Well, we're gonna have to do it. So,
which one should I start with?
Zombie
Alligator
Pestilence.
2.
Don't even
I
watch
love
it.
Alligator 2.
Alligator 2 is cool, if I remember correctly. Richard Lynch is in that, right?
Well, shit, we're watching The Omen
yes,
4
of
next
course.
week. So that's
Oh
cool.
yeah, Omen 4 is the first 91.
Fuck, I gotta watch this.
I've never even seen The Omen 3.
What?
I don't know why. I've seen the first 2.
I need to pick up The Resurrected. That's a Scream Factory.
That's a great movie.
Great movie.
All right, dudes.
Yep.
That's
That's it.
it, man. That's going to conclude episode 180. Yeah.
Almost 7 hours, dude.
Moods.
Y'all
Lip,
motherfuckers
okay?
don't know some fucking dart shit. You ain't laughing right now, man. And you probably ain't laughing because this shit's lasted like 7 hours.
We're laughing at you.
Whatever.
All right, guys. That was fun.
The thing is, it's 22 fucking shots, yo. We run long hours. JP, take us the fuck out of here, man.
Jeremy, take us the fuck out of here, man.
Oh, yeah, you forgot about me.
It has been a while, to be
I'll
fair.
do it for Jeremy.
Well, it'll be a while again. Anyway, everybody, thank you for listening to episode 180 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, we want to follow the man who mutes himself. You can do so at youtube.com/mood616. And let's hope he knows how to press the end call on the Skype. As always, you can follow JP on his channel at youtube.com/doubleshotj. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRuler22. Follow Carly wherever she is. Dave on youtube.com.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Mr. Carly.
317.
And I don't know where Derek is.
I'm everywhere.
It's dbouge36.
I'm retired from YouTube anyways.
Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com, search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. Leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665, but we will not answer. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22 Shots Podcast. And please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina at patreon.com/22 Shots Podcast. And by the way, we have a coronavirus quarantine sale right now on 22 Shots t-shirts. If you buy one, I will write you a handwritten note with love. No, I'm just kidding. I'll knock down $5 off a shirt. $25 shirt for anybody who wants a shirt. So buy one now.
Right now.
For real.
Nice.
But I need
that you do it.
All right. Peace, guys.
Bye.
Adios.